Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of double features dedicated to programming the finest, most eclectic, and downright bizarre film pairings and cataloging the discussions that ensue. We're your gruesome twosome, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
I'm Levi.
And welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, episode 75. Levi, we've done 75 of these now. Well, a little more if we take into account some bonus episodes. And don't worry, there may be some bonus episodes on the horizon, as we'll get to by the very end of this. This episode, again, we've been going through the films of the 1990s, picking going through every year and picking two films that we think either serve as counterpoints or possibly in conversation with one another, as we like to do. This week, we're taking a little walk on the wild side, getting in touch with our natural habitat with The River Wild from 1994 and Wolf, also from 1994. And we'll get into how these films both distinctly are their own thing and separately distinctly connect a little bit later. But before we even get into the Blue Plate Special, Levi...
Well, to celebrate our 75th episode, the Grimace Birthday Meal.
The Grimace Birthday Meal.
Just came out last week from when we're recording this. When this will be released too. It would have been last week.
Yep.
That the Grimace Birthday Meal is essentially just a marketing ploy to sell this new milkshake that they've come up with, which is a berry flavored kind of purple milkshake that's Grimace themed.
That's essentially just paired with a Big Mac or 10-piece nuggets.
It's either a Big Mac or 10-piece nuggets with the milkshake and a big blanking fry, as somebody in our lives, that we like to keep out of our lives as much as possible. Don't worry, he's in print, so other folks might know. But not in the way he would like.
So Levi, you're a big fan of these specialty meals.
Yeah,
McDonald's been doing more and more the last
not
so
as
many
much
years.
as people like on the Purple Stuff podcast of the Dinosaur Dracula and all those folks are. The people who are real obsessed with this stuff.
Dinosaur Dracula sounds like a good MC name.
Dino Drac is what I think of. I like that podcast, by the way. They talk about a lot of random pop cultural things that are kind of interesting. And then the name of the other guys is escaping me at the moment. But anyway, he was on something called Sludge Central. I don't remember. Jay, that's his name. But anyway, podcast that we have nothing to do with, but anyway. There's a lot of people who are real obsessed with this kind of stuff. I know that Matt Singer really loves doing this stuff with movie tie-in stuff that Denny's does a lot, or other people do too. But
I forgot all about that. Yeah, he used to go and eat every movie tie-in meal, which I feel like I would say it's not as big as it used to be, but some of this stuff is kind of making a weird comeback. It was bigger in the 90s and 2000s, I feel like.
Yeah, well, I remember it was bigger, even just like, partnerships, sponsorships with, like, Hardee's used to do all kinds of stuff. They do stuff for Spider-Man.
Burger King did a lot. They did Pokemon stuff. I remember they did a lot of stuff with Wild Wild West when that came out. I remember even getting Wild Wild West glasses that they sold. And then they also had, like... those? I don't know. They're somewhere, I think. Somewhere. But
you mean glasses you wear on your face? Or
yeah, because, they're like almost pseudo,
for a second,
and I say this in heavy quotations, designer glasses with the various
with
Burger
the
King
Wild
meals.
West. Wiki wow wow.
Wiki wow wow.
But wow wow. Wow 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 wow. Just figured I'd wow again.
Wild it out.
Yeah. But because I thought for a second you were talking about glasses that you drink out of, because they used to do stuff like that
they
too.
did that too.
But but that's what I was
McDonald's
going to say.
was big with that in a lot of the Batman stuff in the 90s. And
yeah, because we used to have a
Batman Forever.
Yeah, and it broke, I think. And then I've looked about buying ones of those, and they're not cheap now. They're like getting up there. So, of course, never forget the story about the Two-Face action figure that I think that my great aunt might have thrown away. If you go and scour the archives for that.
I don't remember what episode that would have been on.
I have no idea, but yeah, it's been a while. But yeah, so I'm kind of, anyway, to get back to it, I am interested when they try to do things like this. Oh, by the way, the last time I really remember a big tie-in meal, well, they're doing that with Diablo 4 with KFC right now, randomly, which is so random
What
to
a
me.
random combination of brands that is.
But I remember at Hardee's they had, I'm not even making this up, and it wasn't a meal or anything, but they had stuff advertising Dunkirk, which was so weird to me.
Yeah,
because that's not that big of a thing, but just because it was a Christopher Nolan movie, I guess. Yeah. They're not doing that with Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Now, that would be interesting if they did that. You know how Burger King does these weird, now Burger King did all the Stranger Things stuff too here more recently, but you know how they do stuff at Burger King where they have these different colored buns that they do.
Well, I was getting ready to say, I remember back when I think it was Revenge of the Sith came out, they did a Darth Vader burger.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember.
So maybe
that
they should do a spicy Wappenheimer. Yeah, I mean, and literally make you go to the bathroom immediately, basically. Yeah.
Here's
I
pictures
forgot
we're
about
looking
that.
at of the black bun Darth Vader thing.
But anyway, so
Wappenheimer, I love it.
Yeah.
Get on that, Burger King.
Well, it's not like the Spielbergers, cease and desist, guys. Sorry, guys. Can we just actually play the audio of that here?
Hey there. It's recently come to my attention that Carl's Jr. wants to rename the charbroiled sliders Spielbergers, and they're pretty good, but I'm passing. Cease and desist. Can't do it. Sorry, guys.
You know what the other great thing about that whole moment is there was a guy who made a parody video of that, and he kept talking and walking back and forth in his apartment, which was way, way smaller than Steven Spielberg's house.
How specifically niche the whole thing was.
So go look that up if you're able to find it. I don't remember the name of it, but anyway, getting to all that, what they do now though with McDonald's, who's always done stuff they're a little less on that kind of thing than they are partnering with specific people or. Well, of course, they've always brought back the McRib, and that's a whole thing. But here, more recently, they've done the Travis Scott meal and the J Balvin meal, which is basically just saying, what do you get when you go to McDonald's, usually? I was always hoping they'd do a Pitbull meal, but they never did.
Maybe one day.
But anyway, so they've done this Grimace meal, which is interesting because...
Grimace, one of the signature McDonald Land
because
characters.
They haven't done stuff with McDonald Land in a while.
By the way, this reminded me, I went on, because I was I've been thinking for a while, what even is Grimace? What is it? And so if you type in Grimace in Wikipedia, it takes you to the McDonald Land. That took off in the 70s, am I right? Yeah, okay.
That was around the same time that Burger King had all those similar... because the Burger King originally was a magical figure rather than the weird
what we remember more so is the weird 2000
suit
2010
figure, which is intentionally strange and creepy.
Yeah,
that was a lot more about it had the Wizard of Fries and the Duke of Doubt and all this crap.
Anyways, I looked up Grimace on the McDonald Land Wikipedia page, and it says a large purple monster, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know specifically it was
Grimaces are Grimace. There's no... Yeah. It's not like Birdie or Hamburger, though.
It says Grimace's first appearances, he was one of the original main antagonists.
What?
And was depicted with the 2 pair of arms which were used to steal milkshakes and Cokes. Evil was soon dropped from Grimace's name and was reintroduced in 1972 as a protagonist, where he only has 1 set of arms. So there was an evil Grimace period
that had 2 sets of arms?
That's what it says.
I'm going to have to look up merch of that and buy
2 pairs of arms, yeah.
That's insane. Now, Yeah, because I heard 2 pairs of arms and it didn't register when you first said that. 2 pairs of arms.
Yeah,
like,
it says also here a 2014 tweet from the McDonald's Twitter account stated, "Quote: Grimace lore says he is the embodiment of a milkshake or taste bud." So
what?
More specifically, that's what he
A
represents.
taste bud is interesting. But yeah, because Birdie is obviously a bird. Honestly, the Hamburglar is the weirdest thing to me because it's clearly a humanoid person, but like he doesn't look like a normal person.
One of my
very
favorite pieces of internet writing of all time was from Rembert Brown on Grantland. When they were like doing this quote new Hamburglar thing. It's like one of the funniest things I've ever
That was when
read.
it was like I forgot that yeah, they did that new Hamburglar. And it was like he was like a real person. He looked like a Frenchman, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they haven't done a whole lot with this stuff in a while, and it's been interesting to see the pictures that on the commercials of like
what Grimace
old
is,
looking McDonald characters. Go ahead.
The last thing I want to say about Grimace. Writing in the takeout, Lillian Stone disputed this earlier thing that Grimace is a taste bud. Pointing out that other materials established Grimace was part of the species of Grimaces, including Uncle O'Grimacy, who promoted the Shamrock Shake. I'm not familiar with
Uncle O'Grimacy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uncle O'Grimacy, who's I guess the Irish Grimace.
Okay. You remember how they talked on the? And by the way, we're eventually probably going to do like full-on commentaries of those like wacky adventures of Ronald McDonald.
We won't get into that too much right now, but we grew up watching that, and
so
we've talked about since the history of this podcast,
right?
Going back and actually doing commentaries.
But there was that whole episode of Grimace Island, and all of them talk like "da" all the time. So I'm wondering what
this is Uncle O'Grimacy.
Holy cow!
I've never seen before. He's literally like Grimace but green.
But I'm wondering how that would sound. Those people as Irish. Like, like, you know, like, oh, you die, like, you know.
But Grimace, like, for what we know him as, is such a benevolent, like, happy.
I'm fascinated
he's
by
almost
this
like
older,
Fozzie Bear, like, mixed with, like.
And he's scared all the time.
Being just scared all the time. I don't know. It's very bizarre that this was actually the original origins of Grimace.
Because that's what I think of.
It was a different time in the 70s, you know.
Yeah, is him in those
wacky
wacky
work for the plumbers, so way back when.
Well, that's why they got caught, because they're like trying to be quiet, and then he's like,
but then got away. But then
what was the reason they got caught? But he's like, you imagine him.
We'll talk about the plumbers here in a little bit, actually. With
the
passing of a certain individual.
Yes. But so anyway, getting to the meal, it's interesting. They've decided out of nowhere to be like the Grimace Birthday Meal. What's even funnier about this is all the ads have Brian Cox's voice.
Yeah, he's been narrating some McDonald's commercials,
which you can tell
recently.
He's more into than doing Succession.
I'm not going to go into this too far. It's like every time he like has a new quote, it's like, and I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
There's some switch got flipped in him. He apparently sounds really bitter that they wrote him out when they did.
It's rebellion, sabotage.
But I don't know. The whole thing's bizarre.
It is interesting though that he was like doing all these McDonald's ads, and he sounds way more excited doing that. Now it's like
FYC season.
It's like, why are we do what?
For your consideration season, like it happened in Hollywood for the Emmys.
For some reason, I heard FDIC in there. I was like, what?
Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation season.
Yeah. But there was
$250,000 or less. You're insured. Go on, please.
There's that. Now I'm thinking of them talking about Grimace, and he's like, he's the worst McDonald Land character we have. Like Rushmore. Yeah. But yeah. So anyway, to get to it, we went earlier this week to eat the Grimace meal. You did not partake in the Grimace meal, which is acceptable, but. No, I mean it's funny because
I almost did. I actually was.
We were buying it. We were buying it, and Kyle was like, "Oh, I didn't get it." Like he was scared of me. I was like, "Could care less," because I've been kind of making a big deal about this. I
actually was close to getting it, but I didn't.
But I ate the Big Mac like normal.
Could you have ordered the shake separately, or is it one of those things?
I don't know. I think it's kind of like.
I wonder if somebody really was a hard case about it though. They'd let them. They'd sell it to them.
Everything that I have heard has led me to believe they'd say get the shake with the meal. I've heard that in the commercials to make me think where they're like, yeah, you got to get it with it.
Yeah, right.
And by the way, it was a $10 meal.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't cheap. I mean, it was quite a bit. You know what was also stupid about that is I forgot that I had a daggum gift card that I've had for a while that somebody gave me to McDonald's that I haven't used, and I totally forgot. And then I was like, oh, well, whatever.
Next time.
I guess I'll use it next time. But anyway.
That's for the Hamburglar meal. I don't even know what that'll be one day.
That'll be hilarious.
I'm going all in on
15 burgers or something. Yeah. You know. Do you remember him?
55 burgers, 55 fries.
Yeah. Come in on a what do you call those? The zip line.
Yeah. We can maybe talk about that a little later. But the newest season of Think You Should Leave, which was really funny.
We did because it was over. And so the shake was pretty good. I mean, I prefer a regular one, but yeah, it was actually better than it could have been. I was kind of worried because the Shamrock Shake I think is terrible. I hate it.
I don't like
so
it.
Like,
and you said before, like when it's like around St. Patrick's Day, you can't even get like a regular
now,
shake.
Now I don't know about that definitively now because this has been like 15 years ago at the Boone, in North Carolina McDonald's. Mm-hmm. But I remember I got it up there one time. It was in March.
Yeah.
And I was unable to get the normal like shake. I asked them for a milkshake, and they gave me the Shamrock Shake. Mm. I think that happened to me another time too. So maybe that doesn't happen everywhere, and they're just lazy, and they're like, "Well, this is all we're doing all month."
Yeah.
Like, you know,
like, we ain't changing the machine,
right?
Whatever.
But anyway, so yeah, I thought that was strange.
Well, I mean, to go through the meal itself, it's a Big Mac, which
like I said,
yeah.
So the Big Mac, which is funny because the J Balvin meal, I remember he was like, "No pickles for me, please," and I'm like, "Actually, I want the pickles."
I love the specificity of lettuce. Like on his meal. I'm sure he had all these meetings with McDonald's executives, and they're like, "What do you want the J Balvin meal to be?" And he's like, he's going through it, and then he's like, made a big declaration all of a sudden in the meeting, like, "No pickles." Like, but
guess what? When you bought it, it came with everything.
So it did have pickles on it?
Oh, yeah, that was just part of the marketing. Because they're just lazy. They don't want to fix that.
Oh, okay.
You know, you see what I mean? Mm. It's like, you know, it's a whole corporate
I thought that it like, actually was part
of
the thing.
No.
Do you remember what the Travis Scott meal was?
No, because that happened before I did the J Balvin meal, I think. And I'm not really aware. So, yeah, look that up. You know, before the Travis Scott World event happened.
Let's see.
It's like he's at a
burger is a beef patty with 2 slices. Sounds like a double cheeseburger. Thick cut applewood smoked bacon, lettuce, pickles, onions, mustard, ketchup, all over a quarter pound. Says okay, actually it's a quarter pounder.
Yeah. Sounds like a lot.
Comes with 630 calories.
Anyway, yeah.
So you liked it?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I liked it because it had the shake with it too, and it's not something I would like want to get all the time, but it was cool to have just the once at least, and you know. But I've just been obsessed. I think everybody's obsessing over this Grimace meal because it's so random. Because it's just like, why are we doing?
It also
this?
Canonically gives him a birthday, I guess.
Right.
Well, did it say a specific day? It was basically all week.
No, it was saying. Well, no, it's all month. It's supposed to be.
All right,
all of June anyway.
Yeah. Happy Pride.
I guess.
McDonald's.
Yeah. But it started on June 12th. So I don't know if that's what we're going to say.
Canonically,
is. Yeah. But
who's next? Who deserves a meal next?
Probably the Fry Kids, I think.
We need to gravitate towards both celebrities and McDonaldland characters.
We got to get the Fry Kids or those McNugget things.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah. How like slapdash they were involved in the wacky adventures of Ronald McDonald.
Which ones?
The
Fry Kids? Yeah,
well,
they're
Nuggets too.
Either one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, by the way, the only thing that's funny is like the Nuggets. It's like, what, do people eat them? Like,
yeah. That's weird.
They're like little chickens, basically, anyway.
That's so weird. Grimace is like apparently an anthropomorphic taste bud, I guess.
Yeah, well, not at that time he wasn't.
Yeah.
They've come up with that crap now. It's like...
I think Bill Clinton deserves a meal. I mean, because he was very famous in the 90s for McDonald's. Like, imagine a former president of the United States, like, moonlighting as a
like
McDonald's
the whole
sales
menu
pitch guy.
for him.
Yeah.
Basically.
I want the whole daggum freaking menu.
I want the whole daggum. Forget the dollar menu. I want the bill menu. You know.
So, again, Gary Busey, another 90s icon in his own way.
That was great.
Bill Clinton. Roseanne Barr Another
Kevin
90s icon.
Federline.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But stay tuned for updates on whatever the newest McDonald's meals are.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll turn this into a recurring
What
segment.
about the
whenever
John
it happens.
Hinckley Jr. meal? Why don't we do that? He's not really up to anything these days.
To honor him being out of
Right.
prison now,
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. I think we're going to stop with... Because I was about to go into other names, and I'm like, no, we're not going to make fun of that.
Jeff Mangum meal.
Because at least I'm talking about in the John
yeah,
Hinckley
yeah.
Jr. direction.
Universe.
Right.
MCU. The Hinckley universe.
Yeah, the Jeff Mangum meal, that'd be funny. It's probably just like ketchup. There's
Slap of ketchup.
Yeah, or something, Or,
But you gotta feel real like, and I'm saying all this is a big Jeff Mangum fan, but like,
Yeah.
you gotta feel very moody about holding it. Like you can't just hold it.
Right.
This is.
Do you remember there was that
serious.
video of him like, "Are you recording me?
Yeah.
Are you recording me?" Like a show. It's like, yeah,
Okay.
all right. Yeah. Maybe if they would have just said yeah, he would have been like, oh, okay.
Or he just says "Be warned," and then it moves
Like,
on.
Beware,
Yeah.
buyer beware. As far as other characters, though, I mean, I think the Hamburglar is going to be the obvious one. It's like, what would Birdie do? Birdseed? Like,
Well,
okay. Or like apples or something?
I'm not versed totally in the McDonald land. Oh, we got to do a Mayor McCheese thing around an election.
Yeah.
That's got to happen. But with Birdie, like, was that a McDonald land character prior to the wacky? I don't remember ever seeing that. Maybe it's out there. I just didn't.
Now,
see
one of the
but,
great folks on Twitter is the out of context Ronald McDonald.
Yeah,
They
you
to-
tweeted about.
Yeah.
Well, no, was it the McDonald's account tweeted back at you?
No,
Oh,
that was
that account.
that account,
Oh,
but the
okay.
McDonald's account did like it that I had put it up.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And you even took pictures of fellow
well,
traveler.
I'll talk about
Yeah.
that in a second, but. One thing I really like about the out of context Ronald McDonald, they put up a lot of stuff from the 70s and 80s I've never seen.
Yeah, right.
There's that one where there's like these aliens, and it's like, welcome to McDonald Land, and all these aliens they're like weird looking like orange blob things with like a TV on their face, basically, and they're like,
maybe we could see the return of Mac tonight through
I was
some
going
of
to
this.
say, yeah, that would be interesting.
There's a really good little video on YouTube that talks about the history of that. I don't know if you've seen it. And in recent years, he's been appropriated by the far right, and there's like this whole thing with that.
Really?
I don't know if you know that
Why?
at all. Yeah,
Why?
I don't know. Like,
Like-
it's how Pepe the Frog, there's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Like it's connected to that
Mac
universe.
tonight.
Yeah,
It's like stuff. It's like 5-year-olds came up with. Oh, let's take that and make it ours. Like
that's what white wingers,
white wingers,
white weddings, do.
white wedding.
He's
Mac
kind
tonight.
of been a bigger deal back in recent years. Let's read a little bit about Mac tonight here. Originally conceived as a promotion to increase dinner sales by Southern California licensees, Mac Tonight's popularity led McDonald's to take it nationwide in 1987. Ceased airing the commercials, retired the character in 89, re-enters the character 19 years later in Southeast Asia in 2007.
What?
So I guess right, they don't know who he is. I
Yeah.
guess we'll just subject them to him now. Very weird. There's a Bill Elliott car.
Yeah, I saw that at one point. But yeah, the thing about Mac Tonight too, it's like, what is he like? Tom Waits with like a moon on his head?
Yeah,
Like,
okay, so Moon Man.
yeah,
Moon Man is an internet meme and unofficial parody of Mac Tonight that originated in 2007 on the internet meme community YTMND, in which the character is depicted as advocating for racism and racist acts. Salon article compared Moon Man to Pepe the Frog, another meme labeled as a hate symbol. YouTube consistently removes all Moon Man videos for violating its community guidelines on hate speech, and AT&T, whose text-to-speech software was used to create the meme, has edited it to filter out the character's name and obscenities. In 2019, the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, added Moon Man to their database of hate symbols.
yeah, I see that here. I'm trying to look this up just to see what it looks like. There's actually a book of that.
Why do people got to take crap like this and ruin it? I just don't
It
understand.
looks like actually that stuff's really hard to find,
I guess it's been wiped from the internet,
Dang.
unless you're on 4chan
Yeah.
or something.
which is, I mean, good, fine.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I was not really
the
aware
darkest
of
corners
that.
of the internet, of
Yeah.
which I have no interest in going into.
Nope.
So
Nope.
Anyways, I hated to end that on a down note, but I was just
Grimace
bringing
Meal
up.
is good. Go eat it.
Yeah, so it's through all of June, right?
Well, from what Bill, from what Brian Cox told me, yeah. From what I understood. Time to sit down to that
Blue Plate special.
Hi, Audrey.
Norma, have a cup of coffee, please.
Sure.
I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wanted a large pepperoni? Coming up!
your oversized Grimace meal is right here.
Right
Bill.
Here you go. I'm just a Bill. Speaking of racism, let's talk a little bit about The French Connection. One of our favorite movies.
Yeah.
Not racism. That's not a good movie.
No.
There's been a huge controversy. This happened a few weeks ago. I don't think there's been any real updates about this.
Yeah.
I'm going to mostly, this has been widely talked about. I'm going to mostly be quoting from a Daily Mail article that talked about this. Headline is...
Because the Daily Mail's like, dadgummit, we can't have racism no more, I guess.
Yeah, the British,
Yeah.
they practically invented racism, not
Yeah.
really, but,
Yeah.
Well, as Americans, our identity is so ingrained in Britain that we got a lot of the best and worst things from them. Film fans fume as 1971 classic The French Connection is censored without warning to remove racial slur. William Friedkin's drama, which can currently be streamed via the U.S. streaming platform Criterion Channel, of which we're subscribers, now has a new edit approximately 10 minutes into the film. It basically censors out a racial slur used. Gene Hackman uses, I think, to Roy Scheider in talking about, individuals. Disney, who owns the rights of the film following the takeover of Fox in 2019, have been accused of censoring the scene in the U.S. On Disney Plus in the U.K. and Canada, the film remains unedited. Fans aren't happy, and one wrote on Twitter, quote, Disney censor The French Connection. In such cases as this, censor takes the place of vandalize. And so this was a huge backlash to this on Twitter. There's another tweet. This is from Paul Casey, or Muggins MCS on Twitter. The censorship of The French Connection is shameful if true. I really wish both those on the left and right would see that one cannot be for this and against banning books and vice versa. Most like censorship if it suits their politics, not seeing how it can hurt them later. Levi, what was your initial reaction to hearing the news that The French Connection via streaming had been censored in some form or another, and also how this relates to the larger pop cultural stranglehold that the Walt Disney Company currently has on so much of entertainment?
Yeah, that was kind of my first thing, was to remember, of course, that was a 20th Century Fox film and that Disney had the rights to stream it now. So that was my first thing, was just a memory of that. And I want to walk a fine line here, because a lot of people that are going to complain about this, it's like they're complaining about the word not being used. It's not exactly that, obviously, because... Or it's not bad
it's a
at all
bad
for
word,
us,
objectively,
because,
yeah. Horrific word.
Yeah, and I think, though, the problem, and this is what's been, the thing for... And by the way, this isn't new. I want to mention some other examples of stuff like this happening in the past. So this isn't totally a new phenomenon. But just this erasure of history, it's also just the biggest thing to me that's strange, though, is that Disney would care about a movie that's already so definitively R-rated.
Yeah. There's no kid that's going to be casually surfing through and say,
Right.
oh, what's the French Connection? That name alone is going to alienate so many people,
Right.
I feel like. Just like
have you
French?
seen the Chinese Connection? Big fan of the N-word there, Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
But
Noted fan of the N-word.
yeah, well, he is. I mean,
Academy Award winner and noted fan of the N-word. Obit will read one day.
But it's just that's the problem ultimately, though, is just this lack of realism about what that's about. I mean, because no one ever says that Popeye Doyle is a good guy in the movie. It's and it's very clear that he's not. And I don't know. It's just a very simple thing of like, why are you changing that just based on
Yeah.
I don't know.
Part of the brilliance of Dirty Harry and French Connection, both movies came out in 71, both cop dramas that ostensibly are pseudo-action movies, but crime dramas, thrillers. The whole point of those movies are that the characters are incredibly flawed, but that they are on the, quote, right side of the law, but then the juxtaposition of what that means in 1971, in the midst of Vietnam, on the waning days of Vietnam, in the midst of the Black Power movement and the death of the Civil Rights movement, is like, well, is law and order, quote, is that something we root for now, or is that something we root against? And that's the whole, like, push and pull of those movies, is that dramatic tension, much of which is lost on modern audiences. I think that the 70s audience would have took part in. And again, I love The French Connection. It was actually one of those first movies I remember watching when I was starting to get into movies in like 07, 08, 09 that really kind of blew me away. And we're actually thinking about one day doing on the pod, so I don't want to get too much into talking about The French Connection now, and the same thing with Dirty Harry. But the ending of that movie was one of the most like, wait, you can end a movie like that? Like, that was one of those big groundbreaking moments for me watching movies, is that you can end a movie that way. That was just mind-blowing to me. Groundbreaking movie, won the Academy Award for Best Picture. If that's not safe from some kind of censorship, literally nothing is, okay? Yeah. And, again, I don't want to make this a huge...
It's interesting that it comes from Disney, who has an incredibly immoral and racist past, too.
Which they
have done their best to expunge.
Mm-hmm. A lot of it relates to Song of the South. Right. Things about Fantasia have been edited out over the years. Yeah. And so I would think you would agree, us cinephiles, we're not rooting to see that behavior or what is depicted in these movies rewarded exactly or held up, but we think, no, but leave it as it is. Yeah. A while back we started watching a lot of old Tex Avery cartoons and some of the recent Warner Archive stuff they put out animation-wise. They had this big kind of title card at the very beginning, disclaimer, where they basically, I think this is what it should be, is just this big disclaimer of saying, listen, these are problematic, either racist or misogynistic depictions from the past.
Joe Dante, who's a big fan of that stuff, and Josh Olson on the Movies That Made Me podcast, they said that all the time about just put a disclaimer on stuff and just be done with it and just say, this is what this is. Yeah. Be warned, this has this in it. And they said, and that's all you really need to do, And
I think it's just, frankly, ahistorical to try to edit these things out or act as though they don't exist, period. Again, that doesn't mean that, obviously, what we're saying here is we shouldn't be rewarding this stuff, but it needs to be what it is. I mean, and again, as I said, part of the whole depiction of Popeye Doyle, the importance of it, is that he's kind of a dirtbag, but in the realm of the narrative, he is the protagonist of the movie, which means that while he is a racist, while he breaks the law in trying to enforce the law, the power of the movie is wrapped around him as the protagonist, him as the lead. And that was a provocative thing to do in 1971. Well, and we are so now used to anti-heroic characters that was going to be lost on a lot of audiences, but that was part of the power of the movie in 1971 to have that.
And a moment that you mentioned Dirty Harry, this is kind of off topic, but a moment that sticks with me a lot in that, and I think about every so often, is the part where the N-word is used in that movie, where it's the letter from Scorpio saying who he was going to kill, and they've got it up on the wall on a projector, and John Vernon, who I love in everything, John Vernon's amazing, is reading the letter out. He's the mayor, and he gets to that word and just stops, and it cuts to his face of him not saying the word, and then he says written, Scorpio after that. And that's a moment in the movie where it's like, that is not a good word. It was said at the time, of like, no, we don't like that. But it recognizes, like, this is what this person is and how they think. It's the same thing with The French Connection. Both of them came out the same year. Like we said, they're both kind of about the same thing. So,
and then recently, this whole thing had opened up an anecdote that William Friedkin had told years ago, that he had watched this movie, I think, with a predominantly black audience at one point, The French Connection, when it first came out in 71. I think he went to go see it with a black audience. And he was very kind of nervous getting up to that moment. And he was like, how are they going to react to this? What are they going to say? And that moment occurred, and he said the people actually, the black audience, generally cheered for that moment. And he said he was very almost confused by that. He was relieved, but he was confused. He said, why is that? And I think he talked to some black patrons later, and they said, well, we know this is how it is, and it's finally on screen.
Right.
And we're not going to take the lies of what the 60s in cinema told us about this is the way police act.
Right.
Obviously, In the Heat of the Night is not In the Heat of the Night. Yeah, In the Heat of the Night
Yeah.
was one of the first movies to kind of take issue with some of that and depict a more realistic, and that's a pretty great movie anyways. And so other than that, there had not really been any forthright depictions of what police, how they handle African Americans in a real serious way. And that was also right on the cusp of blaxploitation was about to become a thing where we're going to start to see a lot more varied, depictions of law enforcement.
Right.
So again, anyways, he said he was like happily shocked that black audiences reacted that way, and it was part because they said, well, this is what it is.
Yeah.
Why are we going to lie about that and act like that's not what it is?
And that's my big problem with it, is that just like foregoing realism. Not that it's a good thing, but it's the same thing with, like, say, those, you mentioned the Tex Avery cartoons. A lot of those old, really profoundly racist Japanese depictions during World War II in comic books was the same thing. Very frightening, frankly, how bad some of that was. And some of that was in the Looney Tunes, some of it was in Disney.
Well, and I've been frankly shocked, and I've read more about this over the years, how much of early animation is from the tradition of minstrelsy. And also vaudeville, but also minstrelsy. And the more once you see that or hear that, and you actually go back and watch that stuff, there's some great stuff here and there, but the more uncomfortable you feel with, wow, how much of this is
bad. Yeah.
I mean, even as far as the white gloves, even is something as simple as that is something that actually has ties to minstrelsy,
Mouse,
or almost how Bugs Bunny's hands look too, if you look. So
and I mean, but then you see something now like Isle of Dogs, and I was talking about this at the time, and I haven't heard anybody say this, but how there's that one kind of villain character in Isle of Dogs,
Japanese,
and it's like literally, I called it at the time like World War II era Japanese ghoulism. I mean, it's probably the most racist thing I've seen in a movie recently that got basically no attention and no one really
there was
talked about.
Little bit of discussion about that movie, but not on the level I think it should. And we generally love and admire Wes Anderson, but that is something that was like, whoa, this is not
and
cool.
So therefore, is this new movie coming out this week? Isn't it?
At the end of the week, because
right.
we're going to be we'll be talking about that next podcast.
But and I love Wes Anderson, but that's something that I think, I don't know why he did that, but I guess it's easy, for filmmakers when they're trying to make things about certain cultural, representations like that. They get so steeped in the stereotype that I don't know. And that's something that's dangerous that we need to think and talk about too, because the use of that word in the French Connection, that's not and that's clearly, like it says in the anecdote, not something that William Friedkin did lightly, that he thought about and was like, I think it's important that I do use that word for the context of what this is about, but he did fear how people would react. So that wasn't a word that was used flippantly like it is in some other things I've seen.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I wanted to mention this too about somebody we're going to talk about here in a little while, that passed away this last week. I've been listening, and you'll probably already know what I'm talking about, those who are listening, but I was listening to an audio book of that person, a book they wrote, and its use of the N-word here and there throughout it. And first of all, that is an accurate depiction of the time period of the Old West, of when that was and the way they talked about that. But I think about that in print a lot too. You see it honestly more in print than you hear it in movies. And that's something to think about too. But like I said, you have to think about obviously what the context of the usage is. But for Disney, it's purely just, it has this thing, and they feel like they're going to get in trouble for some reason by having it in there. But I don't know. I don't think anyone was complaining about the French Connection, or even thinking about the French Connection, like, at all. So now that it's made it a talking point, and that's almost probably what they wanted. I don't know. But
it's also very bizarre too that Disney walks a very weird line between the left and the right, where they are hated by both in a roundabout way because they are seen as you're too woke or you're too reactionary. You like looking at it from the left perspective, they're pillared all the time as they should have for using a lot of diversity to quote justify a lot of the live action remakes they've done in movies
like
over
that
so many
Little
years.
Mermaid they just made,
Elemental has our first non-binary character, and
or that Luca movie they made. I know had a lot of like gay text or subtext in it, of homosexual subtext of some sort. I don't remember.
But they're not. They don't have the balls to like just say that in the text of the movie. It's all a lot of hinting and winking
and saying this is what this is after the fact. Yeah.
And then from the right, they're accused of being woke for all the same stuff when it was milk toast to begin with. It's the whole thing is like
it's not at all organic. It's all created.
And also they have no sense of courage whatsoever with anything they're creating. They're just looking to maximize profits at all costs, which is what the corporate mentality is anyway.
So, like I say, I'm surprised they're even letting the movie stream at all, because that's something we've been worried about.
It makes
over the
sense
last
that they would like
years,
let it be on like the Criterion channel.
Yeah.
This is another thing too. It's like it's not on Disney Plus. If it was on Hulu, that would also make more sense.
Disney Plus French Connection.
But I also think though too, like it, and we've talked about this back when we did when we talked about Jane Dillman and like sight and sound lists and the criterionization of a lot of film culture, which we're very much a part of and a product of. But that also creates this sort of quote safe cinema, or what quote groundbreaking is, as seen in these sometimes purely aesthetic or representational terms, as opposed to depicting reality, is something that is part of a. And again, I do think, generally speaking, a Criterion audience would be offended by this being changed. Anything that involves the text of a film being explicitly changed is, most cinephiles would widely agree, is bad and is not good. But I do think it is part of, like, again, as a person that is progressive and as of the left, we can't have anything that offends anybody, when really it's offensive to not have that and show that this is what it was. That's that's actually the ultimate line of offense it can be, is to not have it at all and act like it didn't happen and it didn't exist. That actually creates this ahistorical lens through which we see the past.
To say, no, those things didn't really happen because it's not represented here.
Yeah, and the whole thing's bizarre. Yeah. We did actually buy and purchase eBay editions that were on eBay, old DVDs, just because we
don't own it. And that was a wake up call to say, I guess we need to buy that. And the
Blu-rays were going sky high already. They got price gouged, as one could expect, because
they're not good Blu-rays either.
Yeah, I've heard that they're not all that good. So funny enough too, while all this was going on, I happened to just own a whim, and I love when that happens, when you just rewatch great movies on a whim. Sometimes Sideways I recently watched, and weirdly had a French Connection original 71 trailer to it. I mean, it looked restored, but it was like from the 70s. And it's that we laugh about this trailer all the time. It's that Popeye Doyle, it'll take you apart.
Popeye Doyle,
it'll take you apart, and it's all perfectly legal. And it made me go and made me laugh. I was like, well, that this is coming up in this. But,
and we've made this clear already. But just to be clear, we didn't go on eBay and buy this movie because they took the N-word out of the movie. That's not really the point. And that we're celebrating the word in any way. That is not at all what we're saying. It's that, like we said, we think it is more offensive to history and to the peoples who have been oppressed to erase that oppression. And I feel like that's one of the key texts of understanding police brutality.
Police on film in general.
Police on film in general, I said. Because even Dirty Harry, which I like personally more than the French Connection. I know you like the French Connection better.
I love Dirty Harry too, though.
Is extremely problematic in that way of not actually, I think, having a conscience about its depiction.
There's the famous line in that he's got, a Hispanic partner. Right. And he's basically said, I hate everybody. I don't remember exactly what he says, but it's something along the lines of, I hate all. And there's like a weird, you can tell he's prejudiced, but that's not really a part of the plot of the story in the same way that it is a little bit of a plot point in the French Connection.
But like you said, there seems to be more of a conscience to say this is bad in memory of the French Connection. I don't totally remember. But I don't feel that's the case ever with Dirty Harry. It feels more like that's kind of part of it. And there's characters who feel this way about it, and there's characters who feel that way about it. But it doesn't make it part of the movie exactly, but it also doesn't apologize for it
and
either,
that might
which is a
partially
problem,
even be a New York versus California aesthetic that those movies just separately have. And that's this intrinsic, hard to exactly sum up thing, but I do think that they are reflections of their places in their own ways too. As far as there is this naturally more multicultural aspect of California, not to say racism doesn't exist there or discrimination doesn't exist, but in New York there is this more clearly divided racial discrepancies. Not as much now as was in the 70s, but was there, then. One thing I love too, and it's kind of part of the urban decay that is part of New York in the 60s and 70s naturally, and something like Taxi Driver takes to its apex. Mm-hmm. And that's another movie that a lot have been talked about the racism aspects of that.
Even though that character is clearly insane in every way, and
he's also racist. Like it's like those two things are not totally separate. But anyways, is how like there are portions in French Connection where they're like chasing criminals and they get them down. And what New York looks like in some of those, it looks like a bombed out country. It looks like a war zone, and you're like, this is New York City? Mm-hmm. And that's what New York City looked like in the late 60s, early 70s was that. I mean, that was a lot of renewal that happened by the 80s.
Well, and I've heard a lot of people talk about that. I've heard, specifically, remember most, I guess because I'm a big Sonic Youth fan, I've heard Thurston Moore and Kim Gordon separately talk about that, about what New York was like when they basically started that band, and it was literally in that transition in the 80s of becoming more commodified, and talking about how it sucked and everything about it was awful, the city, but at the same time they talked about, and I imagine a lot of New Yorkers feel
Fran
this way.
Leibowitz has talked to this
She's
effect,
talked about it too. But then they made everything for the tourists, like they said, and everything's shinier and newer. And they said they kind of lost the soul of a city.
A lot of early Jim Jarmusch movies are depict that
although
well,
they improved it technically, and they said it's not that we necessarily wanted it this way, but that they've made it something totally different also. And The Deuce is about that a lot too. I think that's kind of the thesis of the whole show, actually, is about that. But so
one of my favorite things about that is Fran Leibowitz said that like running into a fellow New Yorker in Times Square is like running into somebody you knew in a gay bar in the 70s. It's like, I'm not really here.
I was here with a friend.
Just like the profound.
But maybe all that acts as a strange metaphor for what we're talking about here.
Disneyfication of everything
is not that you necessarily enjoyed the grime of the past, but also trying to act like those things didn't happen
is just inauthentic.
Is to rob our ancestors of their struggle, and I don't know. It's So that's all we're saying, I guess, is just that we worry about the future with these things, and it's just another way of Disney to ultimately just flex its muscles and show its ability to do something like that, and just to say, well, this is what it's going to be now because we want it to be.
And like I said, I mean, The French Connection is a Best Picture winner, so that's like as high as it gets in the pantheon of Hollywood. I would say it's among the greatest Best Picture winners ever. I mean, the very next year, The Godfather won Best Picture, so that's the greatest ever, of course. But like, if it can happen to that, it can happen to anything. I mean, everything's open season. Disney has edited their own things, I mean, over the years. And there's been
and I was going to say, one of the big versions of this I wanted to mention was Beetlejuice. The Warner Brothers early 2000s VHS, which is what I saw the movie
primarily
as,
watched, growing up.
Had 3 major edits in that, and that when I saw the movie later, I was surprised on DVD.
Current Blu-rays are the original movie, right?
Everything's normal now. Like, most people don't even know about what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like, even the original VHS would have probably been the normal version, but this was a specific line of movies that was marketed towards children
or younger
as
people,
spooky Halloween
Halloween, not quite horror movies, but spooky,
And that movie had 3 edits. One was the use of the word GD, which was towards the beginning of that guy who's like, just trim it a little. That guy that's like sitting outside or whatever. And then the other two happened in the same scene where they first meet Beetlejuice. One
live
is of
show.
him like basically doing the jerk off. Like hand gesture.
Yeah.
That shot is totally extricated from the movie in that version. And then one of the more famous moments from the movie, because it's so random, is him kicking over the tree.
Yeah.
And saying
when they escape from after first
and
meeting.
saying nice effing model.
And then
honks his crotch.
Yeah, right.
Which is just like, I remember when I first saw that on YouTube, when YouTube was first a thing. This was in like 2007, 2008, I don't know. Right before I got the DVD. I thought that was fake.
Yeah.
I was like, what is this?
Because
like,
you had never seen that
Beetlejuice
before.
was such a part of my DNA as a and still is, but especially then was such a part of me that, and I think we talked about this when we did the movie on here, we did the commentary, but like I literally was like, this is not real. Like, what is this? It frankly scared me. I was like, what is that?
Yeah,
like
it's like a deleted scene from a movie you know really
but
well.
Then, and then I was like, that is part of the movie eventually. That I realized that. But what's interesting though is that in that you mentioned the live show thing. Later on, that was in the movie. They didn't take any of that out. I guess because it was too problematic to take out. Not even it was too much of a problem for them to make that edit because it's so much in that scene.
What is the movie rated? Is it PG-13?
PG.
Oh, I can't remember if it's PG or PG-13.
No, it's a PG movie, I think, relatively. I mean, now...
But with the F-bomb, though, in the 80s...
Well, now, that would be a problem, but, well, that was the 80s, so they...
I guess they just went... The shrug.
Yeah.
I mean, because that is... I mean...
But you know what's funny is the original edit of that is actually funnier to me because he kicks it over and just looks at it, and then it just cuts back outside the scene, and there's no comment from him. It's almost like he's just like, oh, I kicked that over. And then they just cut that part out. That, honestly, is funnier to me than the real version.
Yeah.
Personally, that's also because of what I always grew up with.
Well, we also watched Goodfellas a lot, edited on AMC, more so than when now we watch it.
I was thinking about that this morning, actually. I was thinking about the scene of, where have you been? And... normal people don't act like this. The way she's talking, screaming, but what is wrong with you, Henry? Like, how you doing, Henry? But so that's another thing is that edit of that movie took that guy saying the N-word out of that, on TV, which that makes sense.
Yeah, well, they're editing a lot of other things out of that.
But and that's another instructive moment in that movie about the way people think back then is that, not these two sharp-dressed white guys that stole my truck. It had to be some black people, and it's like, no, but anyway. All that's just to say that this isn't new, that these things happen, because I used the Beetlejuice example.
This is interesting, though, that I mean, and this isn't even the first time this has happened in the streaming era, but living in the streaming era, which is primarily how people watch things now, that this is still happening, in its own way. And maybe that should give us cause for not concern, in the sense that, well, these things happen, but they still persist and live on. But since it is also at the same time primarily how people watch and see things, that, I don't know, that is a problem. But nonetheless, check out the French Connection.
Anyway,
if you have
either way, whatever, because it's gonna be a great movie anyway. But
I mean, I don't think that. It's just we haven't even brought up George Lucas and him editing his whole movies. That's a whole other question and thing to talk about.
Well, that's the thing about literally adding things visually, which is that's a whole other realm.
Has he ever edited anything in or out of American Graffiti? I know THX has had director's cuts.
THX
and stuff.
I've never known about American Graffiti that happening with. THX, I think mostly things were added, and this will give me a chance to tell a story. There's that whole thing when he was making THX where there's you remember at the end of the movie where there's those like weird monkey
mutant people,
mutants, that one of the big notes that the studio gave him when they saw that, they were like, oh, you need to have more of that. Put the freaks up front, is what they said.
He's quoted that a lot over the years.
Put the freaks up front. It's just very freaking era, But that I know that was a change that they made because he made them look more realistic because I've always wanted to see what that looked like, because you can't find the regular THX now. It's all that, like it is with the original Star Wars. But I've always wondered about that. Is that what would that look like, the original Harry Mongrels at the end of that, you know, instead of like it's more like CG looking.
Yeah.
But you know the great thing about THX though is that it's so you know, socially potent that it doesn't really matter what you do to that movie. It's still going to be like wow,
provocative. In your
it's
face.
so insanely
in
your face that it is. I look at parts and I'm like, yeah, that's clearly added, but overall, mostly still retains itself as being this is what this is. You know,
right?
But yeah, to my knowledge, I've never known of anything to be changed in American Graffiti. I think that's something he just left alone because, well, first of all, it's not sci-fi, so there's nothing you really need to change, you know, with it. Not that you needed to change it with THX either or Star Wars, but that's more of an effects thing than anything else.
Yeah. I'm not seeing anything really right now about it. So
anyway.
We're going to talk about some. This was like a heavy week in terms of there's a lot of
usually happens
deaths.
like this. There's usually a summer every few summers where there's like a bunch in a row. I remember there was one back some years ago whenever John Hurd died. There were like a lot of people around that time.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So we have 4 names here we want to go through. There were actually more than this recently, but we want to talk about certain ones longer than others. But
the Iron Sheik, who was of course a Iranian American pro wrestler, he was huge in the 80s.
What was his actual name?
Hossein Khosrovo Ali Varziri. You know, if I mispronouncing that, I apologize. But he was huge in the 80s.
Kind of the first heel in a lot of ways. I mean, maybe not the first.
Yeah, not necessarily the first, but definitely one that like broke through and was like on par with popularity almost in terms of the hate that they received, as was like the Hulk Hogan's or the faces of the era. And he, you know, his whole ring persona as the Iron Sheik fed into a lot of anti-Iranian, anti-Middle East stuff that went on in the 80s, and so that was very much like a part of his whole persona. He was a big counterpoint to Hulk Hogan in the 80s, who of course was the representation of America,
and then strangely
throughout the Cold War,
inspired a lot of things about Sergeant Slaughter towards the time of the Gulf War.
Yeah,
and he later became more of a patriotic American version of that. With I am a real American. Screw Hulk Hogan, by the way.
Yeah,
for a lot of reasons. Hogan knows best.
He was not. He wasn't a big fan of Hulk Hogan. He was actually very active on Twitter.
Iron Sheik, you talking about?
Yeah, Iron Sheik.
No, because I'm not even making this up. One of the last, I feel like I'm living in an alternate reality when I say this. One of his last tweets was about God bless Boy Genius or something like that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
This literally I had to double take and look at it multiple times.
Keep looking at it like, is that the Iron Sheik on
Twitter? No, because I literally went, what were some of his last tweets? And that was one of the last ones. Was about that. Total insane persona,
like an 80-year-old Iranian American man, all really into Boy Genius.
But he had a totally insane persona, screamed all the time, extremely profane.
It says here, heel throughout the 1980s. Sheik later gained popularity on Kid Chris, the Howard Stern Show, and the internet due to his shoot interviews, vulgar language, and apparent intense dislike for some of his fellow professional wrestlers, particularly Hogan and Brian Blair. However, the true nature of his relationship with Hogan has been a subject of debate. I think in recent years they've actually made amends, but it was part of his post-wrestling career for a long time was just hating on Hulk Hogan all the time, like going after Hulk Hogan all the time. And so they said he was in some films too. A Tale of the Three Muhammads in 2005. That's not even got a page you can go to.
That's already dangerous.
It said he appeared on the Eric Andre show.
Islamic perspective. Oh, yeah, of course he did.
I've not seen that yet, but...
I bet that's a daggum.
Yeah. Best man at one of his weddings, well, let's see, it was Mean Gene Okerlund.
Wow.
which he often referred to as Gene Mean in his broken English.
Wow.
We've been watching a lot of clips from him on Howard Stern the last few days and the last little bit. How insane he is on there.
I've never seen somebody that older or out of shape in his own way, because he kind of got more out of shape as he got older.
Yeah.
Just scream and yell like that. I mean,
his big finishing move was the camel clutch.
Yeah.
And if you watch some of those clips, how hard he's pulling on those guys. He's a really big, thick guy.
Yeah.
Like he looks like he's about to rip their head off. Like it's pretty serious. So
R.I.P. to the Iron Sheik.
R.I.P. the Iron Sheik, yeah. And again, I feel like so much of him in the cultural memory is going to be talked about in the 80s with a lot of Reagan-era hatred of the Middle East and, depictions of the Middle East. And I don't know if, I'm not sure the extent to which he's written about or talked about that.
Yeah.
He probably has to have some sense of awareness about it. But at the same time, he seemed like he kind of really played into it, too. So I don't know. Maybe he just saw that's how I'm going to be successful, and I like being a heel, so I don't really care. I don't know. And, I mean, I guess he became an American citizen, and maybe he himself
took
didn't
pride in his own success to say, no, this is what we can be, and I don't know.
Yeah.
But I've been wondering about that, too, because he was never a big part of my wrestling knowledge. Like when I was growing up,
we're more 90s and onward. I've not seen as much stuff from the 80s.
Yeah. Like as far as Hulk Hogan, even seeing Hulk Hogan stuff, that was more of like a, early 90s stuff. I saw some of, So he's not always been a big part of my knowledge about that, but I've always heard of him and known how big he was, and so R.I.P.
The next name we want to talk about was Treat Williams, who was an actor, of course. He'd been in tons of stuff. He was one of our kind of favorite faces you ever see pop up in something. I mean, he's not somebody who was a huge lead in tons of stuff.
Have we talked about him on here before in something? We have when we talked about
Smooth Talk.
Smooth Talk,
we talked about that as a
when we talked about Dick Tracy, I feel like we talked about the Phantom, and we probably brought him up as being the villain in the Phantom. Did we? And because we talked about Once Upon a Time in America, he was in that.
Yeah.
So there's been
1941. He was also
we talked about that. So there's been some stuff we've talked about him with, but never, I don't think, a movie we officially did of his yet.
But he was always just one of those really great faces you see pop up in anything. Just to go through some of his biggest credits, Marathon Man, and he started off a lot of these were these uncredited or small parts. The Eagle Has Landed. Hair was one of his big breakthrough things. 1941, who he's actually one of my favorite performances in.
Yeah.
He actually plays a very small uncredited role in The Empire Strikes Back. He's in Echo Base. He's like one of the soldiers in that. Prince of the City, which is a movie that we've been trying to watch for a while, and we were actually trying to watch in preparation for this podcast because that's one of his first real big lead roles, and we didn't get to make it to. We'll probably talk about that in the future after having seen it. I know a big Sidney Lumet movie he was in. The Pursuit of D.B. Cooper. He was D.B. Cooper in. Again, as we said, Once Upon a Time in America, Flashpoint, Smooth Talk, which I think he's amazing in. I think that's probably his best performance I've seen. Sweet Lies, Dead Heat, which I know a lot of people were bringing up over the last week.
Yeah.
The action movie that he was in. Things to Do in Denver When You're Dead, which is kind of known as a Tarantino ripoff that he's in. Mulholland Falls, which is this neo-noir crime movie. The biggest thing I wanted to spotlight is The Phantom, because he's the villain in that. And growing up as a kid in the 90s and seeing The Phantom 1,000,001 times, when I first started to realize who he was, it was, the villain from The Phantom. And I've actually moved beyond that now, but deep down, that's still what I treasure him as. One of the all-time great scene-chewing bad guy performances. Doesn't feel one bit interested in justifying him as a villain.
Yeah.
He's actually has this motivation. He's just an evil rich guy, and he just plays into that so well.
Wow.
And he really knows what he's playing into with that, which I really love. He did a lot of made-for-TV stuff in recent years. Had some TV roles. He actually did 2 episodes on Batman the Animated Series. Said he was Dr. Achilles Milo. I don't know if you remember him in that. So he did an episode of Tales from the Crypt. He was in He was Howard Prince in an episode None But the Lonely Heart.
I don't think I've seen that.
He was in an episode of Fairy Tale Theater as Prince Andrew in The Little Mermaid. We've not seen that, but we've seen
I
some
remember
of
him
Fairy Tale
seeing
Theater.
him in that, though. Yeah, I remember that image of him in it, yeah.
He played himself once on The Simpsons. He did
I saw
various
that.
little episodes of TV.
Yeah.
He did some TV movies as well. He actually was in a TV movie of J. Edgar Hoover where he played Hoover in 1987, it says. He even did A Streetcar Named Desire. He was in that. He also, I know, was in The Late Shift, the movie about the late night wars of the 90s.
Yeah.
So, again, what are your kind of enduring thoughts or ideas about Treat Williams as a general actor in Hollywood in terms of what he meant to you personally? What are your own?
Yeah, I mean, I think him and the Phantom is something I think all about. Smooth Talk, he's really great, and he's only in, like, really a little bit of that.
But and the movie's kind of centered around, I mean, Laura Dern is the lead of the movie, but his like presence is what the center of the movie hinges on, and it's something that is very much withdrawn from most of the movie, but makes a big play by the third act, and so that's really among the most important things about the movie is him in that.
But yeah, I think that's one I think of. Obviously, I do remember him doing some, like I said, audio or like voice roles in some of those DC stuff, and then it says also he's in Marathon Man. I didn't remember him in that.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
Yeah, but because I've only seen that once anyway. That was when he was younger, and he was in that movie version of Hair that Milos Forman made. I think that's kind of what most people actually seem to remember him from what I was kind of seeing. But also I do remember him a lot in Once Upon a Time in America, which is a good enough movie, but I have problems with. But I remember him being really good in it, and because he's like I said, really good in anything. But the biggest thing is that we're kind of obviously, other than him being passed away and
died in a motorcycle
accident, and that's very sad. We'd actually maybe planned on at some point doing a Trick or Treat Williams is what
around
we're
Halloween,
and just doing some Treat Williams movies, and maybe even trying to have him on here. He's pretty active on Twitter, so that was kind of a hope that we maybe had, but sadly,
and it's a credit to him that I would even have an expectation that he would be slightly interested in maybe even being on this show. You know what I mean? And so he could have easily said no, and he would have. I almost knew that he would be very polite about it.
Yeah,
but he just had that sort of presence online and was a very nice, positive person that I would even think that he might do that. I mean, the fact that he even had that reputation is a credit to him. So we might one day do that still, but might as well let the cat out of the bag on that. That's something we were thinking about doing, a Trick or Treat Williams-a-thon. And again, just I thought he was a very handsome man, for, especially in his younger years. But again, really great character actor who had movie star looks. But again, we're very sorry to hear that he's no longer with us anymore.
Oh, and you mentioned it, but 1941 is another movie.
That's one of my favorite things he's in, and I think I
don't really like that movie particularly, but he's really good in it.
No, and you can tell he's got a pretty firm grasp, I think, on what it is and what role he plays in it.
Don't know what it is, but he does, I think.
So rest in peace to Treat Williams. Certainly, I think the next two are probably the most substantial of the list. Start off with, obviously, literary icon Cormac McCarthy. He was actually just about a month shy of his 90th birthday. One of the most well-known, iconic novelists of the last 50 years. Obviously, some of his biggest books were, of course, something like Blood Meridian or The Road. No Country for Old Men certainly
all the
really broke through, especially as a movie. And I think that and Blood Meridian, I would think, are going to be his most substantial things people remember because of the popularity of that movie and how it drew people into him. And also, I think, as someone who's I've not read as much about Levi, and I want to hand most of this over to him, exposed and was a good representation of his sensibility on screen. I think that movie does a great job of that through not only just that book and a movie, but in general exposing the world to his general philosophy cinematically. Like I said, one of the most iconic, well-known novelists who almost became so well known that I won't say it was a parody, but when people tried to like what is a quote well-known novelist or a literary icon of today, he was like one of those handful of names people would immediately recognize. I've only read all of Blood Meridian. I've read parts of No Country for Old Men, and certainly know his general oeuvre. Levi, you've been a big fan of him for a while and have read some of his stuff. How did you initially react to this news, and certainly what has his work meant to you as far as works of literature?
Yeah, it's weird because obviously we're big readers, so we would have this kind of reaction, and I've seen just a total outpouring of love and appreciation of him, which I've been happy about. Yeah. Obviously, I kind of knew that there was anyway, but I think it's kind of strange. When I saw that he had died, I saw it on Twitter. I literally kind of just stopped and just sat there for a few seconds, and like, that's not something I ever expected to do about a writer. Like, I'll do that for Pynchon, but that'll be a little different because he's just my favorite author, and even DeLillo when that happens. But how long has Philip Roth dead? I remember when he died. That wasn't that long ago.
Let me look that
up. I haven't read any of his books, so that was a different feeling. But
you're aware of his imprint on his fiction.
But I just kind of stopped and just kind of sat there for a little bit when I heard about McCarthy, because it's really been over the last few years I've especially read.
Wait a minute. No,
not Phil Roth. I don't know who that is.
2018 is Philip Roth.
Why was his name in the See Also section of that?
I think
Philip Roth.
I feel like he's definitely the most well-known. 2018.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm confused by that because he's by far would be the most well-known out of
See also, Philip Roth.
A German cellist is above him.
Literally,
died in 1898.
Oh my God. Anyway, but I've read a lot of McCarthy more recently. I guess for him, I've read No Country for Old Men, Suttree, Blood Meridian, All the Pretty Horses. I haven't read really any of his older work, which I know is a lot more Faulkner-esque. His newer work's a lot more Hemingway-esque, and that's kind of what I've always taken him more for, is the Hemingway of it. But a little more poetic. I think Hemingway was a lot more to the point. McCarthy, I think, doesn't get enough credit often for his poetry of the way he writes, too. By the way, there's a picture there. It shows of the typewriter he wrote on. What were the years of that again? It was like he wrote on that same typewriter.
It says McCarthy wrote all of his fiction in correspondence with a single Olivetti Lettieri 32 typewriter between the early 1960s and 2009.
Yeah.
At that time, he replaced it with an identical model. So I guess
it just got old.
I mean, literally, he's been writing with that same thing for 40 plus years. I don't think I would want to write on anything else by that point. Like, give me the exact same kind of typewriter.
But yeah,
I'm always marvel at people who use typewriters, because that's just we live in either you write something on paper or you do it on a computer.
But what I think I love so much about McCarthy, and you see this with, I mean, you think about Pynchon or you think about DeLillo, because I normally think of those three kind of in a similar. Although I think that McCarthy's far less postmodern than those two. I think
they're a more New York sensibility.
Right. Yeah. But so that's what I think I love and appreciate about McCarthy as a Southerner.
Yeah.
Because he's from Knoxville originally, and then moved out to Texas, El Paso, I think, for most of his life.
Certainly had Western sense. And obviously, I think, this goes without saying, his work is generally associated with either Western fiction or neo-Western themes or books.
Because in Southern Gothic, his earlier stuff. But what I appreciate about that, somebody described him as this recently. I think it might have been said in his obituary. I can't remember that from the New York Times. Talked about he's the type of guy that does his laundry at laundromats, eats in cafeterias. Like, the way it described him, he's a very, like, unpretentious, to the point of, like, hermetical, obviously, man. He's very known as being, staying out of the limelight and kind of staying back and not
quite to the extent as Pynchon, but similar. Which, ironically, one of his most well-known interviews is with Oprah Winfrey,
He
one of the
did
most
After the
widely
Road.
known
Yeah.
people ever. And I don't know if you've seen all of that interview. I
I
watched
have
some of
most of it,
and
yeah.
he clearly has no pretensions about
No.
I'm on the
Yeah.
Oprah Winfrey show, or like, because a lot of that's associated in my mind with, I'm not even going to go into it now, but all the Jonathan Friends and stuff that happened in the early 2000s. He's very clearly talking lucidly with her about his work and about his ideas about things and his philosophy, which was
right. And
fascinating.
so, that's I think what I appreciate most about him, because then you read his books and you get that sense of lack of pretension. Of his writing is very relatively easy to understand. He actually writes in a lot of Spanish because he speaks Spanish, especially with All the Pretty Horses. Had probably the most Spanish of one of his books I've read. But that I appreciate of him, just being willing to say this is the language, and either you understand it or you don't. It doesn't matter, because I was actually listening to the audiobook of what I was referring to earlier, and I'll talk about that in a minute. I've been listening to the audiobook of Blood Meridian, which has been really good. It was done by a guy named Richard Poe.
Is that on YouTube?
Yeah, it's all on there.
For free, I guess?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
and somebody actually in the comments was like, download this because they're going to take it off or
Yeah.
something. Which I'm not going to do, but just because I'm going to smoke them till the wheels fall off on that one. But there was a lot of it that was just speaking Spanish, and I mostly understood all of it because I can understand about 40, maybe 30 to 40% of Spanish, just basic stuff. But and it was just said it, and the characters, I could understand each character speaking, but one was speaking English and the other one was speaking Spanish, and they couldn't understand what the other one was saying.
Right.
But I was like, yeah, like one of them wanted, it was the boy in it, and it never says what his name is in Blood Meridian, is wanting a drink from the bar, and he's like, I'll sweep or work for a drink because they didn't have any money. And he's saying, I'll sweep. And he's like making motions like, I'll sweep. And the guy and the bartender in Spanish, I think, I don't know this for sure, I think said, I don't have a broom or I don't need to sweep. And he's like, no, sweep, G-dit. I want to sweep. And like, you can tell they're like both talking past each other, like they don't really understand what they're saying. But you read his books and it's a very basic, it's like Hemingway as far as his newer books about being more like very easy to understand, but this immense poetry and the construction of the words is far more complex than you would think. The dialogue is extremely realistic. Also, he's very noted for not using quotation marks because he does not like the way they look, whatever that means.
Which has been the bane of any middle school or high school English teacher of a kid, or to hear that he thinks that or says that. Well, I'll just do the same thing. Yeah. Well, you're not Cormac McCarthy, so don't do that, okay?
Well, also, he doesn't use apostrophes a lot of times either. I even noticed that I went back and read that essay I was telling you about, the Kukuli problem, or however you say that. I was back and reading that, and it didn't use apostrophes in it either, so I was just like, there you go. Yeah. But, that he's just he's probably the most down-to-earth genius I've ever heard of, is just very, but isn't out there always talking about himself, obviously, but it's just very much like, I'm just going to do this, and, because I think he's very much a fan of Hemingway, and I think his favorite book was Moby Dick. He's also injects a lot of very direct biblical language into his books, and biblical allegory, and but it's all clear he's somebody who has devoured that literature to the point where that's the way he views the world, is in this kind of strange nihilism that I find. I don't want to go so far as to say that I find Blood Meridian in any way soothing or calming, because it's not. But a lot of his books, I find the prose to be so beautiful that it's hard for me to not love it, even at its worst. Of the thing, some of the things that happen in Blood Meridian are so awful that most people stop reading it.
Yeah.
For me, and I'll say about Blood Meridian, which I've come more and more to love, what I didn't like about the book is that it's very repetitive about describing.
Yeah, right. It's a lot. It almost comes off as a travelogue.
It's basically he travels here and does this and does that. But what was so genius about it, though, is that it lulls you into that, and then this awful thing happens, and it kind of wakes you up. And then it's a book that I love, but it's more interesting to think about and talk about than it always is to read, I think. But, I don't know. I just can't think of a writer since Hemingway that is the voice of America, I think, like he is in a lot of ways. Because people like DeLillo and Pynchon, who I like better, honestly, are a lot more philosophical in a wordy sense, I think. Like, they think about these ideas in these much more explicit ways and name drop things, especially Pynchon name drops a lot of people and things and ideas and twists those into this, like, supernatural reality of things that's very postmodern. DeLillo doesn't do that as much, but he operates in a kind of postmodern, obviously, lens too. But McCarthy never really does that, even in something like Blood Meridian, whose villain is literally a 7-foot-tall, hairless albino phantom, basically, of a person. Same thing with Anton Chigurh, which is a very, like, almost ghostly figure. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't say he doesn't deal in the supernatural, but he does it in a way that's far more just honest and realistic, I think, than some other writers do. Right. You can speak to this even more than me, but I think we owe, even, this is almost going too far in a way, but I think we owe this whole podcast to him in a strange way because of our, especially you, but our shared love of No Country for Old Men, the film, and what that meant to us as budding cinephiles at the time that came out, and really why we love movies is to say, oh, you can have a cinematic language like this, and how much of that movie is honestly silent, and something that isn't as remarked upon, I think, is that how quiet that movie is. And Carter Burwell does have a basic score that goes on in it, but for the most part, it's pretty mute and But
I want to talk about that movie here in a little bit, but again, I've not read all of his work, not as much as Levi even has. But I think the thing that really sticks out to me about Blood Meridian, which I had started some years ago and was really liking, but I got busy or something and didn't get to finish, and I think it was around this time, last year about, I finally sat down and read the whole thing. Wow, I mean, what a book. I mean, it's widely mentioned as one of the greatest books of all time. I think
Harold Bloom, who's one of the big literary critics of American history, it always sung its praises about how great it was. And
and especially when I think of a lot of the best 80s literature, it was like that, White Noise by Don DeLillo, and also Toni Morrison's Beloved. Those, all three of those books are all in their own way juggernaut books and powerful books. Interestingly, White Noise was the most contemporary out of those three. Obviously, the other two take place in the 19th century, so it was removed. But the thing about, Blood Meridian, as someone who generally loves, not necessarily Western fiction, although I'm wanting to read more of that, but specifically Western movies and Western iconography. And we've talked about this before. That was part of, I feel like that was the final, most nihilistic end result of a trend that had already been happening about making the West, quote, dark again, nihilistic again, because of the romanticism that had happened kind of really from like the teens through like middle of the 50s about, and then after that it started to get a lot darker in depictions of it, specifically popularly through cinema. I feel like, narratively or like literary, Blood Meridian is the end result of that darkening. I feel like cinematically Unforgiven did that for the movies, what that did for literature. And in many ways that has a McCarthy sensibility to it in its own way, even though it's not officially an adaptation of his work, obviously. But it just, the grime, the grit, the descriptions in that book, the darkness of it, and specifically about Blood Meridian, the whole narrative of a child or a kid who's becoming a man who kind of wants to run away from everything, but everywhere he turns, it just gets more and more horrific.
Everybody says this about the book, but it's a literary equivalent of a nightmare. I feel like everything about it is so, like I said, realistic, but like heightened. Everything seems kind of like a hyperbole of itself. But
and I feel like, and I know I've been reading some James Ellroy lately, and you have been too, and that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
But I feel like both what he did for the Western and what Ellroy did for the detective novel or the crime novel was this: we're going to take these things that are sometimes more lowbrow, and we're going to give you the most literary version of these things that you can imagine. I think both of them separately are, again, taking these genres and creating these literary monuments that are, and I don't think Ellroy's quite on the level of, say, McCarthy, but I think he's really, really good. But, taking these more lowbrow forms and kind of turning them into these high literary benchmarks.
Yeah.
And I think, again, I'm very eager. I've been wanting to actually, you had told me a lot about Suttree. I've been wanting to, that's one of the next so many books I want to read. I know when The Road came out, that he had not always sold very well. I know that's part of the story of his life and his career. That was one of those books that really broke through it. The combination of when that came out and when No Country for Old Men was a success as a movie, that I feel like he raised.
That must have been really strange for him, because as somebody who's so reclusive, to be confused.
And I mean, he was in the Academy Awards ceremony when that, and I remember seeing him for the first time, I think, really at that, because I was real wrapped up in that movie and its awards and everything. But again, that it was good to see, because there's a lot of writers who struggle so long and don't get to see their own
because
success.
Blood Meridian is just now a bestseller this week for the first time
that ever happened,
because that didn't happen at the time. It didn't sell quite as well.
And I feel like it was, you know more about this than me. I think it was well reviewed when it came out, but it was mostly among
All the Pretty Horses
critics.
was when he got a little bigger, and then really it was The Road when he really had
blew up. I don't remember all the awards that book won, but it was way.
I think that
is
the most, and we haven't read that book yet, but I think that's the most I've ever seen a book like that become a bestseller. Something like that get that big, and people talking about it. That it was so. And I think that's what surprised people, is how bleak it was. And that, because I've always heard that about that book, but having read his other books, I'm kind of like, it can't be that much worse. And my theory, I haven't read it yet, but my theory on that is nobody had read anything like that, and so it was that much.
And I would imagine bigger, it's a product of its time, of the 2000s, in the same way that Blood Meridian was of the 80s.
And that's another, taking post-apocalyptic fiction and making that very literary too, which I think it automatically already is in its own way.
I think there was this big expectation in that movie was going to be, it came after No Country for Old Men, that it was going to be the next that, and it wasn't quite that. I think it got mostly good reviews. But again, it's weird. I was very saddened by his death, even though I've only read one book. He had just put out
The Passenger and
Stella Marie, which is kind of a dual narrative, apparently.
Yeah, and we've both bought that, but haven't read it yet.
I got the hardcovers of that, and that was kind of an event. And I think that got pretty good reviews, both of those. I think specifically The Passenger was a book that had been in the ether for a while, that people had known he had written some of, and it hadn't came out yet. But so it's weird. I was very saddened by his death, but one of the most encouraging things about being reminded of him in a bigger, deeper cultural way is almost, I've got all these books I've got to read now, and and the future of me and his work is something that I very eagerly wait and anticipate. Again, there's not a lot of writers anymore that have the level of celebrity, pseudo-celebrity, or just respect in the culture. And that's one thing, there's a lot of things objectively that are better or worse about today than, say, in the 50s or 60s or before. One of the, without a doubt, worst things about today is the lack of respect writers get as artists compared to what a Henry Miller or an Arthur Miller got years ago, or even, and so it was nice to see that upon his passing, and this had been building for some years anyways, that he got a deep level of respect that he definitely deserved. And so again, I was very saddened to hear he died, but at the same time I was like, I've got all these books I can't wait to read one day, and it's a shame that he passed, but again, nonetheless, at least he was able to live and see some of the fruits of his success, even though he seemed like he didn't really care all that much about success in his own way. So No Country for Old Men, that's been one of those movies we'll likely talk about in a deeper way at some point on here. I'd been getting into movies for a while, slowly but surely. I'd been really getting into them ever since I've watched my first movies, obviously. That movie, I'll never forget. I was standing in the back of Miss, oh God, what was her name? Ninth grade English teacher. Oh God, I can't remember the name right now. I remember standing in the back of her room.
You're talking about Miss Crumb, are you?
No, not her.
You had her in like 11th grade, maybe?
12th grade, yeah.
Or 12th.
I can't remember.
Okay.
And me and my cousin Philip were standing in the back, and we were talking about what were we going to see this weekend, because we were starting to really watch more and more movies. And there was an option between No Country for Old Men or There Will Be Blood, which is also literally
what
one
kind
of my
of
favorite
reality?
movies. We're looking into There Will Be Blood poster.
What kind of reality do we live in now where neither of those things are an option? It's
right.
like
literally the two best films of a decade
right.
were playing within
what do you
weeks
want to go do?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe those.
And we decided on No
yeah.
Country for Old Men. One of the most powerful theatrical experiences I've ever had still. I mean, a movie that grabbed me and the whole time and then just kind of lightly lets you go. And the shock of the movie is that it never lets you go. It's almost that the intensity of it. And again, that was my first exposure in any meaningful way to what he is and represents. And what I love, too, is, again, have only read in Blood Meridian, I've read parts of No Country, is visually, without a lot of dialogue, is able to capture his essence cinematically. And I really love whenever that can happen, as I've talked about in the past. I really love movies that are based on novels or certainly have a literary sensibility. I think, again, Todd Field really excels at this in the modern day. And that launched my love into the Coens. That launched my love into specifically that movie, what it meant, what it represented. That was one of the first movies I really went online and read, what does this mean? What does that mean? Everything had a purpose. Everything had a meaning. So that was a huge movie to me in terms of getting into my love of movies. And it's one of those movies that I don't watch as much anymore. There was a period I watched like
we've seen that movie
a lot of
million
times. I mean, and it's not that I don't love it as much as I used to. It's not quite that. It's more that I honestly know what it means to me, and it is now that bottle of wine that I want to preserve and not open all the time. And I rewatch maybe every few years. It actually had been a while since I rewatched it the most recent time, and of course it was just as great as I ever remember it being. But again, one of the most important movies in my life, certainly, what really propelled me into caring about cinema as an art form, was that movie. And so, again, I look forward to really taking in these books, but I'll never be 15 years old again, seeing that movie again for the first time, and when the impact that had on me was.
And I was a lot younger. I was like 9 or 10. And a lot of people are thinking, you saw that movie at 9 or 10 years old? Yeah. But I think for me, I remember you told me about it. You'd gone and seen it, and you were talking about it. And it was a year or two after I'd seen it. And I think that there's certain things you almost hate that you saw at an age to influence you. I mean, obviously you're thankful for it, but I think about that movie and Mad Men kind of in a similar vein. And also The Godfather is part of that, too, because that was around the time I saw The Godfather for the first time. That those are the things that have basically said, this is what this is.
Like, or what art forms are.
Movies or TV, like Mad Men, I saw was the first major like drama I watched.
Yeah.
And since then, other than The Sopranos, nothing has even really gotten near that.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah.
Of like, this is the gold standard of what television is.
As opposed to being 30 or 40 some years old and seeing it for the first time.
Right. Or the same thing with, like I said, The Godfather, as being just like, this is what, and that is, like I said, what we basically agree is the greatest movie ever made.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, it's kind of hard to start movies that way, because then everything else is, But same thing with No Country for Old Men, but I think what's so great about that is it is ostensibly a thriller. Yeah. It is an action movie, and so for that to be that exciting and riveting, but also be about things and be philosophical and emotional and I won't say romantic, I'd say more anti-romanticism, which is romanticism in its own way, I think. But to be that full of meaning and also be that exciting is really what I've been chasing for movies ever since then, and haven't really gotten to that, I don't think, again, quite yet. Like, the only movies like that I can think of that level are something like The Terminator, maybe. But even that's on a more popular lens. This is even more... It's weird because I wouldn't call it art house exactly.
Yeah.
But it's not totally popular either. I don't think it follows the popular conventions of storytelling, obviously. Yeah. And that you could have the main character, it's a spoiler if you don't know, the main character be dead 30 minutes before the movie's over.
And kind of killed off screen, right. Almost, yeah.
And it's just very much like, oh, well, what's the rest of this going to be? You know? So, yeah.
I'll never forget when I first saw that movie how intense it was, but specifically the final scene, which, you know, I feel like, you know, he gets the rap, McCarthy, as a very dark, nihilistic writer. But that last whole monologue, which I've seen people take pictures of the ending of the novel, No Country for Old Men novel, and how close it is. I mean, it's practically the same thing. That final monologue that Tommy Lee Jones has, and this kind of, again, this quiet, elegant poetry amidst this darkness and this nihilism, that's really what the books are about. I mean, we all remember these awful, horrific descriptions of things in his books. That's the key. That's what it's all about, is those moments. And again, the intensity of that movie, and to end in that way, again, was something that as a child, as again a 15-year-old, I was like, it blew my mind that you could ever have that conclusion of something like that.
I think to end with him, before we talk about the last person here, I wanted to read the section from No Country for Old Men. It's in the book. This is actually in the movie. That I thought about immediately, and I'm probably, honestly, I don't know, I've been thinking about quotes I want to get printed and put up in my room just as a new thing to do. I might put this up, which kids are going to look at and go, what? But this is when Sheriff Tom Bell is leaving for retirement.
Yeah.
It was a cold, blustery day when he walked out of the courthouse for the last time. Some men could put their arms around a crying woman, but it never felt natural to him. He walked down the steps and out the back door and got in his truck and sat there. He couldn't name the feeling. It was sadness, but it was something else besides. And the something else besides was what had him sitting there instead of starting the truck. He'd felt like this before, but not in a long time, and when he said that, then he knew what it was. It was defeat. It was being beaten, more bitter to him than death. You need to get over that, he said. Then he started the truck. And I read that because, like you said, the poetry of that nihilism is that even in that, which a lot of people will see as, wow, that's the saddest thing I've ever heard, is to say, well, he felt that before, and he's even saying, you need to get over that, and just starts the truck and leaves, and just to say that he feels like his entire, and that's what I finally realized what that whole story was really about, was reading the book, which it feels stupid now, because that's what the movie's about too, is about an old Western lawman saying, you know, things aren't like they used to be. Everything's a lot more violent now, and there's no reason for the crime, you know, as far as what that is.
There's a scene in the movie itself where it challenges that notion too. Yeah.
But then the whole thing is to also say it's always been like that. And talking about, and that's ultimately, I think, what his books are about, is the evil of man. Which is a very biblical principle, obviously. And that's literally what every of his books is about, I think, in a way. Blood Meridian is certainly about that, and the evil of humanity. And saying, no, that's always been, and kind of that, like I said, that anti-romanticism of the Western, of taking that form and saying, and it's interesting, because Blood Meridian and that make good counterpoints of saying the same thing, of saying Blood Meridian saying this is what it always was, and this is what it literally was, this kind of thing of the time period of, you know, pre-Civil Wars, like in the 1840s or 50s, I think. And then with No Country saying, and this is what, and then saying, we think of it as this, but this is what it is, you know, and it's the same thing in the modern context. But yeah, I still get a lot of hopefulness from that, from his writing, even in the midst of that.
Hopeful is a strange word, but I think that's what it is. It's a kind of a hopeful coming to terms with, listen, you might think this world is evil now, but that's kind of the constant state of humanity. And don't get discouraged by that. Instead, try to find your own place and solace within that. You know, what I love too is you read that very beautiful piece of writing. That is not exactly in the movie, but there is the scene after he has the diner conversation with the God dang money.
Money in the drugs.
And that whole
green
scene,
hair, bones in their nose.
And I think about one of the most memorable shots in the movie to me is in many ways a version of what you just read is when he comes out and sits in his car. Mm-hmm. And again, Tommy Lee Jones, I don't think he gets enough credit for his performance in that movie in general. Yeah. And he's kind of sitting there.
He's kind of the third wheel of that movie.
And then you realize, he's the main character of the story, which is part of the narrative brilliance of the whole thing.
Yeah.
But he's sitting there and he's thinking, and he's like, I got to go back to the crime scene. And then he goes back to the crime scene. And there might be a version of that in the book.
There is,
I can't quite remember.
Yeah.
But that sense of the blood stain's still there, the room's empty, or is it? And it's like this grappling with, I can't figure out there's these missing pieces, and I can't quite put them together. And then obviously the final scene of the movie is like this shrug emoji of just like, I can't figure it out.
I could say my favorite scene in that movie is this scene or that. But one of my favorites is, and we quote it all the time in various ways. We quote that whole movie in various ways. But that's how many.
Yeah.
That scene where he talks to Ellis, that old guy that used to be a cop and he got shot, and he's in a wheelchair. That guy's randomly on Yellowstone now, and in a lot of like Taylor Sheridan stuff. So
they might have been in Hell or High Water.
I think he was. Yeah. And he was in Tulsa King too.
And then that one woman. It's got two double beds.
It's got two double beds.
It's like in Hell or High Water is the waitress. That's like a big whole.
But anyway, that scene where he goes and talks to him, and there's a lot of different things being talked about in that scene. But he talks about feeling overmatched is the word that he uses, and even the movie opens with that long kind of monologue about his family being lawmen. And him saying the crime you see now, there's no reason to or whatever. But over the movie, he kind of and I feel like the movie explains that as much as the book does. But kind of silently, him accepting like, yeah, that's what all this ever was, and I was kind of a fool to think otherwise. Yeah. So
one last thing I just remembered, the epilogue of sorts to this. When I was taking my AP English exam, this had to have been in
now,
spring
Kyle,
of 2010.
You're not legally allowed to discuss the test after it has been.
I guess I'm breaking the law. To think about it. Oh well. I forgot. Oh yeah, that's always
literally whatever that test was. No one will remember at this point. Yeah.
So the AP English. And this is always a tribute to Robert Eller, who I really deeply loved and admired. We collectively, as a class, read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Yeah, amazing book in its own way. That I really think a lot about sometimes still. So we read that collectively as a class because he said, well, that's like a book that can cover a lot of different themes, and so I don't know what they're going to write about or they're going to have the prompt be, but you never know. Like, that's a good one to do. So we get to the AP English exam that day. The theme is on justice, the concept of justice on literary terms. What do you know? Frankenstein is one of the books listed. Okay. So I was like, oh, okay. But then I saw a little bit further down also the concept of justice was No Country for Old Men. Now, I committed one of the great sins that a student can do. I wrote about that and having not read the book.
Yeah, but it's the same.
But I heard a lot, and I've read a lot about the movie.
They said
it's very close
to. The Coen said,
how did we adapt the book?
Is that one of us opened the book and read, and the other one typed. Basically. And it's more or less that. I mean, there are changes, but that was written sort of as a movie treatment almost that made its way into being a novel. It was kind of slightly written as a screenplay, too. We haven't even brought up The Counselor, which we're not going to.
Yeah, I thought about
You know what's funny is we brought that movie up last week when we were talking about Rosie Perez.
Oh, we did, yeah.
Here we are again.
Yeah, I thought about that too. Yeah. Anyways, so I committed one of the cardinal sins, but as I said, I had heard and read it was very, very close. So I took a chance. I took a gamble. So I'll write about No Country for Old Men because I had read so much about this movie. It was in my DNA by that point, and I was like, I think I can write pretty loosely about this and be good. We come back to school, and again, he does the whole thing that we're trying to tiptoe around talking about it, but not talking about it too much, you know. And he's like, so everybody do good? And we're like, yeah, and we were talking about it. And he's like, and I think somebody let it slip that, like, Frankenstein was one of the books that was listed as one you can write about. And he literally said, all right, yeah, we all wrote about Frankenstein, right? Is our book. And literally everybody rose their hand except me. I'm sitting there and I'm not raising my hand. And he said, Kyle, what did you write about? And I said, No Country for Old Men. He said, oh, yeah. And he said, I remember him saying, I didn't have a lot of conversation with him after this. I wish I would have because he's since passed away himself. Oh, yeah, love Cormac McCarthy. You a big fan of that book, too? And I said, I can still see his face as I'm saying this. I said, I've not read the book. I've seen the movie a bunch of times, though, and the look of anger on his face, it just like, he just instantly was like, what? Like, didn't read the book and wrote about it? And he said, are you kidding me? And he wasn't gonna, he didn't get super mad out loud. I could tell he was, though. He said, you mean you didn't read the book? And I said, no. I was like, no, but I've seen the movie a ton of times, and I've heard it's really, really close. And he shook his head just like, and he said, well, we'll see how you do. You know, I can tell he's very mad. I made a 4 out of 5 on it. Yeah, so, and when I told him that, he laughed about it later. We had a conversation about it. But I'll always remember that with that movie. And again, I didn't read it, but I was like, well, come on. I heard it's really close. So, rest in peace not only to Cormac McCarthy, but also to Robert Eller, who was a dear teacher of mine who I admired greatly. Last person we want to touch on, this is not really film-related exactly, but it is, I think, a very notable death, one we should talk about, was Daniel Ellsberg, who is most widely known as, basically...
a drug fiend?
No, well, according to Henry Kissinger, who's still alive.
Somehow,
who basically leaked the Defense Department documents.
We need to check in on that every so often, though, to just let listeners
we'll talk
know
about it definitely
Henry
when
Kissinger
after it happens.
Is still alive.
Yeah, we'll definitely
anyway,
celebrate that when that happens.
Right.
But he leaked
his death is what we're saying.
He leaked the Defense Department memos that became known as the Pentagon Papers and widely exposed the Vietnam War for the sham that it was. I don't use this term very lightly. In fact, I take this term very seriously. I think he was very much an American patriot. And again, I think that's a term that gets so widely abused now, and people call themselves patriotic. I don't think, to me, to be patriotic is not a term you can give yourself. It's a term that someone bestows upon you. Interestingly about his history a little bit, he was a guy who went in, believing in the mission of what Vietnam was and basically widely accepted the idea of the domino theory and its importance in Southeast Asia and what it meant in the Cold War. Someone who went overseas to see what it was, immediately saw this is not the war that is being sold to the American public, and then, again, working, within the confines of the Defense Department, then saw the wealth and monument of memos of all the intense struggles that not only Robert McNamara, but a great many people within the Defense Department had about the mission in Vietnam, so much so that he said, you know what, I'm willing to put my personal, professional name out there on the line and leak these memos because the American people are losing boys every day in this. We're killing innocent Vietnamese people every day because of this, which were then expanded to Laos and Cambodia by that point. I do not have a conscience in propping up this war for the sake of that's what the country or the government wants me to believe. And ultimately, the release of the Pentagon Papers were one of many things that really fundamentally severed the sense of trust that the American public had with the American government, which was among many other things going on in the 60s and 70s that had a big role in. So again, I don't say this term lightly. I very much think of him as a deeply American patriot who, again, in more recent years has seen a restoration of his legacy, obviously, as more and more acknowledgement has been made about the sins of Vietnam and what it meant for the American people and what it meant for the world at that time. The movie The Post actually is about, ostensibly...
Who played him in that again?
Matthew Rhys
That's what
played
I thought,
him.
I'm sure, yeah.
And the movie... there's certain things I really love about that movie, than certain things that really
the ending
bug me.
is just so great, right?
The most fundamentally interesting part of that whole movie is Katharine Graham's relationship with Robert McNamara, who Bruce Greenwood plays and Meryl Streep plays. Her. We'll be talking about Miss Streep in a little bit, but
That to me is
Mrs.
fascinating. Assistant to Mrs. Streep. That's always my favorite. By the way, sorry to get off topic here. One of my favorite credits is assistant to Mrs. Streep or wardrobe of Mrs. Streep. Yeah, but anyway, right.
Is their relationship of these friends who she is on, this manager of a newspaper, and he was ostensibly, along with a great many other people, one of the biggest pushes towards going more into Vietnam. And this divide of their loyalties and of their friendship, I think that's very rich text.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other things.
Let's just make a movie out of that.
Yeah, that should have been what it was. That's the strongest stuff. Yeah. Anyways, Matthew Rhys is almost a footnote in that movie. It's not as big a part as that. Also, the Daniel Ellsberg story is pretty interesting.
It uses a lot of Mark Felt deep throat kind of stuff there of like Hal Holbrook in All the President's Men of like, it kind of limits that a little bit. In memory, I only saw the movie once.
I saw it again about a few months ago, I remember, and it actually, I liked it a little even less than I had the first time. But again, Daniel Ellsberg, true American patriot, did what was right when no one wanted to hear it.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is that to me, patriotism is about a sacrifice. And a lot of people talk about that, obviously, in the militaristic sense, which, rightly used, I agree with. Wrongly used, which is most of the time, I don't agree with. But he's patriotic because he did the hard thing, which was to be honest and say, this is wrong. Because, there's a whole thing, especially with, wouldn't you guess, the American right, which has a problem with leaks and things like this, because they're like, do I think that there are things that are better to be hidden from the public for national security? Of course. But when they are things that are as immoral and unjust as this, talking about justice as we were a minute ago, there are things that are just in like law terms, and then there's real justice, which is things like this. It's the same thing with like O.J. Simpson, for an example. It's like, I can't believe they gave him all that time for that kidnapping charge. It's like, because that's a slight sliver of what we know in humanity as justice, which is served on people who do bad things. And obviously, as religious people, God is the true judge, and that will all be judged accordingly. But with Daniel Ellsberg, that's a whole other level of patriotism, I think, to say I'm going to be, because how much did he serve any jail time or much, or what's the deal there? I don't know as much about this as I should, to be honest.
In January 1973, Ellsberg was charged under the Espionage Act of 1917. That goes all the way back to World War I, along with other charges of theft and conspiracy, carrying a maximum sentence of 115 years because of governmental misconduct and illegal evidence gathering, and his defense by Leonard Boudin and Harvard Law School professor Charles Nesson. Judge William Matthew Byrne Jr. dismissed all charges against Ellsberg in May of 1973.
Wow.
And that was in the midst of, again, the whole
growing Watergate concern.
Yeah, and also, like, specifically, the whole plumbers as a concept literally came out of this because Nixon was... What's funny, what's ironic about the whole thing is it was more of a bad reflection on the Johnson administration because all this was mostly compiled and happened while he was president. But it happened when Nixon was president and tried so hard to fight the publication of these things. And the name the whole plumbers comes from the idea that, when you got to plug all these leaks, how you get how you plug the leaks, you get plumbers. And so a lot of the plumbers' activities, while there were dirty tricks that happened before this, actually came directly as a result of this. So in a weird way, Nixon's reaction against this ultimately laid the tracks for Watergate to happen and the explosion of that. And that was the big boom. This and that combined were the big booms of, I have no clue how the American public ever trusted the government again, period. After those two things, one after the other.
Don't. Most still don't.
That has been... Right. But then we've went through periods...
9/11, post 9/11.
And usually the right is always way better at this than the left in terms of... Reagan, when he came about and tried to do it in 76, but mostly in 80... was like, see, you don't like government so much. Let me be the one who leads the government because I hate government even worse.
But I'm the head of the government.
Because
I'm a hypocritical liar.
Right,
but,
because that whole dissonance that the right
they're
has.
really good at that.
And
yeah.
so, but again, in many ways, Carter did that, a version of that in 76, but Reagan really, for the right, did that in, by 80.
Yeah.
And
but
so,
like I say, after 9/11, I feel like that was such a shocking blow against America that everybody just accepted, oh, okay, whatever.
Well, then it was a real doomsday scenario with what that was associated with.
Yeah, because
and
then
so a lot of
those
left
things
versus
were,
right things disappeared.
Yeah.
And a lot of, as we've talked about, a lot of people were very nostalgic for that. There's a lot of problems, though, that are inherent with a lot of that. But,
because then that all led to the Iraq War and the war in Afghanistan and a lot of terrible things that our government has created and done.
And also the level of hate that Islamic Americans had to deal with right after that,
Yeah, so that's... And now I feel like we're in the same... Not to this level, but we're there again about questions of... which I don't prescribe to whatsoever, but questions of voter fraud. Well, that obviously was a thing with the Trump, elections. Of versions of that. Now, how much that actually happened, I think, has been maybe overblown, and also just goes to show how stupid the American public is that they would elect somebody like that. Sorry to get so overtly political, but y'all know the deal by now. But that with this newer stuff, I don't believe in as far as Biden goes and all that. But, because ain't it funny how both times the Democratic nominee won? Ain't that kind of funny how that happened?
Yeah.
But then the other one won the other time.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy how that works, ain't it? The Electoral College. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, I feel like we're in a version of that again of distrust of the government, but I feel like that has never been totally repaired since this, like you said.
That was a fundamental break.
Yeah. That already was something that the left had been saying really post Kennedy.
Yeah.
With Johnson and Nixon. But really...
And I think, and there were a lot of people, not only on the right, there were people on the left who hated him when he did this. And said how unpatriotic this is. How dare he do this? This is driving America apart. No, I'm pretty sure it's the Defense Department directly lying about why we should go in a war that's killing hundreds of thousands of people. I'm pretty sure that's tearing America apart, not what one guy did what was right when he should have done it.
Yeah.
No, you know what? Not a guy leaking what this thing is tearing America apart. Actually, what America's doing is tearing America apart.
Vietnam calls Kent State, not Daniel Ellsberg.
Right.
I mean,
absolutely. Yeah. And that had happened even slightly before that. But yeah, absolutely. And so again, I think the term patriot gets thrown around way too much. He very much to me is an American patriot.
Because even somebody like...
And dealt with a lot of anti-Semitism at the time too, because he's of Jewish
and I mean,
ancestry.
Part of that too, a lot of people talk about John Dean that way now. Yeah. But the thing about John Dean is he was going to go down for all that, and he was basically just not that he didn't do the right thing by coming out and saying this is what happened. But Daniel Ellsberg didn't ever have to do any of this. Like, he didn't have to do anything. He could have easily just been part of the machine and kept quiet and not said anything. But because John Dean has faced a lot of either similar hate or similar praise.
Yeah.
Since that, but like I said, that's different because he literally was gonna go down for that stuff, which was all gonna come out eventually anyway. But like I said, Daniel Ellsberg didn't have to do anything, but the fact that he did, I don't even know what history would be like without him and what wars would have.
I think this stuff would have came out eventually, but it certainly was maximal impact.
How much worse that war could have been.
Yeah.
And it already was,
I want to read this quote. This is from a memoir he wrote in 2002, which I haven't read, but I think this is a very fascinating quote. When he's talking about the Vietnam War. Mm-hmm. It was no more a civil war after 1955 or 1960 than it had been before the U.S. supported French attempt at colonial reconquest, a war in which one side was entirely equipped and paid by a foreign power, which dictated the nature of the local regime in its own interest, was not a civil war. To say we had interfered in what is really a civil war, as most American academic writers and even liberal critics of the war to this day simply screened a more painful reality and was as much a myth as the earlier official one of aggression from the North. In terms of the UN Charter and our own avowed ideals, it was a war of foreign aggression, American aggression.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, rest in peace, Daniel Ellsberg. Again, he lived to be 92 years old. One of America's true patriots, I would say, of the 20th century.
Mm-hmm.
So, speaking of the end of the 20th century, we're going to get into two rip-roaring, wicked...
Speaking of patriotic.
Yeah. None of these movies are either patriotic or unpatriotic. They're simply...
No, I mean, I think of the two, The River Wild is more patriotic by just saying, here is America, but then here is also America, like, you know, in the same way. Wolf, I have no clue what Wolf is about.
I don't know if Wolf knows exactly what it's about either.
We'll talk about that later. But
here is the trailer for The River Wild.
People don't do the gauntlet anymore.
Have you ever done it?
Oh, yeah. Listen, I ran the gauntlet once when I was 18 and completely insane. But I was with 2 other guides, experienced guides, and we were just lucky. But there were 2 other people that summer who did not get so lucky. One guy got killed, and the other is paralyzed for life. But don't worry, we're gonna hit some 3s and 4 pluses. You're gonna scream your guts out. You'll love it. We are gonna risk death a number of times on this trip.
It was actually a weirdly, I think, pretty good trailer for The River Wild.
Yeah.
Not because of how good the movie is, which is quite good, but it gives you enough of a hint of what the movie was going to be before, obviously, really.
Yeah, it doesn't have any of the, like, main plot aspects of it, of them being kidnapped and all that stuff. I think it's better that it just says, no, this is just this experience that happens, and it's, you know, you're not burdened with all that information, I think, which is interesting.
So, The River Wild is, of course, from 1994, American adventure thriller film, directed by Curtis Hanson, starring Meryl Streep, Kevin Bacon, David Strathairn, John C. Reilly, Benjamin Bratt, and Jonathan Mazzello as Rourke, specifically.
As Joseph Mazzello.
Oh, what did I say?
To Jonathan.
Oh, yeah, excuse me, Joseph. As Rourke, but specifically, he is Rourke. Like,
well, first of all, that's like the name of the villain in Call of Duty Ghosts, Rourke.
Yeah.
So, okay, but then also just the fact that it's like, that's more of a last name.
Yeah.
And it's like, Rourke is your first name.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
It's about a family on a whitewater rafting trip who encounters 2 violent criminals in the wilderness. So, we're going to go through a lot of the cast crew here in just a bit, but just some of the other crews specifically. Robert Elswit shot the movie.
Yeah.
Now, we saw... how was it we watched this again?
DVD.
It's DVD. It's one of those movies I could tell... The transfer looked fine, but I would imagine like a newer transfer would probably look better.
Yeah, I mean, it was a DVD from the 2000s at some point, probably. Yeah. A very early DVD.
Our boy Jerry Goldsmith did the music.
Well, you know, I was looking about this a while ago that Maurice Jarre, who's a really big composer for movies, had supposedly done an entire score for this, and the producers threw it out and didn't like it, and then they got Goldsmith to do it, which is just like... Okay.
Yeah, Goldsmith had a lot of hits by then and was well known.
But it's just and Maurice Jarre, that was like... He was getting older by then, I mean... he was doing stuff. I'm pretty sure he did like Lawrence of Arabia. So like he'd been working for a long time up until then to where, but I'm just confused by that about like what did they hate about that? I don't know. It was interesting, but
as it says here, languages. It's primarily in English. There is a little bit of American Sign Language. That's primarily in the beginning.
Yeah.
Although it does provide, and it does seem. I don't know if cheap's the right word. It does provide a way later for them to communicate while being held hostage, basically, and so, that's the aspect to it. Movie had a $45 million budget. Box office was $94.2 million. So it did fine. I guess it's not all that surprising. I'm honestly almost surprised that the budget was as high as that.
You can tell, especially by the end. Also, you don't have to pay a bunch of actors either, because there's so few. And so they put a lot of their money into how difficult it must have been to actually shot the river sequences. So
it was written by Denny O'Neil, but not that Denny.
No,
O'Neil.
Because
first
we were like, what?
The comic book writer. We thought
not Dennis O'Neil.
Before we go through the cast, I want to talk a little bit about Curtis Hanson. He died a few years ago. I can't quite remember when it was. I'm trying to pull up Wikipedia, but for whatever reason, the internet's not doing it here.
To speak about him briefly,
he died in 2016. Yeah, it was. One
thing I know is that he was, I think I mentioned last week, or I might have mentioned it off air, I don't remember, is that he was one of the writers of White Dog. I remember that had been written by, I think, him, or no, somebody else had been chosen to write that or something, based on the Romain Gary novel, and then he kind of rewrote it or kind of did another draft with Samuel Fuller. And that movie was kind of a pretty big bomb. A lot of people didn't see it, and a lot of people didn't like it. But now is seen as one of his best works.
Here he's co-written. He's credited as a co-writer with Samuel Fuller on White Dog. I know you've seen that movie and spoke of it before. The thing is, what's interesting, if you look at his career and the movies he's made, and I've not seen all of them, I've seen some of them. Going back to, we've talked about what a literary quality is before already on this pod, even, and obviously in the past. He seems like when you look at the movies he made, and he's specifically I would key into a run of 5 movies here, or 4, excuse me, has this very almost literary / thoughtful, popular adult entertainment quality of a lot of the movies that he's made. The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, I've never seen that. I've always heard good things about it. He directed in 1992. He did this in 94. L.A. Confidential, which I've been really wanting to reread after reading some Elroy recently. I want to reread that. I want to read the book for the first time and then rewatch the movie. And then Wonder Boys, which I've not seen the movie of. I like the book a lot from Michael Chabon, and I've always heard good things about the movie. And then weirdly, 8 Mile, he also directed,
that's probably arguably his biggest project I can think of, because that I know
it's between that and L.A. Confidential.
Yeah,
because L.A. Confidential was kind of an Oscar play movie that got a lot of attention when it came out.
Well, didn't 8 Mile win some? Or no, it just won Best Original Song. But I know that's a movie that was
been seen
big for a certain cinephile of that time period. Was a really big movie. I haven't seen it, so
I've seen bits of it. I don't think I've seen the whole thing.
And so that would probably be kind of problematic now. I would think about what the movie's kind of about, because it says. It's played by Eminem.
Yeah.
His attempt to launch a career in hip-hop and music genre dominated by African Americans. So it's kind of like, pity party for the one white guy.
Well, that's also kind of his whole MO in general.
Right. So,
Eminem's.
Yeah, but that and, like I said, L.A. Confidential are kind of the biggest. I do hear... I felt like I heard more about L.A. Confidential when I was a kid.
Well, as I was telling you recently, that there was a time, obviously, with Titanic's massive box office success, as we've talked about in the past with the episode on Titanic, and also all the Oscar wins. There was a period in the mid to late 2000s, even going through really, I would say, almost the mid 2010s, where you looked really cool online if you said, I like L.A. Confidential more than Titanic. And that's nothing. That's to say nothing about L.A. Confidential, because I remember thinking it was really good, but it was one of those movies that was also up for some Oscars.
Yeah.
And didn't win, obviously. Did it win any Oscars? I'm not sure.
I'm looking here. It says it was nominated for 9. It won 2. Best Supporting Actress for Kim Basinger, and then Best Adapted Screenplay. And Titanic won every other category that it was nominated
himself
for.
write the screenplay?
He and Brian Hegland
Okay.
Adapted it from the novel.
Right.
And yeah, I was going to say, like, I think also a lot of people maybe really love that movie because of it being, I don't know because I haven't seen it, but being an adaptation of Elroy. That's a lot of people.
That's kind of the first really big one in
right,
way,
seeing that as, you know, seeing the Elroy
aesthetic,
kind of aesthetic in a movie. I don't know, but
it also launched the careers of a lot of movie stars. I mean, specifically Russell Crowe, Guy Pearce. That was a more of a coming of age role a little bit for
James
Kevin
Cromwell
Spacey by that way.
David Strathairn was in that too. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Danny DeVito is in that.
Yeah, he's got a very memorable part.
I'm imagining him speaking Elroy lines would be hilarious.
Yeah, because there's this whole thing. The whole movie opens with he's the publisher of L.A. Confidential, the magazine.
Right.
He's like, on the QT, on the hush hush.
Right.
Like, he's like saying it at the beginning of the movie. Again, I remember it fondly enough. I've not seen it a bunch. I want to really rewatch it.
Now, isn't that where Kevin Spacey's like the villain in that, sort of, or something?
Him and James Cromwell, I think, are. I can't quite remember.
James Cromwell is literally like one of the characters in The Big Nowhere I've been reading, so I didn't know that. But and hang on, I want to see what some of these
Russell
names
Crowe
are.
and Guy Pearce are ostensibly the heroes. Kim Basinger's kind of a femme fatale.
Buzz Meeks is in it too. Yeah, because that's the whole thing about, you know, those books. They're all connected in some kind of way, and it's been a long time.
LA Quartet series.
Yeah, it's a long time since I've read the Black Dahlia. I think it's probably, from what I've understood, the least connected of of those four.
Yeah.
But I've really liked The Big Nowhere. I'm almost done with it. I feel like it's a better version of that story about tying in a lot of different ideas and things kind of into one thing rather than just the Black Dahlia. But like I said, I haven't read that in a long time. Anyway,
but to get back to Curtis Hanson, what I mean by when I said he just makes very thoughtful adult entertainment, this should be a movie that plays, if not every week, every other week in theaters. It's not the greatest thing ever, but it's really well made.
Talking about The River Wild.
The River Wild, it's really well made. It's got like some really high quality performances. It feels real, for one thing. It doesn't feel artificial like so many movies today do.
Right.
This, like I said, is a fairly anonymous movie in the 90s, and I think that's one of the reasons we wanted to pick it was because, one, we wanted to see it and talk about it, but also it just kind of represents an also-ran movie that not a lot of people are going to immediately think of when they think of 90s cinema, but this is the sort of movie that we all, I think, agree we desperately wish still existed. And again, it's not the greatest thing ever, but just it's so well made and well calibered for what it is that's again really what we would.
Yeah, because we'll talk more about this later. But that's kind of one of the things I wrote down here was talking about well-made adventure thrillers. Do we need them now, or survival films in general? Yes, I think so. But we'll get to that in a bit as far as what are versions of that now, or what is that whole kind of genre in itself. But
we'll go through the cast here. Meryl Streep as Gail Hartman. She's the lead of the movie.
Have we talked about Streep on here before?
Maybe a little bit.
I'm going to look at
I recently rewatched, or not rewatched, I watched for the first time Postcards from the Edge, which was a Mike Nichols movie, funny enough. That was loosely an adaptation of Carrie Fisher's novel, it's an adaptation that is loosely drawn from Carrie Fisher's own life about her relationship with her mother, Debbie Reynolds, and her drug abuse that Carrie Fisher went through, is portrayed by Meryl Streep.
Right.
I've always liked Meryl Streep. It's honestly in more recent years where I've really come to appreciate her more and more as an actress, and I thought she was really amazing in that movie. There's one scene in particular she has with Gene Hackman, who's only in like 2 scenes of the movie, where she's trying to like redub a line of dialogue that she was basically, under the influence when they were recording on the day, and she needs to get it right, and she keeps doing it, and then finally gets it, and then they kind of had this big conversation about movies and life, and it's just a really great scene in a pretty good movie. But again, Meryl Streep, I mean, I think she's obviously undeniably one of the most recognizable female stars of the last 50 years.
Yeah.
She's one of the... I know one thing that is pretty notable about her is she was one of the first actresses who was allowed to kind of, sort of, in the modern era, to be both kind of a sex symbol, but also is taking seriously as an actress, because usually you're either one or the other with those two things. And so she's, really threaded the needle in terms of being able to, again, both be a starlet but also be a respected actress. Yeah. What's your takeaway from Streep in general, but also maybe specifically what she brings to this movie?
I've always liked Streep. She's not somebody, though, that I'm sorry to say I haven't seen her in a lot of things, actually. Now, I've seen her in stuff like Kramer versus Kramer and The Deer Hunter, both of which she's really good in.
Out of Africa, I touched on a while back.
I haven't seen that. But, when we talked about Havana, right. I thought you were saying she was in it. I was like, what?
Bridges of Madison County, I've always heard great things about.
I've read the book and haven't seen the movie. I bet the movie would be better. I've kind of always heard that anyway. But yeah, and there were a couple. Adaption, I think she's really good in, is Susan Orlean, and that I thought was really. That's a whole movie's really good, but her and Chris Cooper are both really good in that.
Doubt,
yeah, that's one I've seen.
Mamma Mia, I think's a lot of fun. I like that movie quite a bit too.
But she's kind of entered now that kind of where a lot of actors and actresses go in their careers of like, I'm now appearing in this thing of Meryl Streep's here, and you just go by her name alone.
There's a lot of Robert De Niro movies. Right. That's a slightly other thing, but it's similar.
And so for me, I've noticed that over the years that with that
she's honestly become more of an institution where that name means a lot. Yeah. But when you look at a lot of these earlier movies, a little bit before she really had achieved that, is some of pretty amazing work.
And so that's what I want to see more of, and I just haven't. But so for a long time, I had this kind of confusion about Meryl Streep, honestly, where I was like, Manhattan's another one I didn't think of.
Small role in
but where it wasn't that I didn't like her, but I was just like, what's the big deal about Meryl Streep? Like, because by the time I was a kid, with The Devil Wears Prada, which was probably big, when I first heard of her, I was like, okay, like I haven't seen her in anything. And then as I've seen more things, she is, I think, really
mentioned
good.
The Post earlier. I think she's quite good in that, and I wish the movie had more of her in that, but it gets bogged down in other things.
Yeah.
So.
Now, also, she, I know, has been in some other Mike Nichols, or in a lot of Mike Nichols stuff like Silkwood. She was in that movie Heartburn, also. Ironweed as well. So she's worked with Nicholson quite a bit. Over the years. So I want, like I said, want to see Bridges of Madison County. There's a lot of her stuff I really want to see.
A very small voice in
AI. Yeah, she's in. I forgot. Yeah, she's in Series of Unfortunate Events. That might actually be the first movie I saw her in. Prairie Home Companion also. But yeah, no, I really like her, especially seeing a lot of her earlier things where she became known. I've thought is really
It is
good.
interesting now, like you said.
She's really good in this too.
She's become more of an institution, and she's on. You think about her in, like, say, Little Women, Greta Gerwig's Little Women. She's almost way off to the side, almost played off like a joke, which I know that's part of the character, and so I'm sure Greta Gerwig was thrilled she could just get somebody like Meryl Streep to play a role like that.
To speak of her in this movie, though, I think she's really good because we love Strathairn. We're going to get to him in a minute. And we've probably talked about him before on here, maybe I don't know.
Bit.
But normally in these types of movies, it's the man who is the leader of everything, and he's the one who can navigate the river. It is very much a woman's movie the entire time in ways that other adventure thrillers had not been before this.
And she doesn't have a woman to play off of by her side either. We joke throughout the movie about there's a daughter who's also part of the family, but she gets left behind
and
with
her
the grandparents.
Her mother is in a scene earlier in the movie.
And there is that one important scene where they're talking, and she's like, well, don't you think if life was easy, I would have gave up on a lot of things a long time ago? Like, her husband, Streep's father, is deaf, and so that's how she knows sign language.
That's actually a way some of them can communicate because they know sign language. But
so there's that one scene where she's kind of challenging her to, buck up and kind of be the woman. I won't even say it's like in this paternalistic way for your family, but just like to be a mature woman. And that's part of growing up, you know what I mean? Even though she's clearly an adult or whatever. But, yeah, as you said, it's very much a female-oriented thing, and that in and of itself is different. And her husband's kind of the the bookish weenie out of the two of them, which is kind of an interesting choice to do.
She's very in control, and she has moments of hysteria, obviously, but she doesn't beg Kevin Bacon. At a point, she just says, "I'm going to kill you."
Yeah,
you'll see. Yeah. And spoiler, she does. Yeah. So, so that is definitely, I think, one of my more favorite roles from her I've seen for a movie that isn't that discussed. Is just she runs the movie, even in ways that you would think Kevin Bacon or John C. Reilly might steal the show a little bit. But I feel like she still does.
I would say this is true for most people in the movie, but obviously especially her because she's the lead. Very physical performance. It's not just purely actors walking in rooms, hitting the mark, say a line.
And
it's very pretty much exclusively exteriors, in the river, on the water. I mean, it's very, very, very physical performance as well.
Right. I was going to say, I was reading earlier, it said here that she had done some of her own stunts.
Yeah.
But they also had... Well, also they trained all the actors for about 2 weeks how to do this stuff. Said that, I'll read here in Wikipedia, it said, there was a scare at the end of one day of filming when Hanson asked Streep to shoot one more scene, to which she objected because of her exhaustion. However, she decided to attempt it, and weak from fatigue was swept off the raft into the river and was in danger of drowning. She did not drown because of her personal flotation device and the river rescue team. Afterwards, she said to Hanson, "In the future, when I say I can't do something, I think you should believe me," to which he agreed.
Yeah.
So it was a rough shoot.
That was something we didn't really talk about when we were watching the movie, but obviously I was thinking the whole time this had to be a bear to shoot.
Well,
you know,
as our old friend Richard Dreyfuss once said, this thing was a bit to shoot.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I would like to get the audio of that, but I'm not going to pledge that because we don't know where it is.
Yeah.
Go and watch the random documentary made for the Jaws VHS.
Where Spielberg says also in it when he was talking about the mechanical shark, which I called the Great White Turd, and then just moved on
you think that's funny, don't you? It's like okay, but yeah, I do think she's really great in this, and it's a like I said, both a good basic performance of what it needs to be, but also, like I said, a very physical.
Well, I think this is a good argument, and you've seen this plenty of times over a lot of eras. When you get a really high-quality actor to play a performance like this, and what I mean by that is you think about, say, Daniel Day-Lewis in Last of the Mohicans. It's different, but it's a similar thing where it's like you get a really high-quality actor to do this more action/adventure-oriented role where they're required to do stunts or kind of be this, quote, action hero. Right. I think this is obviously, those are two really great examples of this time period of you get great results when you do that, you know. So Kevin Bacon, he's ostensibly the main villain of this whole thing, as Wade. Kevin Bacon. I don't know if we really had a big... Well, we talked about Kevin Bacon probably a little bit with JFK.
Yeah.
That's one of the most defining performances for me and him in this era. I'd say that along with, say... A Few Good Men also from this era. I mean, Kevin Bacon's one of the defining aspects of Kevin Bacon is the 6 degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon, where he's literally been in so many things that he basically has proximity to practically anyone in Hollywood of the modern era. Just to go through some of his big 90s work, of course he did stuff in the 80s, but just talking about the 90s, Tremors. In 91 alone, he was in 5 movies.
Yeah.
In 91, Pirates, Queen's Logic, He Said, She Said, JFK, and A Little Vicious. 92, A Few Good Men. This year, he was in this, New York Sky Ride, The Air Up There. 95, Murder in the First, Apollo 13, Balto. 96, Sleepers. 97, Picture Perfect, Destination Anywhere, Digging to China, Telling Lies to America. 98, Wild Things. 99, Stir of Echoes. So if you were going to the movies in the 90s, you saw Kevin Bacon somewhere.
Right.
What do you take away from Kevin Bacon in general, but also maybe what he adds to this movie?
He's in so many things, as you
mentioned. It's hard to really pin down what is, quote, quintessential Kevin Bacon.
Because he's played good guys, he's played bad guys. Normally when I think of Kevin Bacon, I think of like
shady / bad characters.
Right, of some sort. Because I think of him in JFK. I think of him in this.
I really love his placement in A Few Good Men because
that also.
he's the antagonist of really the antagonist is Nicholson in the movie, but he's defending Nicholson as a lawyer. But even by the end, he knows that Nicholson's sunk his ship and that I'm not. Yeah, I'm just doing my job.
Also, most
crazy.
People probably think of him in Footloose as like
that's the biggest thing in the 80s.
Obviously, the first big thing he was his film debut was Animal House. Obviously, he was in, and then he was also in Diner. So there was kind of that really period where he was in those like coming of age, younger roles
in the 80s,
and then he, like I said, kind of transitioned into being into those different kinds of things. Also, he was in Mystic River. I'd forgotten about.
But in the 90s, I think of him and obviously Kiefer Sutherland is just like dirt bags. Like, and they're both in something like A Few Good Men. Yeah. Kiefer Sutherland's in tons of other things in that era too. But like, just
was he in Stand By Me? Now I'm thinking about it. I don't think he was Kevin Bacon because he's literally just like Kiefer Sutherland basically, and that is a version of Kevin Bacon. It feels like, but yeah, that's a whole thing about Kevin Bacon, as you mentioned, that 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, which is just saying that he has been in so many things, that you can tie anybody to that. You can't really do that with anybody else. And to be that big of a movie star. But like I said, I mean, he's really well known, but he's never been like a big movie star. He was not in that movie, by the way. Stand By Me, but literally he could have been easily.
I remember him a lot in Frost Nixon. He plays Jack Brennan, who is basically one of Nixon's right-hand men, his chief of staff in his post-presidency.
You know what's funny is I have not seen that movie, but when I think of Kevin Bacon, I'm like, Kevin Bacon movie.
Yeah.
That's one of the first things I think of.
Describe to me what you mean by that, because I think that's getting to the heart of Kevin Bacon.
By just like perfectly fine...
Ron Howard production,
yeah.
I mean, Apollo 13 he's in, so too.
Just, we need a man. Kevin Bacon.
Who is man?
Which sounds like we're saying, like, I like Kevin Bacon fine,
Yeah.
But I know he was in that movie a few years ago I really wanted to see, but I didn't, called Cop Car, where that seemed like more of a, like... Good.
Yeah.
Ooh, Kevin Bacon is back kind of role or whatever.
He was a villain in that.
Yeah, that was right around the time of Black Mass, which he also was in.
I don't remember him in that. Yeah.
Literally, it was like, oh yeah, there's Kevin
X-Men
Bacon.
First Class. He plays Sebastian Shaw. He was a good villain in that.
R.I.P.D. R.I.P.D. keeps coming up, y'all.
I forgot he was in Crazy Stupid Love, but I think he's kind of not a. There's no quote real villains in that movie.
Are you aware
like an antagonist
of a movie called Jane Mansfield's Car, directed by Billy Bob Thornton?
No,
that has Robert Duvall, John Hurt, Kevin Bacon, Ray Stevenson, Francis O'Connor, and Robert Patrick.
Okay.
It's the first movie that Billy Bob Thornton attempted to direct after All the Pretty Horses, the Cormac McCarthy movie, which was supposedly terrible. I've never seen it. Everybody I've ever talked to about that movie says it's terrible, but I've never seen it, obviously.
It says in the near future he's going to be in the new Toxic Avenger movie.
Really?
Beverly Hills Cop Axel Foley and Maxine, which is the third of the Ty West horror movie trilogy that he's been doing with X, and then what was the newest one? Oh gosh, Pearl. Yeah,
he's gonna be in that Maxine.
Yeah, he's gonna be in that. So,
but anyway, it was also in The Hollow Man. That's another movie I was reading. But and then, like I say, Wild Things we mentioned, that's another big one I kind of think of that also has Matt Dillon. But
Mystic River specifically was, talk about that a little bit, that was a pretty big movie. I feel like out of the three big leads of that, between Sean Penn, Tim Robbins, and him, he's probably the third wheel of that, mostly because Sean Penn was the big Oscar performance, and Tim Robbins has the most like tragic arc of the character.
Yeah, because I was going to say that Kevin Bacon is the normal one in quotes. Like he's the cop who's just, it's been a long time since I've seen Mystic River, but I forget he's in that. I'm always thinking about Sean Penn and Tim Robbins, usually based on specific scenes.
Yeah, right.
But
I do. I actually think I actually love Sean Penn as an actor. I think a lot about him. I do think though, like 2000s Oscar clip moment. That one where
was when
he's like
his daughter's found dead,
and he's like screaming. That's like Oscar clip moment.
I think about that all the time. Is like Sean Penn, like say in Mystic River, basically any scene, but specifically that one. Anyway, all that's just to say that Kevin Bacon he's got that
what he's really good at in this movie, and I think in general he's got, like, when he plays bad guys, he's got that, like, little winking smirk menace that, like, I'm gonna kill you, but I'm gonna be a little charming while I do it.
Now, of course, we've talked about him with JFK before.
Fascism's coming back.
But I really love him in JFK because he's a particular character of, like, a gay man who's also a right-wing, like, fascist, which normally you don't necessarily. I think there's
those shots and scenes where he's dressed up in that, like, 18th century garb or whatever. He's got, like,
I don't even like to talk about those scenes, and we did it in the commentary, so we'll, whatever. Yeah. But I think he is really good in this as, like, a straight-up villain. He's like that, like you mentioned, the Kiefer Sutherland role in Stand By Me, but an adult in the 90s version of that.
And then also Kiefer Sutherland was still being that in the 90s.
Yeah. But it's funny because there's that... I've been thinking about it for a while. That scene that we used last week to introduce it, where everything kind of unravels, and it's like, oh, well, where David Strathairn's like, we're taking them down the river.
Yeah.
And that's what we're gonna do, like, like that whole scene. But he's like, "What are you doing?" Like, the way he talks is so, like, and it's funny because it's supposed to be in, like, Idaho, but it's like he sounds like he's like some Southerner or something. Well, it's like put on.
Thinking about people that could play a neighbor of ours. I mean, maybe him in another area.
What are you doing? Like.
Why are you acting crazy? Why are you doing
Why
this?
are you acting like this?
That'll be an after dark bonus podcast.
Yeah, we might do someday when that person's dealt with and put where they need to be. There's only two places. It's like what our old great Uncle Arnold used to say when he'd hold up his fist. He'd say, "You want the hospital or the graveyard?"
But I mean,
but anyway,
but to the Kevin Baconness of all this. Like, this movie, and I say this more as a compliment than not, and I think Levi would agree with me on this, like, in the best way, this whole movie in general feels like the VHS you find at a beach home, which we've made this comparison with other things before, and you're just like, a 90s movie that you're like, you look at the cover of and you're like, okay, I guess that existed. I didn't know about it. Yeah. And who is the villain? Oh, Kevin Bacon, of course he's the villain. It's just that kind of movie.
Well, thankfully, this is one of the ones that's one of the better versions of that I've seen, because there's been a lot of those we've watched over the years that's that type of movie that we're obsessed with. The Saint is one I think where it's like, that movie's pretty trash, and worthless, but kind of memorable, but it's like, this is actually good, So,
all right, let's get to the man of the moment, though. All right. David Strathairn as Tom Hartman. So let's talk about the character first, and then I want to talk about Strathairn. Okay. So Tom, again, as we said, he's kind of the wet noodle husband.
He's an architect. We get architects 2 weeks in a row. And also, Maurice Jarre scored Fearless, don't forget. So architecture and Maurice Jarre could not again meet up with this movie. But
now, at the very beginning, are they officially separated?
No, it's like they're going through these marital problems.
But I feel like they're on the verge of it.
Basically, and he's basically this dad who's like never there. He's basically I'll be there, I promise. Like, but he's like an architect, and he's like, I'm not going to be able to go on the trip. Like,
and it's the son's birthday,
right? And so he's like,
he feels guilty.
I'm going to celebrate my son's birthday. That's what we're going to do.
And so he's like, all right, I'll go.
But at first, he doesn't go. He's like, and then he shows up just in time, like, to go with him.
But then, over the course of the movie, I mean, it's like, he's the wet noodle, Meryl Streep's the hero, and very much the movie still ends with Meryl Streep being the hero, but he kind of redeems himself, not only in the physical sense of being the man or the father, but also just of being a loving husband and father.
Yeah.
And that kind of, obviously, that reconciliation that happens between them. And again, it's something that we kind of laughed about, that, like, this is this bonding experience that the mother, father, and the son are going to have the rest of their life, and then they're going to go back to this daughter that's like, where have y'all been the whole time? And just like, and how many times in their future family are they going to be like, remember when we were going down the river and blah blah happened, and then she'll be like, I don't remember that, I wasn't there for that. But all right, so we got to get into it. Our boy Strathairn, fan favorite, so much so that he is now the newest member of Overlapping Dialogues, the Immune.
It is better to be the right hand of the devil than in his path. As long as I serve him, I am immune.
So, Levi, we talked about inducting him into the Immune. What about you makes David Strathairn immune worthy?
Well, I just want to list some of his movies here. Now, he first got, and this is, if you start out this way, you're automatically going to be one of the great actors ever. He started out in a lot of John Sayles projects. Return of the Secaucus 7, I think, was his debut. Then he was in Matewan, which we really love, and he's really great in that, too. 8 Men Out, which we have yet to see, but we're going to try to see that sometime soon. City of Hope, also another John Sayles movie. And then he was in A League of Their Own.
That was a big 90s movie.
Sneakers, which we have seen. That's a fun movie that he's really
blind
good
in that.
I think so, yeah. Now, you've seen The Firm. I haven't seen that.
That's I don't really remember him all that well. That movie has literally everybody in it, though.
Right.
Like, it's a lot of people, so I don't remember him as well. One of the great deaths of all time in a movie by Gary Busey.
Oh,
in
yeah.
The Firm. What Dead Lawyers? You know, that scene.
What Dead Lawyers? Julio Iglesias. And then we mentioned he was in L.A. Confidential. And then, I'm going here. Let's see.
He was really good as Edward R. Murrow in Not Good Luck, a movie that is fairly forgettable. I mean, he looks a lot like Edward R. Murrow, too, in the movie. So.
Supposedly, he was in that movie, The Notorious Betty Page, that Mary Herron movie, as Estes Kefauver. Okay, he was in the Kefauver hearings, I guess. And then, I said Goodnight and Good Luck. I've always heard about, but haven't seen.
The movie's fine enough, but he's great in.
The Bourne Ultimatum. My God.
Jesus Christ.
Or Jesus Christ. That's Jason Bourne.
That's probably where most people would immediately recognize him as. He's like the perfect CIA guy running a CIA operation, saying enhance. Right. What's he doing? Where is he? I need eyes on him now. Like that actor, that type of actor.
And then he entered an interesting phase where he was in like Trumbo and Howl within a few years, which are both these like beatnik or like red. All these reds or 50s, all these freaks and like movies.
Which I mean, Good Night and Good Luck was a version of that even too.
Yeah. And then he was, of course, he was in The Bourne Legacy, which I didn't see. And he was in a version of. Wait a second. Yeah, The Tempest. I didn't even know that existed. With, it looks like Digimon Hansu and Helen Mirren were in that. And then Lincoln.
I want to talk about Lincoln for a little while because that's one of my favorite Spielberg movies. What I love about it, among many things, is I think it actually has a fair shot at being perhaps the greatest cast in motion picture history in terms of just top to bottom. Like, almost unnamed, like, telegraph operator is Adam Driver. You know what I mean? Like, that, even going to the bottom of the movie, it's like that level of talent. He's amazing in the movie. He plays William Seward, who was Secretary of State during the Lincoln administration. And what's interesting is the office of the Chief of Staff did not exist in the 19th century. It was sometime in the early 20th century the Chief of Staff was created as an office. But William Seward for Lincoln was essentially what the modern-day Chief of Staff was, while also he was Secretary of State. And he was very crucial in keeping Britain and a lot of other countries out of the war effort. But anyways, he's amazing in that. There's a very important, crucial moment early on when Lincoln's like, we're going to try to push through this 13th Amendment, and he's like, we don't have the votes for that, we don't have the momentum for that, and Lincoln just kind of takes all that, hears it, but then he goes over to his fire and is kind of messing with the coals and trying to get the fire working again, and there's kind of this unspoken moment of Strathairn looking at Daniel Day-Lewis do that, and it's this moment of this man humbling himself to do this job for himself that eventually is what gets Seward on board to say, you know what, I'm going to try to push this and make this happen. And again, I think he's really underrated in that movie in general.
Yeah, and I do love
really
him in that.
Him in that movie.
You don't have the votes. You need to get the votes.
And there's a few scenes where he's wearing this weird robe in his nighttime private study that's like...
you were interrupting my cookies and milk, like, kind of attitude. Yeah, but he is really great in that, and a really great movie in general. He was also in the Godzilla movies more recently, which I haven't seen either of. Godzilla and Godzilla King of the Monsters. He was also in that American Pastoral. I want to talk about this, though. He's actually been in a lot of movies in the last so many years that have supposedly been really bad that I haven't seen. That I've heard is awful. That movie November Criminals that had Chloe Grace Moretz and Ansel Elgort in it. I heard that was god awful. Yeah. I think it got like a 0% at one point, Rotten Tomato score. But I guess he's just like, I'll do it, whatever. Yeah. He was, though, in the last few years, and now it's funny. I'm like, now hang on, he was in this. Like we have to apologize for David Strathairn. Nomadland.
And not only a pretty great movie, he was also very great in that too. Yeah.
But hang on a second, I'm looking about this November Criminals because it's popping up now. Yeah, I heard that was so bad. Let me look about what it says about critical response. Yeah, it has an approval rating of 0% based on reviews from 11 critics. It said somebody from Hollywood Reporter, Sherry Linden, said the starry chemistry of leads Ansel Elgort and Chloe Grace Moretz injects a modicum of energy into the coming-of-age drama whose elements of romance, crime, and smart kid angst never coalesce. And then somebody from Variety called... I know you're really interested in the November Criminals reviews, but a low-budget generic shrug of a movie. One that recycles cliches both ancient, testy drug dealers, and slightly less ancient. The hero films his life with a camcorder. Wow.
I'm just looking also at some other Strathairn credits. He was in the Oh Baby LCD sound system music video.
Saw that. Oh Baby.
And also he was in an episode of Miami Vice in '85, so we got to watch that. In the episode Out Where the Buses Don't Run.
And of course, we haven't mentioned yet, he was in The Sopranos for a couple episodes.
Oh yeah.
As he was kind of the side squeeze of Carmela for a little while.
Yeah.
And where he's just real put together, like, Carmela, I think you need to get your act together, kind of thing. But we can't speak enough of how much we love David Strathairn. Also, we forgot to mention, we talked about it. He was also in that movie, The Brother from Another Planet, I'd forgotten about, too.
Sales.
Big Girls Don't Cry, They Get Even.
Oh, my gosh. Lost classic.
And we've talked about that here and there already. We talked about it last week with him and Griffin Dunn. But I feel like he's a great version of that. It's like, I feel like he took that role as training for this role almost. Like that character
a divorced dad
so he can run, But and he does that actually pretty well of somebody who has this false sense of confidence about themselves and is always like, I have a job and I am this kind of man. And then when they're put in these situations, they don't measure up.
I don't want to boil it all down to one thing because I think he's a great actor, but it really is the voice. I feel like he's just got one of the most distinctive voices in acting and presence. We've also specifically talked a lot about how much he has a visual resemblance to Don DeLillo. And that if there's ever anybody who could play Don DeLillo in a movie,
and sounds enough like him where it would work, I think. But he's in Our Immune. Always great. Really great in this, obviously. What I love about him in this, as I said, he's always over-scribbling on his stuff. And then there's a whole part of the movie where he's kind of like away from the rest of the group, and him and the dog have their bonding moment.
Yeah, because earlier in the movie, the dog ain't listening
Maggie,
to him.
The dog,
and getting along. And then, they have a...
Maggie, come.
Yeah.
Maggie, come. And he and the dog get one over on the bad guys, like whole kind of moment. But Strathairn always great. Also has done a lot of theater as well.
There's a great monologue he does. Some great monologues you can find on YouTube. He done one, I think, of John Brown's among his final defenses of himself before he was executed.
You know what his name was in Big Girls Don't Cry, They Get Even?
What?
Keith Powers.
Okay.
Also, I forgot this and didn't really know. He was the voice of FDR in Darkest Hour, that movie about Winston Churchill that Gary Oldman was in. I had no clue about that. What's also funny is it's like, he was FDR. He wasn't in the movie. It was a voice. He wasn't in the movie.
But they're like, hey, we need Joe Wright, I think, directed that.
Yes.
He's like, all right, who am I going to get who's an American to represent FDR? I want David Strathairn.
He was in a movie called An Interview with God where he played God.
Oh,
I think that's where we
about
need to leave it. He is God. It's like Groucho Marx plays God, Anyway.
Joseph Mazzello as Rourke. Every time I see this, I want to say Roark, and I'm thinking of McConaughey in A Time to Kill.
We watched A View to a Kill today, so that's why we're...
A Time to Kill.
Yeah. Any thoughts on A View to a Kill, by the way, you want to voice now?
I mean, it's widely known, but just to see it in full breadth, the moment of, what a view to a kill. That's like... That makes no sense, literally whatsoever.
There's a lot of things in that movie don't make sense, like how the Beach Boys plays at one point.
Just totally inserted, and then then the score goes back to being like the semi-serious Bond action scene.
California Girls. And it's not even the total normal version of it. It's like a slightly different cut of the song. Like I don't know.
Baffling. I don't understand.
Anyway,
Joseph Mazzello as Rourke Hartman. I think most everybody's going to remember Joseph Mazzello as being in Jurassic Park. He's the boy in that. He also, later on, he does have some other things in the 90s, but later on, he's one of the college roommates in The Social Network.
And actually, I think the thing he's most known for a certain type of television viewer, cinephile, he was in The Pacific. And I never finished all the Pacific, but I thought he was really good in it. I know he's kind of one of the main people in it. He's basically this guy that comes from this rich Southern family. His brother goes into the war, into the army, and his father doesn't want him to because he has this heart murmur or heart defect, and that's like a whole thing, and is him still wanting to go and do it. And then he eventually does. But yeah, and then I forgot this. He was John Deacon in Bohemian Rhapsody also.
There's just one other little movie I want to draw attention to that I remember. Star Kid. Are you the least bit familiar with this?
No.
I remember renting this as a kid in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Never heard of that.
It was this kind of lame superhero movie.
Right.
I don't even remember what all happened in it, but I just remember seeing this like VHS art a bunch of times. Yeah, that was kind of a thing.
Yeah,
he had a very small role in the Lost World Jurassic Park at the very beginning of the movie.
But I've always thought he's a really good child actor. Normally, it's a shame, good child actors usually don't last or don't do a lot more things.
He's not been super in a lot of stuff, but he has continued to work.
Like I said, I think him being in, like I said, The Social Network, and especially having such a big role in The Pacific, which is like, one of the bigger roles he's had, arguably. It's shown he's still hung around, but I think he's really good in this too. One random thing I think's funny is like there's all those sequences or kind of scenes. I use the word sequence too much. You ever notice that? Like these sequences, like
usually qualifies.
I don't know, but it's like you remember those sequences where he's talking about Lollapalooza. It doesn't really make sense to say sequence.
Scene,
but the scenes where he's talking about with Kevin Bacon has a hat that he stole that says Lollapalooza on it, and he's like, "Oh, did you get a Lollapalooza?" And he's like, "Yeah." Like, and he's like,
you can tell he just stole it.
One of my favorite bands is what was it? It was Jane's Addiction. Like, and I've heard some Jane's Addiction, and it's just like, really, you're into Jane's Addiction? Okay, which they're fine. What I've heard.
Reaction hearing that in the car would be.
Yeah, he's like, Jane's Addiction is trash. Right?
We don't need to be addicted to anything but hard work and
and he's like, they need to have a what do you call it? They need to have a what's it called when you get the people in the room and say, you on drugs, stop.
Oh, intervention?
Intervention.
Jane's intervention.
Jane's intervention, yeah. But that's my favorite thing I've ever said is, what do you get the people in the room and say they do the drugs, say stop. Like,
don't do drug.
Don't drug. But anyway, that's interesting parts of this where it's like, he's real into like rock and roll. And it's like rock music you wouldn't think that kid would be real into. You think he'd be more into like, I don't know, like even like Nirvana or something, and he's all like, I'm into Jane's Addiction.
Or even New Kids on the Block, which ain't rock and roll or something of that period,
But yeah, it's kind of random, like, but yeah, he's usually good. I think he's really good in Jurassic Park.
Yeah, that's a tough role. But Spielberg knows how to direct kid actors really well. So.
But yeah, so he's good.
Another guy who could easily be in the Immune, because I love this guy a lot. John C. Reilly as Terry.
Eventually.
Yeah, you'll make it there one day, kid. Don't worry.
For Hard 8, right?
Now, obviously, as Paul Thomas Anderson fans, I think principally that's who we think
he'll probably
of.
make it for Licorice Pizza playing Herman Munster in that. Or what's that guy's name that played Herman Munster?
No, what is it?
Everybody's like, ooh, you don't know that.
So, I'm sorry, I was born in
sorry, I
90s.
care about other things.
Important
I'll
thing.
find it in a second. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, maybe I can find it on this page, actually.
It's taking too long. I'm getting tired of all these Wikipedia pages that they kick the filmography to other pages now. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
It's like, no, I want it all in one place. I want my one-stop shop. Okay?
As far as, the 90s, he was starting to become a bigger deal. He made his debut in Casualties of War in 1989.
I have the VHS.
I forgot he was in Days of Thunder, but yeah, he was in that.
Yeah. It's played by... Just tell me the guy's name. Oh, my God. Fred Gwynn.
Fred Gwynn, okay. Yeah.
I was about to lose my
Days
mind.
of Thunder, What's Eating Gilbert Grape, and The River Wild. And then...
We still haven't watched that Monsters movie, the Rob Zombie Monsters movie, I just remember. Anyway, sorry.
Also, don't forget, he was in The Thin Red Line in the 90s, too.
Yeah.
I bet he literally, if I'd want to read anybody's anecdotes about working in Hollywood and in movies, it would literally probably be John C. Reilly because of so many of the people he's worked with. Of course, Hard 8, Boogie Nights, Magnolia. That's actually, other than the very small role in Licorice Pizza, the most recent time he's really worked with Paul Thomas Anderson, which is a little bit of a shock. So much so that I, as a PTA fan, had started to wonder, like, are they like on the outs or something problem? And I read something that's like, oh no, me and Paul are still really good friends. I went and dropped by a day or two on the set of Phantom Thread and hung out and was watching the making of the movie and talked to Daniel and all blah blah. Yeah. And so he's just like, they haven't had a chance to work together again. Him and Magnolia, that's the performance of his career. I mean, that's we joke about it, but like the scene where he is unironically watching Today Show with Matt Lauer and like genuinely like sitting there eating breakfast and like laughing but that you laugh at that, but you see that's who he is as a person. Right, he's like this genuine lovable idiot basically. And,
I love that part too, a little bit after that, where it's him walking to his car with the shotgun on his shoulder and it's the narration. He's like, when I get a call, it's bad news. But about him in this, I want to talk about him a little bit. Because I think he's really great, but I think early in his career he got labeled. Where's he from, by the way?
He's from Chicago.
Okay, I wasn't sure where he was actually from. He gets labeled often as this like the village idiot or like the
also in the 2000s, what a lot of people would probably know him as is in Step Brothers or in Talladega Nights, the Will Ferrell comedies.
And he's been in a lot of comedies now, and he's really funny.
Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story is hilarious.
I'm just thinking about things in that.
But then he's also, don't forget, in the Martin Scorsese movies, Gangs of New York and The Aviator. He's also really good in The Aviator.
Yeah, I remember him more in Gangs of New York than I do The Aviator. But anyway, he is in this movie. I think he plays more into that. Like, I thought y'all were running out on us, which then reminds me of him in The Lobster. I don't think you're my best friend in the whole world. Is that lisp, bro? But no, John C. Reilly's really great. But I was going to say, I'm glad he's had a variety of roles. Yeah. He's kind of like Jeff Daniels in a way of like, he's kind of known for his comedy sometimes, but is also a really good actor, like a dramatic actor. But he's it's weird because he's from Chicago, but he has this kind of southern, weird, like hick accent all the time. He almost does, which is weird. Like he plays it up in certain movies more than others. Yeah. But, we'll definitely talk more about him in the future.
Some other things real quick. Again, Walk Hard is one of my favorite comedies ever. Hilarious. I quote that probably daily. Talladega Nights, he's really funny in also. Step Brothers, I don't like as much, but he is funny in that. The Wreck-It Ralph series is big. He did the voice of that. He was in the first Guardians of the Galaxy. Love him in Kong Skull Island. That's like another one of his marquee great performances. And not only that, but how the movie treats his character. That specifically the end. So he's been trapped on Skull Island since World War II? I guess he was a veteran.
About 20 years or 25 years.
And so he finally makes it back home, and the movie shoots it like it's just some lost some poor lost war veteran who's finally made it home, and it treats it with this level of sentimentality and sincerity that's shocking.
It's like that part in this is actually more well done and funnier and not as stupid. But in Independence Day Resurgence, there's that part where that character dies. What's the guy that played Data that was in that? Who's in all those Star Trek stuff?
Yeah, what is his name? Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And there's that whole moment where that guy dies, and it takes a moment, not for him, but for his friend.
Yeah.
And it's like, this character's barely been in the movie. And it's like, why are we taking so much time on this? Like, you know. And, anyway, it reminds me of that, sort of. But this is done with
Brent Spiner.
Right, Brent Spiner. It's done with the whole artfulness of it. But, yeah, him.
But it's like he's coming home, and it's like he went through all this awful combat. It's like you were on the freaking Skull Island fighting off like dinosaurs and monsters and all that.
And it's
stuff.
like he sits down and he's watching like a Yankees game.
Chicago Cubs.
I'm sorry, Chicago, because he was from Chicago.
Yeah. He's a White Sox fan, I know.
And like eating a hot dog and laughing
and drinking a beer.
Right.
I made it home.
It's shot in this like old like home movie style.
So bizarre.
It's one of the weirdest endings to any movie I've ever seen. It truly is something.
And I was really into that movie the whole time, and then it ended that way. I was like, oh my god, I love how.
Yeah.
And this is a whole other sidetrack. The 2014 Godzilla. And I think they kind of learned their lesson after that one, I think, it seems like.
Yeah.
Took itself so seriously. And I was like, how seriously can we take this? Like, Kong Skull Island, I really have a lot of affection for. It was fun, action, comedic. It hit all the right notes for what a movie like that should be. Had a great little cast.
Yeah.
It even had Brie Larson when she was shooting the movie. Make one of the most embarrassing social media posts of all time, where she had these pictures from the movie, screenshots, and was like, "This is in honor of like all the photojournalists."
Oh, that,
it's just like something that was like, "Are you kidding me?"
That's
like,
so stupid,
I like her generally, but I was just like, "What the hell are you talking about?" All that, and I don't know, just checks all the right, the notes, and so again, and what I like about John C. Reilly in this is that he's a bad guy, but he's not as outright evil as Bacon is, and that he like feels bad about how this whole thing has turned and wants to see an end to it in his own way.
I mean, ultimately, he gets that attitude, y'all shouldn't have come here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, John C. Reilly's great, so
deal with it.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
who else do we got here?
Benjamin Bratt's one we talk about.
Ranger Johnny.
Yeah.
It almost implies that him and Meryl Streep's character had like a relationship years ago or something. He's basically the poor, hapless ranger who has to come out and, oh, hey, how are y'all doing? Y'all doing okay? Like, and he ends up, he get outright killed, don't he?
Yeah, he gets shot and then pushed into and he goes down the gauntlet. He's like, he got to do it now, or whatever.
Yeah, because he's talking about, I always wanted to do that, and then Bacon kills him and says that,
I was going to look here about different movies he's in. Demolition Man is probably one of the bigger ones. I don't really remember him.
I do.
Alfredo Garcia? What? That's his name.
That has to be a reference to...
Wow. Clear and Present Danger, he was in the year before this. Red Planet, which I've never seen. Miss Congeniality. Traffic is kind of the thing.
Miss Congeniality would be the biggest thing most people would know him from.
I usually think of him from Traffic. He's in that some, and then he was in that Catwoman movie.
Yeah.
Let's see. Love in the Time of Cholera. I've always wanted to see because I love the book. He played Dr. Rubino in that. He's just been in a lot of different random things, but he's
a lot of TV.
Yeah,
he was on one of the Law and Order shows.
He was. He was in that, and then Homicide: Life on the Street. He played the same character. Okay, and then was on Exiled, a Law and Order movie. So it's just like, all right.
That's probably he was in between Miss Congeniality and that. That's the thing most people would know.
He was in some show called Nasty Boys, about the North Las Vegas Police Department, which was a TV. Originally, there was a TV movie called Nasty Boys, and they made it into a TV show. I'm gonna go watch that now. Wow. But yeah, he's not in this a whole lot, but he's pretty good. One, I want to mention two other people here. William Lucking as Frank, who is like that other guy with him.
Yeah,
and he gets
he gets kind of killed.
He's been wounded, so they have to like kill him off. that guy has been in a lot of random stuff, but most people know him in Sons of Anarchy. He's in.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure there wasn't other stuff here. Oh, he was in Harold and Maude as the motorcycle, or as a motorcycle officer. I know he's not the one in that. I'm looking here to make sure there's anything else. But that's somebody I was like, oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
And then Glenn Morshower, who's in like a million things.
He usually plays military roles in a lot of things. He's got a lot of voices in Call of Duty games.
Yeah, because he's in a
lot of Michael Bay movies.
Yeah, he's most known now in that newest Modern Warfare 2 game. I always love looking at the Glenn Morshower Wikipedia page. It says, he was born in Dallas, Texas, raised Jewish, studied with a Jehovah's Witness, went to a religious science church, and taught a Baptist church. So he's just kind of, the religious sampler, I guess. But
so, that's a guy you want to, like, in between takes, really talk theology with. Yeah.
He was most known on 24, actually, he was on, and then, in the Transformers.
But a lot of military roles he's usually in. Yeah.
So, that's pretty much the cast, more or less.
Now, to get to, again, what we were talking about earlier, that, again, this is just a movie that, I won't say it moves a mile a minute. I'd say it's got its own pace, but the plot is always just constantly moving. It feels like a Swiss Army knife of a movie. It feels like a really tight but very well-written paperback book, like thriller, And I think, as we said earlier, that we just don't feel like we get as many of these. And I feel like the closest we have was like maybe like Plane, a movie like that, almost like, but it's not.
It's not something like Cocaine Bear. Even that's in another whole other realm of movie. As far as because that's a monster movie. But this is you don't really get movies like that anymore. I mean, the survivalist movie is its own thing, which is usually of a person by themselves, like Lone Survivor, and a lot of these are like military movies now, or All Is Lost. J.C. Chandor movie with Robert Redford or whatever, but now it's weird because I was going to mention this. They used to have those types of movies like in the 50s, like The Desperate Hours or Cape Fear, where it's like these movies, or even like aspects of like Key Largo, for example, where you have like this family and they're on vacation or they're doing this thing and then they're kidnapped by or like another version that's like Labor Day, which I haven't seen that Jason Reitman movie. Yeah. But so that's a whole realm of movie, which is like the family kidnap. Well, we did have Knock at the Cabin here recently, but that has this whole other like science fiction element. Yeah. But it's weird because this movie, and normally these movies have a very small cast, and it's like just a group of people. But this movie's one of the last few big ones of those I can think of that was like that thing exactly, and was like an adventure movie and a thriller.
Doesn't
but
really
also
rely on
family.
A lot of special effects either, as far as being this kind of adventure action kind of
and
movie.
it's like I mentioned it last week. It's like Deliverance with a family, but it's a PG-13 movie, obviously too. But where it's not as philosophical as that movie is, though, either, or that novel. It's just a racehorse of a movie. It's very particular, like all very fine-tuned. And like I said, thankfully, it's got all the actors in it that it does, because that justifies it. Yeah. And then also the direction by Curtis Hanson, which is really good as far as the not only just the general direction of the movie, but especially the set pieces and the sequences.
But again, I think when a lot of people, there's a lot of angst on film Twitter about the movie industry, and we've certainly expressed a lot of it here on this pod over the years now. I can say that. Well, that's weird. And people, I feel like sometimes are almost rooting for past eras of mediocrity. They're like saying, I wish we had and I know what they mean though, I wish we had more movies that were not explicitly based on a comic book or based on this franchise or based on this, that just get to be their own thing. You don't, quote, turn your brain off at the door, but it's thoughtful enough where it's like you don't feel stupid watching it. But then it doesn't really have a big, long-lasting cultural memory. You just kind of move on from it. And it was like, oh, that was good. That was really well made. But sometimes some bad examples, I feel like, are brought up for that. This, to me, is one of the prototypes for what we're missing in the theaters on a regular basis, where it's like, hey, why don't we just go see something that's kind of fun and light, but it still doesn't make you feel like an idiot for going
Right,
to see,
because-
let's go see The River Wild. You know,
Right,
this would have been that movie in the 90s.
Yeah, because now it's like the big event movie.
Yeah.
And even there's versions of that, because you have the superhero movie, which is the obvious one we're talking about, or Fast and the Furious. So those are superhero movies, essentially, anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, but you have stuff like that, and then you have, like, Nolan movies even, or
now Jordan Peele.
Or Jordan
movie.
Peele.
Yeah.
And not to say those aren't both totally engaging and thought-provoking most of the time.
So within the studio level, at a high, big budget
right.
canvas, they're the ones.
But they're an event movie.
Yeah.
Even still,
Right.
they're like, everybody's like, oh, this is coming out.
Like, you can't see Christopher Nolan making another Insomnia.
Right.
Just
you
a
can't
movie
just
like
go
that.
to see that.
Yeah.
And Jordan Peele's never made a movie like that, because even with
Get Out had all the buzz
yeah,
coming into
right.
it.
And so, and then, or you have movies like Plane, which is just like, which I enjoy, but it was just dumb. Like,
no, that was more explicitly
or even movies we're going to go see soon, like that, No Hard Feelings, or
that specifically is drawing on another whole tradition of movie that is similar to this, but we're going to talk about later with the romantic comedy, in terms of just like that. It was another thing that a lot of people miss, and one of the biggest things that are being sold on that movie, No Hard Feelings, right now is it feels like kind of a good old-fashioned raunchy rom-com from the 90s. And
Right.
so that in on its own way is a throwback to what would have been more present in the 90s, you know.
Yeah. And then also that movie Joyride that is coming out, which is basically that kind of Asian American comedy movie, which we want to see, and kind of looks pretty funny. But like, and there are versions of that are, and I'm not saying those movies won't even be good. I'm sure they'll probably be, pretty good.
Yeah.
But that, like I said,
there's all these stakes involved,
right?
With them.
But then Mission Impossible coming out soon too. But like I said, that's part of the whole thing. So it's just hard to go see a movie now that's just like
that right
movie,
there. That right there points to the decline of movies as a central tenet in American life, because now a lot of the function of what we're talking about, people look at with TV shows. Now TV shows had arguably a similar currency back in the 90s in terms of something you casually watch.
Well, TV
I'm going to watch some Frasier, or
Right.
I'm going to watch some Friends or something. You know what I mean? These shows that were big, but now we like the casualness with people, which people watch movies to just go see a River Wild, is not there, because now everything with a reason to get out and go see a movie, it has to be some big blockbuster or big event movie. It's similar to what you were saying.
Yeah,
earlier.
and as far as with TV too, I mean, there have been good versions of TV certainly before The Sopranos or even Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Twin Peaks obviously was a version of that, or even like I said, Cheers. What I've seen of that,
Yeah,
I've liked fine enough.
Cheers a
Frasier probably is good, and there's been TV that's been good here and there, but overall, until that point, TV was seen as disposable trash entertainment. I mean, that's what it was. Really, up until about the 90s, especially from the 50s to the 70s, especially. It was literally just garbage.
You did have some, like, Norman Lear shows that were, like, taken a little more seriously.
And, like, some TV shows, like, that we haven't watched, but, like, Route 66 or something like that we want to go back and watch, that are like, oh, look at that show. That show was groundbreaking or interesting. Or The Twilight Zone. But, like, there have been great things done with television, but up until then, it was seen as explicitly disposable, to the point where even the things that were slightly thought-provoking, it probably took people a long time to get to seeing as that anyway. So, yeah, TV is taking on that now, but everything either has to be totally dumb or totally smart, it feels like. Yeah. And there's no in-between of, like,
there's no,
it can
again,
be both things.
Thoughtful
like,
pop entertainment is a very hard thing to key into.
Right.
And I think that's one reason why something like, say, the Judd Apatow movies of the 2000s, like, there are some are better than others. But, I don't know, some of those movies, like, even something like it was in the 2010s, like, say, Trainwreck, which I really liked. Like, a really good comedy that made you laugh a lot, that didn't make you feel stupid when you laughed. Like, you felt like, oh, that was about real people, and had a lot of funny gags and asides to it, and comedies that we've talked about here and there. That seems like, in a mainstream way, started to really disappear from the movie theaters.
Because I love going and seeing stuff like The House that we went and saw,
Will Ferrell and,
or Rough Night or
Amy
whatever,
Poehler, yeah.
and we went and saw those. I think the same summer, right? Or was it? It
Around
felt
the
like
same
it was.
time, yeah.
Anyway, and like those movies are funny, but it's just like, okay, well, whatever. I'm done with that now. Like, you know, like we think more about specific moments from those movies, like Jeremy Renner's burning body wrapped in like a carpet at the end of that movie. That was hilarious, just because the randomness of the image.
Yeah.
But like, but that's all you get out of stuff like that, you know. And now it's like, and even something like Barb and Star Go to Vista Del Mar, which we really liked and still do.
Yeah.
But like, that's a movie that it's hilarious, but it's
also it's playing to be that random comedy,
right?
Like, I like the movie,
yeah.
But also specifically with that movie, it's a product of, while it's not officially an SNL an adaptation of an SNL sketch, it still has an SNL sensibility of it. Almost plays in vignettes. It plays in bits and scenes. You know what I mean? In sequences, almost you could say. You know what I mean? But it plays in like it's a bunch of sketches that have been put together.
So all this, we're kind of talking about comedies too much now, but just in general, we don't have that anymore to just go see. Like I said, that you know, one of the movies you can just sit down and be like, I'm gonna think a little bit. But I want some of that. I want some of that action, though, you know, like. But just a regular old movie. You don't get those. You know, there's all these stakes or no stakes. It's like, but no stakes to a point of being stupid, like, you know.
Or this whole script or story would be now stretched into at least a minimum 5-hour miniseries.
Yeah, which is dumb because it's
you
like
know, it can't just be a movie that would be put out.
It can't be well written. It has to be overwritten. Yeah,
the executive's like, no, this is too well written. Like we gotta mess it up a little bit. Let's stretch it out. You know.
Yeah, like we don't have Fred Claus anymore. Is what we're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't think you heard me. We don't have Fred Claus.
You know, maybe some things are better off.
Yeah,
dead,
I think so. Actually, we talked enough about that crap back when we did those. Christmas with the Cranks and Deck the Halls. Good Lord.
I was actually briefly thinking about Fred Claus when I was watching Sideways, as I mentioned earlier. And
I was
really thinking about how much I love Giamatti in that movie, and I was thinking about
how
that era.
The trailer moment of him like, I'm all about tough love, baby.
Yeah,
you know.
that. But
anyway.
What did you take in, Levi, of the actual experience of whitewater rafting? What were your takeaways from that in the movie?
Well, that's something I've always... No. Well, before we get to that, I did... Yeah, we were going to talk about like death wishes that we'd want to do, different things. But yeah, this, I don't know. I like the idea of going to creeks and rivers. Mm-hmm. I don't ever want to get in them, though. I'm kind of like, I'm just going to stand here and look at it and be near it. There's a lot of things that happen.
Or if you were in a river or a lake and were in a solid, real boat, that'd be different.
Right.
You know,
not even a kayak though.
No,
like I want like a boat.
I'm talking like a
like it has to be at least as big as the boat in Apocalypse Now, like that size.
Chickens on board too,
right? You know, well, checking those tin cans.
Yeah,
that's what I'd be saying the whole time. But not a good journey. I'm gonna say on that. Apocalypse Now, they kind of wasn't good in the end.
Well, you know, the farther you go upriver, the more mad man becomes. You know?
Yeah,
one of the themes of the movie.
I mean, you're neither. You've been sent by grocery clerks. Like what? Let's say it's like Juan Brando didn't even read any of that. I was just like, I'm just gonna say whatever I want to do. It's like, you know, we talked enough about that, but it's like if I did want anybody to just be like, I'm just going to say what I want. I guess it's Marlon Brando, just to see what happens. You know, it's like, even if it's bad,
see what they do with it.
Just see what happens. You know, it's going to be weird. We know that. But yeah, anyway, I'm not big on doing a lot of like Daredevil kind of things. I'm very much an indoors kind of guy. Not to the point of somebody like Professor McDougal in Red Dead Redemption, you know, who's like, first of all, racist, and second, you know, on cocaine all the time. But, you know, like, Ronald Reagan in the 80s with John Wayne. But, well, that would have been in the 70s, but if it ever happened.
Yeah.
Which it probably did. But, because, you know, why, when you hear something about people like that, why just assume it's not true?
Yeah, you gotta just believe it.
Because it's Ronald Reagan and John Wayne who are already, like, you know, terrible people. It's like, all right, let's just assume they did those things.
We've probably talked about this before, but I love every few years that the 19, I think it's 71 or 3, I can't remember, John Wayne Playboy interview comes back, and people read it for the first time. Oh my God, did he really say that? And it's like, yeah,
he did.
It was actually pseudo controversial even at the time, just so people
which
know.
Is shocking because back then everybody was like,
because there's a clip
racist,
I might have mentioned this before on Dick Cavett's show, which we love, of Kirk Douglas being on there, and him, he was asked by Dick Cavett, like, what do you think of John Wayne, like his opinions or political opinions, and Douglas is kind of a more classic liberal, and he's like, there's a lot of things I don't agree with about him, but he's just one of the greatest movie stars, blah, blah, blah. And the crowd just like goes insane and bananas wild. Yeah, John Wayne, like you can tell. And it's like, y'all are feeling like that protective over him. It felt like, in a weird way, you listen to it and you can hear this angst and this anger of these people being mad John Wayne would even say anything like that. Why would you even be mad? And like that coming out in this way. Anyways, I would like to skydive though. Yeah. I would like to, one day skydive. That's something I'd like to do.
Right. Whitewater rafting, though.
I would have to do it in a low grade. I ain't doing this gauntlet crap. Forget that.
Well, that was literally seen as like illegal by the Park Service. Like they literally said, no, you can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
And people were stopped from doing that.
So I would want to do whitewater rafting. I'd have to be with people who really know what they're doing, a lower grade version of it, because there were aspects of it that looked kind of fun. But then when it was getting like,
but also it's like
really
you're getting
intense,
slung around and it's not going to stop.
And how many times people fly out of the
when John C. Reilly's thrown out and he's like, help, the only thing I can think of that I would really want to do,
I would like to kayak. I've always wanted to do that.
Is maybe scuba dive, just because I love seeing underwater and stuff like that. Like that's the only thing I can think of I'd maybe do is something that's kind of semi-dangerous.
I've snorkeled before
and do things like that just to go see what the ocean looks like. But then again, watching the new Avatar, watching the new Avatar,
those orcas are just straight up killing everybody now, based on James Cameron's Avatar: The Way of Water. Right.
Also, another dangerous thing I wouldn't want to do is ever watch a John Wayne movie ever again. Just kidding.
Well, The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance is on our list of movies to get through this summer. So
just kidding. Don't worry. But
I love you said dangerous. Like something could happen if I do.
I am dangerous. So yeah, we watched this and we were kind of talking about what were some dangerous things, death wishes we'd want to do, and it's like not many for me. You'd have more things you'd be more interested in.
You also get motion sick.
Yeah, so for me, easily, I can kind of hide behind that. I don't like rides like
roller coasters.
Roller coasters. I always like dark rides, where it's just like let's just go through and look at the stuff.
I like roller coasters, but I frankly prefer that to even most roller coasters.
What I like because it's fun and educational. I mean, usually, Now there's certain ones that are rougher than others. I've always heard about the Mummy ride is like insane. I never went on that one.
It's also intense. It's kind of scary at some parts.
But it's like I like stuff that's like the Epcot ball ride, where it's like you get to learn about communication and like you see all the people.
See Martin Short in Canada.
That you just stand there and look at that. But one last thing we want to talk about here. That's how racist John Wayne was. No, what would the fallout from this situation be? Like, and I asked that because it's like it seems like it's all wrapped up at the end.
So yeah, they make their way back to safety. They reunite with the family. That's the conflict I'm most fascinated by. Is these three people go through this experience and then the daughter's just reinserted into this family,
right?
And just
the PTSD these people.
I mean they would be going through that.
But it ends the movie. It's because you think about the ending of something like Cape Fear, which is a way more serious movie. Yeah. It's rated R. It's very dark in a lot of ways. But also has, oh, the stormy banks I stand, oh, you will come with me. I'm bound for the promised land, I'm bound for the promised land. Like, and the whole time. But I just figured I'd keep going.
We appreciate your service.
The best part of that, though, is when he's like, starting to drown. Like, oh, Bam, on the promenade, like, kind of like mouth half full of water. Oh, like, you know. But at the end of that movie, you know, they all are huddled. There's like, it's almost like too dramatic.
Yeah.
The part where they're all coming together of Jessica Lange and Nick Nolte and oh gosh, what's her name? Juliette Lewis. I knew it was something Lewis. I was about to say Jennifer Lewis, and I was like, who's that? Where they're all huddled together.
Lewis.
Richard Lewis as the daughter in Cape Fear.
I mean, he's got the hair for it.
Yeah, I guess. But they all kind of get together, and she's doing the narration of like, we never spoke his name, but he left a mark on us forever. Like, kind of.
She's always also a curious person to have the narration of that movie.
Right.
I think, too.
Yeah. But that they're all together and they're like crawling away through the mud, and it's like, we will be forever shattered as a family. And it's like, that's not at all what this is. It's like but it's ostensibly the same. That's another word we've been using a lot. Ostensibly. Yeah. The sequence at the end, ostensibly, is of them just being very happy, but it's like the same thing happened, ultimately, sort of. Although there wasn't like a sexual dynamic that was going on with the daughter.
A lot of that probably comes down to the general direction from Scorsese, which is more inclined to say, well, this is pretty effed up, wasn't it?
Right,
As opposed to
Curtis
Hanson was doing a more conventional version of it.
Yeah,
you know?
and like even at its most dangerous, it is dangerous, but like in a movie sense, it's like, oh, everything will be all right. But
it doesn't have the psychosexual element of Cape Fear. Yeah.
There's a question of like, who will live through this? Like, you get the sense that Nick Nolte is possibly going to die or something, even though he doesn't. But with this, it's very much just like, no, everything's all right, and they're all happy at the end. But I just kept thinking at the end, I was like, really? That's the ending of the movie? Is like, oh, everything's all right, yeah. And it's like, they literally have they had to kill this guy. Benjamin Bratt was killed. That guy they were with was killed.
They're arguably more bound for the promised land.
The livestock auction is without money. Yeah. Like, we didn't mention that, by the way.
That was what they stole from.
Is that they stole from the livestock auction, which is kind of a good idea, because it's like, you would never think anybody ever do something like that.
It's like robbing it's like in the another 94 movie, Pulp Fiction. It's like robbing a restaurant and just stealing everybody's money in the restaurant. Is that's kind of smart.
Yeah, but anyway, I just wonder about what's the River Wild 2, you know?
Yeah.
What if they like refilled the Grand Canyon? They were like, let's do that.
Why? And it'd be like John Lithgow from Cliffhanger. Basically, he dies at that. By the way, the villain, but it'd be that type of villain.
Him mixed with him in like Santa Claus the movie. Like, let's refill the Grand Canyon, and then the white people go down it, kind of.
And maybe him and Strathairn had like a real May December romance back when they were in college together,
He's like, I can't believe the man you become.
That's River Wild 2 in theaters never.
Very good movie, though.
Yeah, again...
we went off on a lot of detours on that one.
But I think that's fitting for a whitewater rafting movie,
Yeah, it's like, where are we,
So that's the River Wild. But up next, an even weirder movie.
Yeah.
The Weirder Wolf. The Weird Wolf. Werewolf?
What if David Strathairn had been in that? As the wolf?
Or
as the James Spader role, maybe.
That
would have been interesting.
Yeah.
It's like, Jack, basically the whole time. But yeah.
Here is the trailer for 1994's Wolf.
A wolf bit me.
I don't think so, Will.
You weren't there, Ralph.
Not all who are bitten change. There must be something wild within.
You've been sleeping all day. How do you feel?
I feel, good. It is Mexican Independence Day.
I never thought I'd meet a good man who looked at me the way you do.
You don't know I'm a good man.
You crazy? No. I'm just marking my territory.
5 new murders. What is there about a full moon?
There. Well, you seem pretty helpless now.
Power without guilt. Love without doubt. It feels good to be wolf.
Don't look so scared.
So that was the trailer you just heard for Wolf.
The animal is out.
Yeah. Levi, tell us a little bit about Wolf from 1994.
Oh, that's a pretty basic trailer, especially compared to the first one.
You know, I almost wonder if it spoils too much. I mean, already okay, it's going to be Jack Nicholson turned into a werewolf, but it does show a lot of stuff that even comes from towards the end of the movie.
Yeah, because
climax.
They're trying to get people coming.
Yeah.
Wolf is a 1994 romantic horror film. I was hoping it was going to say romantic comedy horror film. No. Directed by Mike Nichols, starring Jack Nicholson, Michelle Pfeiffer, James Spader, Kate Nelligan, Richard Jenkins, Christopher Plummer, Eileen Atkins, David Hyde Pierce, and Puri. It was written by Jim Harrison, Wesley Strick, and an uncredited Elaine May, who shows up in a cameo role as the wake-up call lady.
I was going to say it was over the phone, I remember,
It says music was composed by Ennio Morricone, and the cinematography was done by Giuseppe Rotunno. We're going to talk more about them in just a minute. It's not actually giving like a, pre... summary here of the movie, so I'm going to go to IMDb here whenever it decides to load. But essentially, the best way it can just be described as literary editor, chief editor of publishing house become werewolf, must keep job, and marriage. Yeah. I mean, publisher Will Randall becomes a demon wolf and has to fight to keep his job.
Well, yeah, this is the letterbox description I'll read real quick. Agent publisher Will Randall is at the end of his rope when a younger coworker snatches his job out from under his nose. But after being bitten by a wolf, Will suddenly finds himself full of youthful vigor. As he struggles to regain his position, he becomes enthralled with Laura Alden, his former boss's daughter. And as increasingly animal-like urges begin to overwhelm him, Randall worries that he may be turning into the creature that bit him. So there you go.
But yeah, more or less, Jack Nicholson is this older guy who's good at his job but isn't fierce enough. He's not that business psycho that they need, that real, Patrick Bateman type.
There's that scene earlier on in the movie, they're like at a big dinner party at Christopher Plummer's home, I believe it was, and he kind of has this real nihilistic attitude about like kind of the pedantic, wasteful, aimless nature of modern life that is very out of step with everybody else just trying to enjoy their time there, It's very...
Talking about Nicholson?
Yeah, Nicholson, gives
right,
that.
And that, but that also, he gets... Well, it's interesting, the inciting incident of the movie is him getting bitten, and everything else is happening kind of alongside that. And then it takes a while for him to actually turn into a werewolf in the movie. And to speak briefly about that, by the end, everyone always just turns into the wolf and they just become the wolf. That's an interesting difference between other werewolf movies. Is in this, it's not a constant back and forth transformation. It's like once you're there, you're there. Like, when it's on, it's on. But there are a couple times before that where they'll be kind of, I'm kind of a wolf man, sort of. Not all the way.
Pseudo wolf man.
Right. But in the midst of that, his marriage is falling apart because James Spader, his kind of like protege, is having an affair with his wife. He's also taking his job at the same time.
Yeah.
And so, at all sides, he is under siege, but the demon lies within, as they say. Going to the cast, Jack Nicholson, we've talked about a lot on
Five
here.
Easy Pieces, we specifically talked a lot about.
I don't know that there's much more we can say about how great Jack Nicholson is.
I think, there's nothing really more to say about that.
Regards to this movie.
Well, also the context of Nicholson here. obviously, like, I think I don't know about you, when I think of Jack Nicholson, of course I think of Tim Burton's Batman, because that's one of our favorite movies. But, like, in his prime, of course, was the 70s, is like when he was really at his peak creatively. In the 80s and 90s, he was willing to take, when I say bigger risks, I don't even mean creatively, but he was just in more things sometimes.
Yeah, let's go
points.
through his 90s work. You want to go through the 80s too? Or
no, we'll just talk about the 90s.
Okay, because the 80s, it was actually not... We'll do that anyway, just go ahead. After The Shining, he was in Postman's Always Rings twice, that remake that Bob Rafelson made.
Which is okay.
Reds as Eugene O'Neill. The Border, which we're going to try to watch sometime soon, we haven't seen yet. Terms of Endearment, which he's really good in, and that's a really good movie. Prizzi's Honor, which you've seen, you said wasn't all that good. Heartburn, we talked about earlier, but haven't seen. Witches of Eastwick, I know that's a big kind of movie for him at that period. And then Broadcast News,
he has like
barely
a handful of scenes in.
Ironweed, we mentioned. Batman, And then the 90s is an interesting kind of all over the place. The Two Jakes, which is a sequel that he directed.
Yeah. To Chinatown.
Did Robert Towne write the screenplay to that?
I think he did.
I think we've talked about this before.
I think he did.
Man Trouble, which is a movie with him and Ellen Barkin. Looks like just a romantic black comedy. Interesting. Wait a second, actually, hang on. Rafelson. I didn't remember that he made that. Okay. A Few Good Men. We've talked about that. That's a pretty big Nicholson role. Hoffa, obviously, the kabuki film in all regards.
F you and F your brother. What did you say?
And then after,
you think that's exaggerated? Not really.
No, you go watch it. What's also great in that scene? Bo ass, bo ass. Then after that, he was in Wolf. Then The Crossing Guard, which we brought up a lot on here, but haven't seen. I hope you effing die.
Yeah.
Blood and Wine.
This is a
Bob Rafelson movie too.
Yeah.
Who made The Crossing Guard again? That was Sean Penn.
Did that. Right. Yeah.
Mars Attacks. Obviously, that was kind of working with Burton again.
Mm-hmm.
The Evening Star. That's that sequel to
Terms of Endearment.
And then As Good as It Gets, which
was pretty good.
Which is a big Nicholson role. He won an Academy Award for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
there's a lot of those that were specifically A Few Good Men, and As Good as It Gets in the 90s that were big movies. I mean, those were like kind of decade-defining movies in a roundabout way.
But looking through these, even going back to the 80s,
seems really from like after Terms of Endearment. I won't say things went sideways, but like
it was more like he just appeared in movies because he was Jack Nicholson.
Or he's working with friends, too, whether it be Rafelson or James L. Brooks.
And I don't ask anything of anybody. I mean, he's like my second favorite actor, so like to me...
You're just happy to see Jack Nicholson.
So I don't care, but it is interesting. I think it all boils down into this is the ultimate version of what you just said about I'm going to do a friend a favor. We've seen that a lot with Rafelson over these movies here. We had seen that also with Heartburn, we mentioned being in that, another Mike Nichols film. But especially with Rafelson. But we see that again here with Wolf, and also with Hoffa, which is good friends with Danny DeVito, and that being part of that.
If you look, too, though, from like after Terms of Endearment, now Prizzi's Honor did get some Academy Awards attention, but really all the way from there to Batman... Tim Burton was, not Tim Burton. Jack Nicholson was in movies, but not like always the centerpiece. But then Batman was like, he was the centerpiece of that.
Yeah, and
I wouldn't say it was a quote comeback, but like was certainly something that reestablished him.
I should
in certain ways.
Even Hoffa, which was that
was Oscar bait.
Favor for almost Danny DeVito, was like, ooh, I get to play Jimmy Hoffa, like kind of But then we have Wolf, which really between Wolf and As Good as It Gets, nothing is going or so to say between Hoffa or even A Few Good Men and As Good as It Gets. It's just like what is going on.
Mars Attacks. I mean, obviously that's a lot of fun.
Right.
I
love
that movie
like
him in it.
It just seems like what are you doing?
Literally, and you say that with that picture right beside of it on the Wikipedia
his
page.
Hollywood Walk of Fame 2010 pick. This movie is a big, literally, what in all ways. What do you think of him in this movie, particularly? Like, in regards to, first of all, him, just a performance from him, and as a werewolf, in general, I get, and just I don't know.
Well, let's start with the beginning of the movie, because this is only the second time have you seen it? This is the second time.
No, we saw it together that first time.
Okay, I can't remember if you had seen it an additional time, but this is only the second time we had watched it. And I had forgotten how passive he was in the first act, which is part of the whole transformation of the character over the whole thing. That, he starts off pretty sedate, pretty milquetoast, and then he becomes very, like, aggressive, aggressive over the course of the movie. But
like he was in Tommy, the Ken Russell film, as the specialist.
You seen
that? No.
Okay. That's based on the Who...
Yeah, the Who album. Yeah. The only Ken Russell film I've seen is The Devils, which is great. But anyway.
And I
just wanted to mention the specialist.
This goes to not only Nicholson's performance, this goes to the movie in general.
Yeah.
It, like, gets off, literally and figuratively, like, kind of not being quite scary enough and not quite comedic enough either. I feel like it's straddling the line between a little bit of a satire of the literary world, or like corporate America,
business,
and being an outright horror movie. Yeah. And I feel like that's part of the identity of the movie, is not exactly being either one of those, which is part of why we love it.
We'll talk about the production design of the movie, how it's like so artful and particular and considered, and like how that, we'll say kind of what that means about the movie, I think.
I think, again, that goes for Nicholson's performance as well, because nobody can play like this almost evil satanic figure with a little grim smirk quite like him. I mean, I've not even seen all of Witches of Eastwick, but what I've seen of him in that, he's almost the perfect person to basically play Satan or the devil in that. Of course, he does that in spades, but goes in even more over the top with, like, say, Batman. But again, I almost feel like, I mean, I'm not going to question Jack Nicholson's acting acumen, because obviously he's a brilliant performer, one of my very favorites as well. He'd be my second or third favorite actor. But again, I think that's part of the larger identity flaw of this movie, why it's so fascinating, is doesn't exactly know what it is, and I think he's also maybe struggling a little bit to try to figure out, wait, why are we making this movie? Is this a satire? Is this a horror movie? Am I trying to play the tragedy of this character? Like, and I don't think that's really all that interested in the movie's not all that interested in that. But again, it's good to just see him choose scenery literally and figuratively in this movie. With, again, all these like off-color comments of a guy who's clearly his milquetoast and bottled up. It's almost a version of Liar Liar if he became a werewolf, where it's like, I'm going to start saying all the things and doing all the things to these people, like, hey, what's up? You're a cholesterol fatty.
Yeah, there's the scene,
which we recently caught some of them on TV. Which
that very obvious scene in the movie where they're in the bathroom and James Spader's in there and they're talking and he's peeing, and then he just turns and starts peeing on his shoes. He's like, what are you doing? He's like, marking my territory. Like, very like, he's literally like acting like a dog, but or like a wolf, but also is like, I've always wanted to do that. Like, it's weird.
It's been a kick of mine.
It's been a kick. I've been wanting to try it out. Yeah. Like, but anyway.
So again, I just think that not that he's bad, and I wouldn't say that, but just in general, the whole thing's confused. I feel like about what it is, and his performance in its own way is a reflection of that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think he's good in it as he always is, but it just it's very strange to see him do something this, because we've seen it with Batman, but like, or even Mars Attacks versions of that. But it feels weirder in this context because, like you said, it's not like it's a comic book. It's where it's like, oh, okay.
No, it's presenting a very kind of dramatic, realistic world
because even
on the whole.
In Batman, it's like you see him I think he works even better in the movie as Jack Napier almost. That little bit we get of him.
In the beginning.
Because he's very, also that's more just basic Nicholson, just sneering and doing what he does. But that sets up everything for the Joker in a way that this movie doesn't do for itself, of like, oh, well, okay, it makes sense this guy would act this insane. But like I said, that's a comic book. And like you said, it's trying to have this whole dramatic, satirical bent to it that never figures itself out enough to totally coalesce into anything.
It almost
really.
feels,
like,
the whole thing feels like a New Yorker short story you half forgot about.
Right.
And then you're like, oh, wait, they made a movie out of that? And it's like, I don't know, and on the page, the thing would play like a grim joke. Like, it would have this big satiric bite and joke, almost punchline waiting at the end of it. But the movie's not all that interested in totally going there. Yeah. It's more interested in trying to take it a little more seriously, which I think is admirable, if nothing else, because it gets to how weird the tone of dance the movie is.
And,
you know?
and most werewolf movies aren't exactly like this. It's a lot more of like smaller town stuff, and it's not like this big thing going on, or it's like about a tourist in London, or it's whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Or if it's about rich people, it's like on their estates, and they have some of that in the movie.
Yeah, a little
but
bit
also
of that.
it's literally him running around in like the zoo in Central Park at different points.
Just, I'm going to tell this story one more time because I told it at the end of the last
ahead.
episode, but I'll do it again. The very first time I ever had any knowledge of this movie it was when I was in high school. I had just come home from school. I get a text from our dear cousin Philip, all caps, "Turn to AMC, Jack Nicholson is a werewolf." And I was like, wait, what? And I turned it on Channel 60 for us Charter subscribers. Now Spectrum now. And all of a sudden, I see Jack Nicholson, which I can tell, in the prosthetics, jumping around trees and jumping around. And I'm like, what in the world is this? And ever since then, that question has never been totally answered.
Yeah, I remember I was sitting in my room doing something, and you were like, "Come in here a minute." And I was like, but then it had like gone away, and I think the scene was over, and you were like, "He's a werewolf in this movie." I was like, "What?" Like,
so this movie was kind of lightly forgotten about, I feel like, for us for years, and I don't even remember exactly the circumstances that come up.
You know what I remember it showing up is in the scenes in, this is so random, in Jackie Brown, where Robert Forster goes to the movies, and there's a poster
of it in the background. Yeah, I forgot
now
about that.
I wonder, what does Tarantino think of Wolf? Like, I don't know. I don't care either. That's the best part.
He probably would be into it. I don't know.
But like I said, that's almost something that's never been solved, because that's just not part of his entire.
No. I mean, I feel like the legacy of this
whatsoever,
movie in general is so non-existent on the whole, even more so than a movie like The River Wild, I feel like. Because The River Wild has a more clearly identifiable genre identity, and movie stars being movie stars, like, say, Streep in that movie, the way it's positioned and the whole thing is conceived around her. This is, again, this weird tone poem that doesn't exactly pan out, and I feel like either whether it be in the legacy of Jack Nicholson or in the legacy of Mike Nichols, which we can talk about a little later, it does not evenly fit in either one of their careers.
No, because for Nicholson also, even with something like we keep going back to the Joker, but like that's something that's like, okay, he's doing his big, like, oh, I'm acting crazy, like, you know, that's not even this, because when he's a wolf, he's very just like, you know, walking around like...
I mean, he's acting exaggerated, but not on that level.
But it's not like a goofy, it's like he's like literally an animal, and it's like, but not
in some ways
like
is goofier.
Right.
You know,
because it's
weird.
like, it's just not, it doesn't work, I don't know, overall. But I love it because it's so weird. It's just like, But so, him and I think you said it more or less, that he's, it doesn't totally work as him, like I said, but he, and it like I said, it tries to do this whole transformation of, it is clear at the beginning he is more sedate and passive, but and becomes less so as the movie goes on. But it also, then you have all the stuff with Michelle Pfeiffer in the movie as Laura Alden, who's the daughter of his boss, and we'll talk about her in just a second, where, now we're doing like a romance thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's weird and doesn't work either. It's just like very strange.
Yeah.
But not that she's not great and he's not great otherwise, or even parts of the movie. I think she's better in the movie. She fits the movie, I think, better than he does.
I think in that way she has a more clearly defined role too.
Yeah, because she in the movie is very like kind of a bad girl, like, and my dad's rich, but I get in trouble all the time, and very like, I take a walk on the wild side.
And I feel like too, a tension early on is the age gap between them, and then eventually it's like,
well, I'm a human and you're a werewolf.
Yeah. One thing we mentioned too, obviously, get into Michelle Pfeiffer, 2 Batman villains. She, of course, played Catwoman in Batman Returns.
Yeah.
Which on this very day we're recording this portion of the podcast, June 19th is the 31st anniversary of that movie. I know its release.
It's today, is also the 10th anniversary of James Gandolfini dying. I just saw on Twitter. I forgot about that. It's kind of hard to believe it's been that long. But
Michelle Pfeiffer is one of the big, leading women of the 80s and 90s. I mean, she's still in things now. She's popping up in like the Ant-Man movies, which is crazy. For Michael Douglas and her, the rich performances and roles that they've left behind, and that's where they're at now. That's the state of modern Hollywood, loosely speaking.
Yeah, and gosh, I hate these. It's always confusing about finding their credits now. I was wanting to look. She was also in The Witches of Eastwick.
Scarface was one of the first big things that I think she's really well known for.
There's a whole Wikipedia page for her character in that. We talked about her with End of the Night. You've seen Married to the Mob. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, that's good.
But around this time, she had been also in The Age of Innocence the year before this. Really good. And then she was in this. I said, I think she fits this movie better than he does, I think, just by nature of her spunkiness is right for the movie, I think. And she's like the one thing in the movie. Also, To Kill a Sunrise. Don't forget that, back in 1988. God, that movie.
Yeah. That's a VHS in the Beach House movie, if there's ever was one.
Well, Raul Julia's in it, so that's always going to be part of that, too. Havana.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah!
Kiss of the Spider Woman. There'd be an interesting movie to find at a beach house, and people watch that and they're like,
I like that movie a lot.
No, I do
wondering,
too,
who lives in this beach house?
Right. But yeah, I think she's like the one thing in this movie that's pretty constant and isn't ever. There is a little bit though at the end where she's starting to get kind of scared of everything, and James Spader and her, and some of the stuff with Nicholson where it's getting a little bit out of character. But there's not like there's much of a lead up to that. It's kind of just like, because like for example, when Richard Jenkins first comes into the movie as that detective, and they're saying, "Oh, your wife got killed and found dead," and spoiler, it kind of turned out. Well, did it ever officially say who did that?
Didn't it imply that it was Spader's
basically?
character?
But I don't feel like that was ever officially confirmed.
Might not have been.
I don't know. But anyway, that happens, and he's having a whole, shock moment, and she's like, "Don't say anything else," and very like, "I know how to deal with these men." But that I feel like at that point, based on the things that have happened, and him saying, "I'm literally a wolf," that I would start getting more scared than, "Oh, don't talk, don't say anything." Like I would maybe be like, "Yeah, you need to maybe take this guy on." Like, it feels like there's a switch that's flipped somewhere in between that scene and some other scenes where she's just now frightened of the situation, and it's kind of like, I don't know. And then of course her resolution, we'll talk about later, the ending of the movie, which is an all-time head scratch, yet also totally artful and gloriously pretentious ending to a movie we'll talk about later. But I feel like she overall is good for
again, I think in comparison to Nicholson, which usually a lot of the identity of the movie is based around the conception of who the lead is and what the lead is doing and the direction of it. So by virtue of what the inability to exactly define what this movie is, Nicholson has more of a weight to carry in that way.
Right.
And Michelle Pfeiffer is, again, a really talented leading actress, and for her part, I think does a good job.
Right.
With what's there.
James Spader is Stuart Swinton. I feel like we've talked about Spader at some point on here, but I can't remember the movie. He's his kind of like protege. You'll be making you pick him protege. I just feel like I need to bring that up when I'm able to, quoting the master. But he's like acts all nice all the time,
but it's just secretly a backstabber, corporate cretin, basically.
And, that he's basically just wanting to take his job. Now, we have talked about some of his movies where we've talked about Crash on here a pretty good amount, I think. Sex, Lies, and Videotape we might have mentioned. He kind of started out, obviously, as one of the kind of brat pack people. He was in Pretty in Pink. He was in Mannequin, Less Than Zero, and then kind of being in Wall Street. Then on, he kind of was in bigger things. What do you think of him in this? Because I feel like also a lot of the movie, the second half of the movie, hinges on him.
Yeah, I mean, the casting of him specifically alone is very much trying to make a meta statement on, you think James Spader is the next Jack Nicholson, don't you? Because he's got this very weird yet potent sexuality on film already by this point. Sex, Lies, and Videotape is the biggest version of that. But
Crash
will be a little later on. But he exudes this weird confidence and sexuality.
Secretary, too.
He's not doing a Jack Nicholson impression, but he is like exuding his own version of the Nicholson mystique. And I mean that even before this movie. I mean, in other movies, he's doing a version of that. Like, he's almost doing a version in, like, say, in Sex, Lies, and Videotapes of, like, carnal knowledge Jack Nicholson, you know what I mean? A version of that. And so I feel like the movie
more just like the ending, like, the very end of Carnal Knowledge where he's, like, showing those, like, pictures or whatever. He's more like that part of that movie, Jack Nicholson, I think, than the kind of earlier stuff, But
because that's the end result of where that character finds himself. But it's just, I feel like the movie, in casting him alone, is making this very meta statement on past, present, future of movie stardom perversion or sexual icons of their respective eras, which is weird to kind of put anybody quite on par with Jack Nicholson. But James Spader was that in the 80s and 90s. I mean, you can look at his work and see that pretty clearly. I feel like Spader, I think, is, I don't know if he's good in this movie, but I'm very entertained by him throughout, especially in the later portions as he also becomes more manic and he himself becomes a werewolf, and his effects don't quite look as good or as polished as Nicholson's do. The prosthetics.
Even before that, when it's like all of a sudden he is just the werewolf when he has the eyes, and that's really creepy looking. Like, I'm very unsettled by that.
Yeah.
The stuff in the...
It honestly reminded me, if anybody ever remembers the show Big Wolf on Campus, which was this show that was clearly a Buffy ripoff that came on in like the late 90s, early 2000s. It aired on like Fox Family Channel or what became ABC Family. I remember this show. I think it was actually from Canada, then it got like imported down here. But I mean, some of Spader's effects were like almost on par with some of what I remember from that, which is by no means a compliment to this.
But like, and that's another thing, is that interestingly, throughout the movie, we're tracking the differences that are happening to Jack Nicholson as he's turning into this thing. With him, it's just very much kind of saying, oh, you kind of forgot that he bit him earlier in the movie, didn't you? And I'm like, no, I've been waiting the whole time, actually, but okay. But then it's like all of a sudden it's like, oh, now he's just the werewolf.
Yeah, that got a little bit more short shrift compared to Nicholson's
like, I know, and the reason they do that is because it's like trying to fake us out and go, oh, this surprised you, didn't it? It's like, no, I kind of knew because he clearly bit him, so at some point this was going to happen. By the way, to mention that, when that happens and it's in his apartment building, he's like going up to go see his wife, and he comes down and he bites him, and he's like running up the steps.
Oh, right.
And he's looking like, what the F is this?
And he goes and sees his wife up there.
Right, but
I do wonder, too, how much of, and this could be true of a lot of generations, but specifically with Nicholson and Spader, and then Nichols as depicting Nicholson here, how much of this is a Boomer versus Gen X hysteria. That Gen X is coming on up and us Boomers are becoming more and more displaced or feeling as though we can't keep up. I feel like that's a slight generational battle being depicted here with these characters. Not in a very clear, explicit way, but just by sheer representation of those people that it does that. Draws that out.
But yes. Yeah, the whole ending where they like fight is very like, this is so good, ain't it? And it's like, no.
Well, we also don't associate Mike Nichols as being he's a great director, don't get me wrong, but not like a very action-oriented.
It's all in slow motion.
Yeah.
And
which adds an expressionistic quality to it, but.
And it's all very like, the music's very big and like kind of stuff, and it's just like.
Very operatic and
it's
dramatic.
really ridiculous. But but not even in a way that was interesting like what Tim Burton and Jack Nicholson accomplished at the ending of Batman, which was like, let's do this like Phantom of the Opera kind of
which was partially based on the fact that they had the writer strike going on at the time. And literally, I think the story was that John Peters and Jack Nicholson went to see Phantom of the Opera in London when they were shooting Batman in England, and saw that, and they came to the set the next day and like, why don't we try like a little Phantom of the Opera kind of deal?
Yeah,
and I guess Burton was like,
movie.
It does. But I guess Burton was like, okay, sure, like no writer, Sam Hamm. He's out there picketing right now. We can't get him on the phone.
Even with that, you have like people jumping around and like and this does that, but it's just a totally different like tone, and it's taking it too seriously. So yeah, that's also the way that James Spader acts when he is the werewolf is very like looking around all the time. Like you're not seeing me do it, but he's always like, yes, what's going on? And it's weird. Kate Nelligan is Charlotte Schuyler Randall, which is, I don't know why I had her whole name. I
was trying to even think what else she's been in, because offhand
everything's loading.
Okay. But yet, at first she seems like she's totally on his side early in the movie, and then eventually finds out that she's cheating on him with Spader's character.
Mm-hmm. I'm waiting. Okay. Okay, so she was in the 1979 Dracula with Frank Langella as Lucy Seward, which is what? I'm just okay.
The Needle was Richard Marquand, I think, who did Return the Jedi.
Yeah. She's not really been in a whole lot else that I know what it is anyway. Fatal Instinct, I've heard of. Prince of Tides. I do remember her in that off the top of my head. Shadows and Fog, also.
Woody Allen.
U.S. Marshals, which I haven't seen. Cider House Rules. So she's been in some other things, but not a whole lot. Looks like she was in more TV. Swing Vote. Not the movie Swing Vote.
No.
But yeah, she's not in this a whole lot either.
It's shortchanged.
And as we've just talked about, is a problem with a lot of these movies. Richard Jenkins as Detective Sergeant. We'll go through some of these quicker. Detective Sergeant Carl Bridger. Also, I want to mention Brian Markinson as Detective Ken Wade. I think he was that guy that is on Mad Men.
Yeah, he's in season 6 of Mad Men.
Let me make sure of that.
Linda Cardellini's husband.
He's out of his gourd.
Yeah.
Dr.
Rosen.
Dr. Earl Gopnik. Yeah. I
was comforting Mrs. Rosen.
I was comforting Mrs. Rosen. That's like a Urban Dictionary phrase for like sex or something.
Comforting Mrs. Rosen.
Yeah, have you not ever heard of that? Yeah, that say like, I'm comforting Mrs. Rosen or whatever people say. I don't even know if that's true or if somebody just put that on there. I thought we had talked about that, but anyway, Richard Jenkins is all over the place, and we've talked about him before when we talked about Killing Them Softly. Here he's playing I feel like in the 90s he was very much that like this, and There's Something About Mary.
Very like one scene
I'm a dumb idiot in the headlights look all the time, and very like, okay, and so...
I do think he has subtly one of the best performances I've ever seen in a comedy, which is a big thing to say, in Step Brothers.
Yeah,
like how angry and irrationally he goes over the line all the time. Like that part where towards the beginning where John C. Reilly's like says something like, "And she grabbed me by the wiener," and he's like standing by the kitchen sink, and he drops all the dishes. And he's like, "Shut the f up!" Just like flips out.
But yeah, he doesn't go big here. He's kind of just always like.
Yeah, I mean,
remember there's that scene, by the way, in the movie where he's like sitting there listening to James Spader, and James Spader's like in his ear talking, and he's just sitting there like, it's just like, there's no way a cop would look at somebody who looks like that and is acting like that and go, "Oh yeah, that's what's going on," like just dumb.
Yeah,
but
I mean, they're the requisite like. Somebody in authority has to figure out what's going on here, and they're always clueless and hapless and 2 steps behind everything, Like cops in a Batman movie, but there's no Batman to speak of. So,
but there is a Joker.
Yeah.
Christopher Plummer as Raymond Alden. Pretty good kind of villain role in this. Is
I like seeing him as a werewolf. Why couldn't he have been one?
I'm turning, or
turns out he's a vampire.
See, now that would have been. He actually looks kind of like a vampire, so that actually would have worked.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm thinking of Beirut rules, Mr. Bonds, and Syriana. You're walking to the bank, flying in a small plane. You'll be killed. But him in this he's not actually in it a ton, but he's basically just the boss who doesn't really. He literally looks at the bottom line. He doesn't care between James Spader or Jack Nicholson. Too. Yeah, he's just I don't care.
Yeah, I care about money.
And
I buy more money, I spend more money.
Right. And he don't really care about Michelle Pfeiffer either as his daughter. He's just kind of let her do what she wants to do. And just I don't care.
Yeah.
And I don't really approve of you, but whatever.
On paper, he would be more of a villain in the movie, but it turns out James Spader ends up being more the antagonist.
He's more of the facilitator of the MC of the madness, if you will.
Yeah,
but... yeah, I mean, it's a pretty general Christopher Plummer role.
I was just thinking, I'm sure there's actually some out there. I can't think of Christopher Plummer I've ever seen in anything where he's playing a down on his luck / middle class or lower class person. He's always playing a very upper crust, almost elite, and he was great at doing that. So I'm not saying that's bad, but I just can't think any offhand. I'm sure he's had some roles, but again, he's Christopher Plummer. I mean, it's pretty basic role. I'd say he plays.
Now, I don't remember exactly who this is in the movie, but Eileen Atkins is Mary. I believe
was that his secretary?
Was the secretary, and I'm looking here, and I'm not really recognizing a whole lot of movies that I've seen.
There's a whole kind of plot point in the movie that he might be leaving the agency and taking some of their literary clients with them, and so she's kind of in some of those scenes.
She was in Cold Mountain, which I haven't seen, but she's an English actress, so she's in a lot of
theater,
television and theater, and so she's not in the movie a whole lot anyway. But there is that whole scene where she's like, "Is the worm turning?" He's like, "The worm has turned." And she's like, "About effing time," or something But David Hyde Pierce is Roy McAllister. He's I don't exactly know what he does, but he's more or less another publisher who's a big fan of his and is his basically will do anything he tells him to.
Almost a counter protege to Spader.
He will be his guinea pig and protege.
Yeah.
Now, David Hyde Pierce has been in a ton of things. He's most remembered from Cheers.
Or Frasier.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frasier. That's what I meant.
Yeah. It's Frasier's brother.
Let's picture of Kevin Kline. Hang on. Boy, I don't even look like him.
It's super close up too. Almost.
And it's he got caught he was in the dark, and somebody turned on a light, and he looked like that. Wow.
Also, we know him a lot from David Hyde Pierce. That is from Wet Hot American Summer.
Right. And so I normally think of him in that way. Also, he was in The Fisher King. He was in Sleepless in Seattle. Adam's Family Values. I do remember him in that a little bit. Nixon as John Dean. I do remember him in that.
Yeah.
Osmosis Jones as Drix, the voice. In that Hellboy movie, he was Abe Sapien.
Oh, the voice for that,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I do remember
he's
hearing
been
him
in mostly more TV overall.
Well, again, Frasier being by far
my
the
favorite
biggest
moment
one.
in this movie, though, he asks him to do something, and he says, "You're my god," and then just goes and does it. It's the weirdest thing.
I think he represents a non-threatening protege to Nicholson as opposed to Spader. Yeah.
Om Puri as Dr. Alazeus. Now, Om Puri, I haven't really seen a whole lot. He's an Indian actor. He's a big actor in India. I know the biggest movie that most people would have seen him in is Gandhi, which had, a great majority of Indian actors in it. I don't actually remember him in that movie. But he's kind of a basic, paint by numbers.
This Oriental figure, Oriental mystic figure will tell me about the ways of the East.
It's very weird, and there's a whole part at the end where he's like, "I hope you will bite me," and he's like, "What?" And he's like, "Okay, if you change your mind, call me up." Basically, and it's very weird. I wouldn't go so far as to say
that could be a scene that could be very easily cut. or that whole little bit of trying to quote figure it out. I don't know.
Yeah, it goes to serve what the metaphor of the movie is, which we'll talk about later, but is already obvious, I'm sure. Ron Rifkin is Dr. Ralph, who also was in L.A. Confidential. We're seeing a lot of random, a lot of stuff going on here.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea who he is in the movie and no memory whatsoever.
Yeah, there was those scenes he got bit.
Maybe
that he's like seeing
doctor.
It was that had to been that doctor.
I guess it was.
I remember there's a.
Yeah, I remember the scenes.
But I mean, nothing big come out of them.
I'm gonna jump through some of these here. One of my favorite names ever, Bradford English. Just can't get over that.
Johnny English.
As Keys. I don't even know who that is. He was in the Anderson tapes. Hanky Panky, one of my favorite names. You know what one of my favorite names for anything ever is? Hurly Burly, that play.
Mm-hmm.
Who was it wrote that? It was like somebody random. Anyway,
what do you like in Matrix Reloaded, the Burly Brawl, as it's called?
That's so stupid. Why was that called that again?
I don't know.
We've talked about that forever and tried to figure it out. It was based on the David Rabe play, Hurly Burly. But anyway,
Sean Penn in that?
Yeah, and Kevin Spacey's in that too. Robin Wright. This is the movie, not
right.
Gary Shandling is Artie in Hurly Burly. Anyway, one other person I want to mention, David Schwimmer. It says Allison Janney is in this too, which I
remember pointing her out. Yeah. She's like in a party scene.
I want to mention David Schwimmer though, mainly for the scene he's in. There's that scene where they're going to try to arrest.
I was going to say he's a cop.
He's like a cop in it at the Central Park Zoo, and they're like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Basically, and he's like, looking like he does, and they're like going to put the cuffs on him, and he like jumps up onto the pillar and runs away, and they're literally like. He's like, he got my cuffs, and it's just like such a weird. I just love every scene in this movie where somebody witnesses them doing this stuff, and they're like, "Wait, what?" It's just hilarious. Anyway, that's pretty much the cast. As far as the rest of the crew, we mentioned Jim Harrison and Wesley Strick as the writers. I know that there was a particular, and I learned more about this a long time ago when we watched the movie. I'm going to just read this here because it kind of sums it up. Screenwriter Jim Harrison left the production because of creative differences with director Mike Nichols, claiming, "I wanted Dionysian, but he wanted Apollonian. He took my wolf and made it into a chihuahua. I cracked up for 10 minutes and then went out into the country and stood in front of a wolf den and apologized while my dog hid under the truck. Following his experience with the film, Harrison decided to leave Hollywood." So he was trying to make this a lot more supposedly serious, I guess.
Yeah.
And wanting to be a lot more like the wolf isn't everyone kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then then it just at the end became just nonsense. Also, just to say, Mia Farrow originally signed on to be in the movie, but
who's she gonna be, the wife?
Yes, but apparently considered too controversial a choice by the film company due to the then current Woody Allen and Soon-Yi Previn affair.
Mm-hmm.
Sharon Stone also was going to be in this as Michelle Pfeiffer, which would be interesting. But I like Pfeiffer for this.
Yeah.
I think overall it'd be better.
I think she adds a dash enough of innocence that Sharon Stone would have been bringing a little bit more heat, I think. And so,
anyway, also, we mentioned this, but Giuseppe Rotunno.
Doesn't sound like a real name.
I know, it does sound fake. Who, let's see other movies he had done. He was a cinematographer. Primarily, obviously, originally, he had done a lot of Italian films. Christ Stopped at Eboli. I know that's a big movie. I hear about some. He also, Rocco and His Brothers. The Leopard. So, yeah, he did some Fellini movies. So, obviously, and all that jazz he did in America. Popeye. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep looking here. Let's see. Red Sonja. Okay. And then, so basically, he had worked with so many people that were like, he'd worked with Fellini and Visconti, and he had worked with actually on Carnal Knowledge in the past with Nichols. But obviously he has this entire, like, oh, he makes these arty movies and then is used for this. Also, Ennio Morricone did the score. We'll get to him in a second. I think one of the big tonal problems of the movie is in the visuals. It looks like, it was made for $70 million.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. Yeah.
Now, it made 131, so it didn't totally make as much as it really probably should have.
Nicholson's price might have milked the
that could
budget,
be, but it really looks that.
No, it looks accomplished,
right.
definitely. Yeah.
For a horror movie, it's the best looking horror movie I've ever seen.
Well, this gets to the larger points that a lot of horror fans have, which can be a very annoying group. But this is actually a valid enough point, is how good, and when I say good, I mean to this level of a studio production with a big budget, can a studio horror movie be compared to more independent, smaller budget? Because that's where most horror movies thrive, is on those smaller budgets.
Or they're not given, even, like I say, a studio movie is not usually given that
But
much
again,
money.
I would even question and wonder if Mike Nichols defines this as a horror movie.
Yeah, I don't know.
For him, it definitely is.
Yeah.
But I would also imagine he thinks he's making something a little more, just quotes, more psychological than a horror movie, But
so that just get, and it's weird because it has this whole kind of green, blue, like when I was growing up as a kid, when I would see Halloween imagery from the 90s, which was what I just kind of come out of, you see pictures of the moon or like fields and stuff, and it all looks like this. So I'm very nostalgic for that like aesthetic of that book that came out, it was that book about the bat. It was like a kid's book.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like that as a movie. Like, I don't even know how to describe that, but it was called Luna or something. I can't remember.
I know what you're talking about.
I see it in my mind, but I can't think of the name.
Yeah.
But just that whole kind of era of visual was very interesting to me, and so that I like that it looks like that, but at the same time, it's very.
It's called Stella Luna.
Stella Luna. That's it.
Yeah.
That at the time just was really, part of that oeuvre, but now is even weirder, which I like about it. But it just doesn't work for the movie, for what it is. It's putting a silk hat on a pig, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole movie feels like that. It feels like it's like, no, this is Wolf.
Yeah.
Plus it's called Wolf, which reminds me of Howl,
mm-hmm.
which we mentioned earlier, which is like, oh yeah, this is like arty. This is like Ginsberg.
To get to that point about the quote metaphor of the movie, as you said earlier, that the wolf is really within all of us, and it's also a generational.
Yeah, because I wrote down here, good metaphor or too obvious.
I would say it's a little too obvious. I think, and I think in large part it's because somebody that's as talented a filmmaker as Mike Nichols doing something that's a little bit of obviously a divergence from him in doing effectively what's a horror thriller or something of that sort. Sometimes those really great talented filmmakers are a little out of their depth when they do something like this, I feel like, because they get caught up in the mood and the feel of what their take on a horror movie is, that sometimes the thematics of the movie are
more basic
and not really molded
because they're like, I'm going to make a horror movie. It's like, other people do that all the time. You're not all that special, but they feel that because, I don't normally do this, which I get that, like I said, but it is very basic, but I will say
it's like, imagine John Carpenter making a romantic comedy. I would imagine it would be even more disastrous than this would be. You know what I mean? But now I kind of want to see that. Just see what that would be.
I ordered vanilla twist. But one thing I will say though, because I think it is very obvious, this movie has an image that I think of all the time, which is of Central Park in the middle of New York City, and it has all the animals howling at the zoo and kind of the shot of it, and just thinking about. And I think this is honestly a more potent metaphor than that image is more potent a metaphor than all of American Psycho even. Which is to say, even in the midst of this like manicured and very specific and very technological and elite metropolis, there is this inner violence or this inner, animalistic behavior that really is what dictates the city as a whole, and really all of urban, environments. But I just think that's interesting because I've never heard anyone or seen anyone use Central Park like that as a metaphor for the violence inherent to New York City in the middle of it.
That is a
and
novelty.
So
That's pretty.
That's pretty big, I think, to the point where I give the movie a lot of leeway to be weird and be interesting just because of that. I'm like, wow, that is pretty. It's almost like he had that idea and was like, and had maybe read American Psycho or something, and they were like, oh, you know what? Let's like do that, but like Jack Nicholson is werewolf, and so in that way, it is obvious. But I am fascinated by that motif. I think is very specific. You want to talk about the ending of the movie, by the way?
Yeah, so
I'll read it, what it says, and then we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
It says, still in a half-human state, Will has a brief moment with Laura, which is them just looking at each other. I wouldn't even characterize that as a brief moment, but okay. Then runs into the forest before anyone else can arrive. What's funny about that, by the way, before I continue, is that he like looks at her and then like turns and runs, and she's crying like, "Oh my God, he's gone!" And like he's just like, "Oh, I'm gone." Like as an animal, he's literally like, "Oh, I'm gonna leave now." Like the way animals think. Yeah, it's just a funny image of him just going and then her having this breakdown about, "Oh my God, he's gone." Like, minutes later, Laura herself shows heightened senses when the police arrive, telling Bridger that she can smell vodka on his breath before taking her leave. The final scene is a close-up of her face and of Will finally turning into a full wolf howling for Laura. I don't know if I would say that is definitive what he's howling for. Then it goes back to Laura's face and her eyes become wolf-like, hinting that she herself is transforming into a werewolf.
I love it hinting. It's like, no, it is saying very clearly she's going to be a werewolf. A werewoman. A she-wolf. That would have been the sequel.
Didn't get it. She-Wolf of London.
Yeah.
Actually, not that bad of a movie. I'll talk about that someday.
Well, you were talking about how weirdly artful you thought the ending was. Describe that to me.
Well, I don't even know how to describe it. I'm probably going to honestly use that if I can find it on YouTube. I don't know. As the Instagram stories, like promotion of this, just to show people this.
Yeah,
it's like these like shots of like. In the woods of it like a wolf running, and then it's like, but it's very, and the music is very like, and very graceful, and it's like shots of her eyes, and it's like they are one, and like then it like fades out on her eyes, and it's very like, oh yeah, and it's like I don't know how to describe, because to read it out loud,
you're not really.
It's like, but like to see it is really like, wow, this movie is ending like this, like, and it really does sum up the movie. I think to say that the whole movie was really this like trying to be this operatic and this grandiose, but it's still Jack Nicholson as werewolf, as puppet werewolf at the end, because there's the part where it's the wolf like. You can tell it's like an animatronic or like a puppet or something.
Yeah.
And then her with these eyes, and like it's just all very kabuki. And it really is one of the. Literally, we were watching it because I remember the first time I saw it, I was like, "What?" Like the whole movie was a big question mark. But we just watched it the other day again, and we were. I was both laughing, but also taking it kind of seriously. I mean, I think it's. One of the weirder endings I've ever seen where it is like both so goofy and stupid, but also like, wow, that's kind of actually like kind of impressive.
And that gets to what movies can specifically do, is to conjure images and feelings like that simultaneously. You know, that's something special movies can do that other art forms necessarily can't.
What about, we've talked a lot about this movie being weird, and I feel like we've explained that.
But, and we hinted at this last episode, and we've had this conversation in various forms before on here, but this is one of the weirder movies I've ever seen. And again, I think some people would be surprised to hear that because they're thinking, well, what about Eraserhead? Or what about Inland Empire? Or what about, all these things that are more explicitly avant-garde or more specifically going against the grain. But what really is so weird about this movie is that it had the $70 million budget.
Yeah.
It was a studio release, and yet the tones rub up against each other. Sometimes cohere, other times are in violent opposition to each other. But above all else, the movie, for all the town involved, doesn't know what it is. And the idea that is very strange and perplexed to me is that so much money and resources and time and capital culturally can be invested in something, and everybody kind of shrugs and is not exactly the sum of its parts. But again, I think that adds a fascinating quality to it. And again, I think, we shouldn't sometimes as cinephiles fixate on, oh, this is weird, this is crazy, for the most obvious examples, because usually it's these movies like this. Another movie I think of in similar-ish terms, but it's a much more coherent, great movie, but scratches some of the same itches, which might be very strange to say, but I'll try to explain myself with that, is a movie like Margaret. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that is it's a coming-of-age story, but it's also, am I complicit in the death of this person? How am I going to dramatize the death of this person into my own personal drama? Mm-hmm. And you know what I mean? The messiness of all that. But again, I think that movie has a clearer idea of what it is, and it's not nearly as, quote, weird as this. But it makes you wonder sometimes while you're watching it, especially the first time you see movies like this, where you're like, that beautiful bit of discovery of where is this going? Because you can watch a really great movie like, say, I'm trying to think, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, let's just say, which I really love and think is a pretty great movie. A modern.
We know it's ending in Cielo Drive, no matter what happens.
Yeah, right? And it makes some surprising choices, but you're never exactly floored by them. Now the ending kind of leaves you with this melancholic feeling, but you know what I mean. It's a great movie, but it doesn't surprise you in a profound way. Exactly, it doesn't make turns or divergences that another movie again where we're just throwing out more modern movies and other ones something like we talked about a lot. Beau is Afraid. Mm-hmm. That's a movie that you already know going in is going to have some very strange things about it. It still makes some strange turns. But on the whole, you're going into an Ari Aster movie.
It's not going to end well, and it's
So again, I mean, there are a lot of variations on what this can be, a quote weird movie. But I think Wolf needs to be identified and recognized as a very strange, perplex, difficult in some ways, maybe not difficult in the way of what does it mean? Because it's very clear and obvious what it quote means. Yeah. But difficult in its categorization, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and especially it's a movie that doesn't really have much of a legacy. I mean, it made its money, but people don't really talk about that movie anymore. So it's that makes it even weirder in its own way. Mm-hmm. And it was a popular movie. I mean, it was made for the multiplex, like a movie. Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the reasons we picked these two movies, I think they're pretty disparate and don't have a lot in common.
One of the reasons why we picked River Wild is because we haven't seen it, so we just wanted to do that.
Yeah. But one thing I really like about these two is that if you walked into your local video store in 1994, 1995, these movies would have been sitting not all that far from each other and would have been one of your choices on a weekend in the 90s. You know what I mean? Yeah. In terms of just these were the types of things that were populating theaters and video stores. And again, a richer cinema, which we talk about a lot, what does that look like? A richer cinema looks like both of these movies existing at the same time and being given the chance to breathe and be seen in the movie theaters. So any other final thoughts on either Wolf or River Wild in comparison to each other?
No, not particularly. Just the River Wild genuinely really good. Wolf, you gotta see it to believe it. I mean, it truly is something else. So
that's going to do it all for episode 75 of Overlapping Dialogue. But don't worry.
We're halfway through the 90s here, by the way.
Yeah, I guess we are. Yeah. So Jeff Probst, what have we got next week?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
Hate 'em. You tasted that motherfucking chronic, kid.
We back good, yo. This your boy?
Watch your side, man. Watch where the fuck you skating at.
Watch where you up, yo.
What?
What I said, yo.
What?
Forget it, enough.
What?
Whatever, yo, just forget it, all right?
Yo, you wanna get fucked up, motherfucker?
What? What's up then, now? What's up?
Fuck you mean, what's up?
What's up?
Fuck you mean,
What's up, man? What's up,
Everybody's
motherfucker?
He was alive, you can't find no respect like the library said, but everybody respects the dead. Love the friendly ghost. What he learned that we were mean to him, but he never learned a thing. Love is forever. Casper the friendly ghost. Thank you, Casper the friendly Now get my way, bitch.
Free market economy, I swear it will be the end of me. Walther PPK. 7.65 millimeter. Only 3 men I know use such a gun. I believe I've killed 2 of them.
Lucky me.
I think not. James Bond. Charming, sophisticated secret agent. Shaken but not disturbed.
So you haven't lost your delicate sense of humor, Valentine, huh? All you need for an audience. Who's strangling the cat?
Strangling a cat. That is Irina, my mistress.
Pretty talented girl.
Irina! Take a hike! What is it that brings you to my neighborhood? Still working for MI6, or have you decided to join the 21st century? I hear the new M is a lady.
I want you to do me a favor.
He wants me to do him a favor. My knee aches every single day. Twice as bad when it is cold. You any idea how long the winter lasts in this country? Come on, Dmitri.
Well, it depends.
Silence!
For an ex-KGB agent, you surprised me, Valentine. And surely someone of your stature must have realized the skill was not to hit your knee, but to miss the rest of you.
So why did you not kill me?
Call it professional courtesy.
And I should extend you the same courtesy.
Kiros Funeral Parlor, 4 o'clock this afternoon.
So you just heard clips from 2 very disparate movies.
Yes.
I think these are probably the most disparate movies we've done so far,
Yeah.
certainly in the 90s. I mean, you know, Misfits and Dunstan Check In's always going to hold a special place. But you just heard clips from Kids from 1995, as well as Goldeneye from 1995.
The comeback for James Bond.
So, Kids is a movie neither of us have seen. This is another similar to The River
And
Wild.
I think actually the next movie is also going to be one movie we haven't seen too. So it'll kind of be a group of them that we've done that way. But yeah, anyway.
It's known as one of the most controversial movies
ever.
Really ever, specifically the 90s, I know.
Yeah.
It's directed by Larry Clark. I know I more specifically always remember it was written by Harmony Korine.
That's kind of his first major project that he ever did.
Ben Detrick of the New York Times described the film as, quote, Lord of the Flies with skateboards, nitrous oxide, and hip-hop. There's no thunderous and moral reckoning, only observational detachment. So, again, I think for us, and what's interesting is to try to categorize the, quote, kids' ages in this movie, they're like later stage Gen X, early stage millennials is loosely who they are as far as generationally speaking. But again, I feel like this is a more hard-edged look at youth than, say, like Slacker from some years earlier by this point. Of course, from Richard Linklater. That's a more casual, sedate, has a certain nihilism to it, I know, but is much more like, big deal, whatever.
Right.
This is a very clearly more angry movie, as you could clearly tell from that clip.
I know it gets compared a lot to that movie 13, which is, I don't think is as controversial, but is similar. Train Spotting, this kind of was around the same time.
I'm a big fan of Train Spotting.
Yeah, I like that. I think it's good. But yeah, I've always heard of this movie as just being a totally abysmal experience. Not in its like quality of movie. I've always heard mostly good things about it, but that it's very disgusting in a lot of ways is what I've always heard. I think it all takes place over one day. It's more or less about just these kind of skate rat kids in New York. And I know one of the big things about the movie is that Chloe Sevigny has sex with this other kid, and he has like HIV, I think, and that's kind of a lot of the like kind of, which is interesting for something that, you know, that New York in the 80s, that was such a, you know, the AIDS epidemic, that was such a part of that.
It still had a legacy by the 90s.
It's interesting to think about that as the 90s, these kids are still passing that around, and kind of what I read into that, I don't know because I haven't seen the movie yet. It's almost like, and of course the question is, where are the parents? What is going on here? It's almost like, like everybody kind of thought, oh, we solved that problem, or we're not dealing with that anymore. And it's just very, you know, it's just such a part of the city as kind of this, and we talked earlier about, you know, the city as this decay and all that, you know, we kind of talked about, but that it being more normalized by then, but that now it's just worse for the children, ultimately, I think.
I don't even remember what film class it was for, but I remember when I went to UNC Wilmington, we watched some clips from this movie, and I think it was like politics in film or African American cinema or something with regards to this movie maybe being racist specifically was what
I've heard that about it,
and that's
here
been
and
a
there.
whole topic and discussion about the movie. So, again, going into this, we really don't know to what extent we'll even be fans of it or like it, but we're very interested in just seeing
I
what
feel like
it
it's
is,
a big 90s document, though, too, because there's so many movies in the 90s. I feel like the 90s was the cinematic controversy decade. I mean, because you had, obviously, JFK and movies like that. Malcolm X, I feel like, wasn't really as much controversial
as
that.
Well, also, just the afterglow of the late 80s with Last Temptation of Christ and Do the Right Thing, both in the very late 80s, and that
also,
fed into the 90s.
Natural Born Killers, and just all of Tarantino's work. And even Boogie Nights later. But there were just so many movies in the 90s, Basic Instinct, just all the sex and violence of the 90s and just the controversies of that.
All that mixed in with Nirvana and then hip-hop of the era, and I mean, a lot of cultural
and
stuff.
So this is kind of at the nexus, I think, of all of those things, and is literally smack dab in the middle of the decade where it's kind of the thing we've been slightly anticipating and also dreading, I think, even more in a lot of ways to see. So we'll see how that goes.
Definitely want to, I think more than anything, we're eager to have to see it, to talk and have the conversation about whatever it is, because right now it's kind of a mystery box, although we know various things kind of sort of about it to get into it. Now for something completely different though. James Bond.
James Bond.
So I've been subjecting myself, and Levi has along with me, to all the James Bond movies I have not seen, which really was everything between the George Lazenby and
Timothy
Brosnan.
Dalton.
So like all the more I have not seen until recently, and then we're getting ready to start watching the Dalton movies, all 2 of them.
Yeah.
And so for me, when you say James Bond to me, my default setting in my brain is Sean Connery in the 60s. And everything else has got a logo slapped on it, and it can be its own little thing, but not quite James Bond. I would say, though, Pierce Brosnan, specifically with GoldenEye, and, like, say, maybe Craig with Skyfall, are things that do puncture through that a little bit and make me go, okay, you know what,
Casino
I think...
Royale also, I think,
that is a great one. I don't quite like as much as everybody else, but it is really good.
You don't like where is my money?
It's better than Die Another Day, which
that's
came right before.
Certain, Die another day, as Madonna sang.
But
yes, that was me doing
that. GoldenEye was undeniably one of the big movies of the 90s. I mean, it was like definitely one of the biggest movies of 1995.
Especially big because it had been 6 years, I think, between
Dalton's
License to Kill and that. So,
and as you said earlier, that was what quote brung Bond back in a serious way.
It was actually great. I mean, it was the best Bond movie since maybe even Thunderball. I don't know.
Or You Only Live Twice.
Yeah, I mean, I love You Only Live Twice, but I'm talking about on a star rating level. Probably Thunderball. I mean, because literally everything in between there was like either awful or just kind of whatever. I mean, there were movies like, I think, On Her Majesty's Secret Service is really pretty good.
Yeah.
And then The Spy Who Loved Me, I think, is pretty good. But other than that, everything else was just kind of or, oh my God, like A View to a Kill, which we just watched today. Now, I had seen all of these before, and watching through them again, no. But we wanted to prepare ourselves for that because, like I said, for you, it was an excuse to just go through all these movies. Oh, and also the Dalton movies are good. I forgot to mention, I think those are pretty good. But this really was a swing back in the right direction in a lot of ways, mainly due to Martin Campbell directing.
I gotta say, like, so
action director.
We're about to watch the Dalton movies, so I've not seen those yet. But even, I'm not even kidding, even just watching this clip, the way the movie looked, it looked like a movie. A lot of those Moore movies were overlit or just like look like they didn't even look all that good in terms of the production quality. They spent the money and they had the stunts, but like it didn't look like.
Well, and that's what I was going to say too.
Having the texture of a real film.
John Glenn, not the John Glenn.
Yeah.
John Glenn literally directed, I think, from like I don't know, like probably Octopussy. No, sorry, For Your Eyes Only. Through License to Kill, literally directed all of those.
He did the Dalton ones too.
So he also did the Dalton movies.
Yeah.
And all those are better. It still feels entrenched in this basic style, this basic do this, do that, basic set pieces, basic lighting, basic blocking, everything's just the same. And not to say that GoldenEye broke the barriers of what action movies could do, but it was also just like, let's just make a great action movie.
But, I mean, in a decade with a lot of great action movies, it's way up there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's Terminator 2, of course, is at the top, but, I mean, it wouldn't be that far from it, I don't think, in my memory, as far as production design and the way the movie looks.
Up until that time, I think it was the best action movie that a Bond movie has been since probably On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which is not always a great movie, but the action sequences in that, I think,
set pieces,
are just awesome. Or just really good. And obviously, You Only Live Twice was just like, just literally sit back and let the world explode. But I mean, just
and also too, I mean, and I went into, and we're going to talk about this more next week, I'm sure, next time. I went into the Moore movies like, I don't know, Roger Moore. I actually liked him.
Yeah, I was surprised by that when I watched through him, as how good he is. But
I mean, I think he makes the best out of bad situations often. But then again, I'm not going to be one of those all caught up in Blonde has to be dark-headed.
Blonde has to be dark-headed.
Blonde. Did I say that?
But Blonde. The movie Blonde has to be dark-headed. No,
but I'm not going to be one of those that's like, oh, like Roger Moore or Daniel Craig cannot play James Bond because they're blonde.
Yeah.
But Bond naturally looks a certain way, and again, just seeing Brosnan, even just in this clip, again, I was like, oh yeah, that's James Bond to me. That looks more like
James Blonde.
And it even brought up Walter PPK. That's James Bond's gun. Do you know that?
You know that? Yeah.
Like saying that to him. But I even love too. Like I think the movie cuts a really fine line about not being too cheeky, but also yeah, we know this is the '90s Bond now, and what I mean by that is not totally disaffected and ironic. But it is a little bit winking at the legacy and the length of the character in the cultural space by this point. Even in this clip, you can hear this like self-reflective nature that is being talked about. M's a woman now, and I don't think that to me, Judi Dench is M. That is undeniably about the more modern movies. To me, she just was so great in that role.
M was always nothing. Yeah. Until she was something. Like literally, I mean, like nothing necessarily against Bernard Lee or what's that guy's name? I can't even remember the other guy's name. That's like the in between one.
I think Ray Fiennes is fine in the newer ones, but
no, she is M.
Yeah,
very definitively, which is a shame for the movies she was in. Were always hit or miss, up and down. But you could say that for any Bond thing. But no, that just looking at this movie and thinking about Brosnan as Bond. And he kind of has the longer hair that he doesn't even have in the later Bond movies.
Almost reminds me of Superman in the 90s in the comics. Had almost a mullet.
And it just feels so different. Everything about it feels like this is this new thing that now is James Bond. And even though his movies after that never even lived up in any way.
I mean, literally, I think they got a little worse and worse over time.
They did, I think. Yeah.
I mean, because I'm wanting to rewatch specifically Tomorrow Never Dies, as we've joked about before. Tomorrow Never Lies.
That's so bad.
But undeniably, GoldenEye was the high point of his movies.
Yeah, I think.
And even he, similar to Moore, in the way that even in the bad movies, he's good in them.
Yeah,
I think most people would agree.
I think that The World Is Not Enough is slightly better than Tomorrow Never Dies, maybe.
It's got some good sequences in it.
They have a conversation.
They have a good sequence.
Yeah. Y'all don't know what that's in reference to. Hopefully you never will. It just is a blowing the whole thing out of the water in a lot of ways.
It was a monster hit too. I know when it came out, and also the video game was a huge deal.
Well, that's honestly almost a bigger legacy than the movie. Yeah. The video game was just massive, and of course inspiring. What was it? Oh gosh, what's the other one that we played a lot of? Nightfire was an even bigger one too.
I played that more honestly.
Yeah. For a certain group of people, that was bigger. For me, I know GoldenEye was just massive.
Had those rocket launchers you could shoot. Yeah, you had the camera on it. You could guide it.
The guided missiles. Yeah. But GoldenEye just is a really great movie, and I think that it's owed to the action and just a total revamping of the character. Yeah. In ways
that also felt immediately classical too,
right? Because even Timothy Dalton, who's really good, is a little too angry all the time. It seems like,
which admittedly was a different shift from what Moore's had been. So.
And is a more violent Bond in certain ways, and more just like to the point. But yeah, thankfully Brosnan was, and with this movie really was like, no, this is what Bond is now, and it was like, wow. Yeah. And now I feel like we'll really feel that after watching all these again, because it's just too much madness going on.
And last thing to say about it is that it feels very. It's we've talked about before, this post Cold War Bond, and it's in many ways about the legacy of the Cold War, which Bond had always existed in the backdrop of the Cold War, and now that it's over, what place does Bond have?
After they had blown the gas tanks, it was like, we'll scream that a million times next week. Yeah, we won't put you through that now.
I would say that's it, but wait.
I would say kids in GoldenEye was enough,
but wait, hold on. You have a special surprise coming right up.
Pentagon officials reporting more ships have just arrived over the capitals of India, England, and Germany, bringing estimates up to anywhere from 10 to 15 of these city-sized spacecraft.
I know, Ma. Just try and stay calm.
As to why these...
Tell her to pack up and leave town.
Why? What happened?
Just do it!
Ma, listen. Get your stuff together and head for Anastas. Don't argue with me. Just go. David, why'd I just send my mother to Atlanta? David, talk to me.
Hear me tell you that the signal hidden in the satellite feed is slowly recycling down to extinction?
Not really.
Countdown.
Wait, a countdown to what, David?
It's like in chess. First, you strategically position your pieces. Then when the timing's right, you strike. See? They're positioning themselves all over the world, using this one signal to synchronize their efforts. In approximately 6 hours, the signal's going to disappear and the countdown's going to be over.
And then what?
Checkmate.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, I gotta call my brother. I better call my housekeeper. I gotta call my lawyer. Forget my lawyer.
Oh my God, David.
When we were thinking about, we had to have a clip from Independence Day from 1996, I was like, oh, it's got to be something with Harvey Fierstein, because he's one of the first things I think of with that movie. We're actually going to be doing a special audio commentary for Independence Day. I've said this a bunch of times. This was one of the movies that was on a short list ever since we've had the podcast of we should do a commentary of that or an episode on that.
And we already brought up Brent Spiner in Independence Day Resurgence, so we thought we might as well do it, you know.
So
we thought we'd fit right in as Johnny K once said.
I guess this spoils it for you. When we get to 1996, Independence Day is not going to be one of the movies we talk about in 96, but instead of that, we're going to be
a
doing
very literary 1996. I'll go ahead and tell you, but
So Independence Day, of course, from 1996, directed by disaster auteur Roland Emmerich.
God almighty, yeah.
Undeniably, also one of the biggest movies of the decade. I think it was the highest-grossing movie when it came out of that year, but it was like up there. I think battling almost against some of the highest-grossing movies ever. I think when it came out.
I think when people talk about action movies, disaster movies, alien movies, when people think movie, honestly, 1990s movie. It's pretty much Independence Day.
That or Jurassic Park.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, because
those,
Independence Day hits this very fine line, though, too, because it's like a summer movie, it's a July 4th movie, it's an action, like I said, action movie, a sci-fi movie.
It's, quote, original.
Right.
I mean, it's like not based on IP, so it's got this like fresh.
Even though it's basically
feel to
Earth versus the flying saucers, and also Mars Attacks came out around the same time, too, which is, a version of all that. And War of the Worlds. I mean, it's based on a lot of things, but it literally is a juggernaut of a movie. It's literally like, this is what American Hollywood movies is Independence Day.
Mm-hmm.
In good and bad ways. In a lot of bad ways, too, which we'll talk about.
Mm-hmm.
But
it had the highest ever Thursday gross until Episode 2 came out in 2002, it said.
Yeah.
Had 104.3 million opening weekend. Said number one spot for 3 consecutive weeks until A Time to Kill, which is very strange that was
wow.
Take it off.
Yeah.
Moreover, it beat Terminator 2 Judgment Day's record for largest 5-day Wednesday gross of any film.
That is really impressive for Terminator 2, though. To be a rated R movie and make that much money, that's big. But,
combined total. 5-day Wednesday opening, eventually dethroned by Toy Story. Had the second highest opening weekend of any movie behind Batman Forever.
Wow.
All 3 figures broke record set by Jurassic Park 3 years earlier. And it says then the same year Men in Black surpassed Independence Day in 97. I was talking about Lost World, Jurassic Park came out. Men in Black in 97 surpassed Independence Day for highest July opening weekend and largest 3-day 4th of July.
I mean, it was that millennium right in there.
And again, I hate to be beating a dead horse. Like, Remember when like the highest grossing movies were these movies?
Yeah,
when they were just like that high quality,
and even
like,
this movie, which is like not good definitively. Anyway,
I'd say
like,
it's low,
like a pretty.
It's a 3.
It's a pretty like
if you squint,
it's literally right there on the cusp of like, is this good or is this average?
Yeah.
But even still, this was like when movies were movies. You know, it was
also,
just like let's just go see Independence Day.
Deeply iconic teaser trailer.
Oh yeah,
which has the White House blowing up in it. You know what I mean? Yeah. That was a big.
No, that is a
deal.
truly.
I think
like,
that aired during the Super Bowl, and that was a big deal.
I think that few images in movies have been more exciting, thrilling,
scary,
horrifying, disgusting.
Yeah.
than the image of the White House being blown up and the helicopter going sideways. Yeah. I mean, that's just like when you think movie image,
pop movie
you're like,
images,
that is it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, so
that movie set the standard in many ways, as you said, good and bad for what a pop
because there's a lot of bad. I think there are problems
with
with that movie, and we'll talk about it as we go.
Yeah.
But it also has moments like I said, that scene of like it has stuff with Harvey Fierstein, it has stuff with Judd Hirsch.
I'm very hard on Will Smith a lot, but
yeah.
that movie and Men in Black are kind of Will Smith on his best days.
Welcome
basically.
to Earth. I mean, also one of my favorite moments in any movie is that part where he goes outside and picks up the newspaper, and then he looks up, and the ship's there, and his wife comes out. I was about to say the wife.
Yeah.
That's not a very good thing to say. His wife comes out, and she's like, oh my God. And then it cuts to like the son has like a little like gun. He's like boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Like, it's like one of the all-time great moments.
It is weird too to think, if you're thinking about this in Jurassic Park, that like Jeff Goldblum was like a leading presence in both of these big,
and not even arguably,
movies.
Definitively a sex symbol in both movies is very
specifically
strange.
Jurassic Park,
yeah,
but
especially
this,
that.
Yeah,
but even in this,
too.
is like, ooh, Jeff Goldblum is like, because his ex-wife works with the president, and it's like, you know, very
that adds an interesting little wrinkle, I think, to the characters in the movie. Bill Pullman, I think he's underrated as a movie president.
Yeah,
I mean, well, he's
pretty good.
I mean, the big monologue he has at the end is shared ad nauseum, and a lot of times. But
and one of his guys in his cabinet is the guy that's in the game. Is like that kind of villain in the game. One of the villains in that. And yeah, this movie's just filled with like that person. I mean, Randy Quaid moment all time.
God, yeah.
We're gonna have quite a lot of fun. I gotta say, it's gonna be something else. So.
When I think of like big dumb July 4th movies, I think of this and Armageddon. I've seen this way more than I've seen Armageddon.
I haven't seen all of Armageddon actually, which is I wouldn't say a sin because who cares? But also
I would say
I
actually this is probably marginally better than that.
Yeah, I could believe it. He's got space dementia. I mean,
that's got some.
That has a really good cast though too. I got to say that just from seeing what the cast is.
I saw just the other day on Twitter somebody. I don't know if you had seen this. Somebody had went to a yard sale and said, "I hit the mother."
Yeah, and it was like that
thing
of like Steve
Buscemi
Buscemi and that.
It's like he's in it for the money.
Yeah,
or he's doing it for the money or whatever.
And also about Armageddon, we got to say there's our favorite. Some of our favorite stuff from audio commentary ever
Ben Affleck,
is Ben Affleck talking about that and talking about how stupid it is that they came up with the idea to say, let's train these oil drillers to be astronauts.
As opposed to train astronauts to
and
be
he's
oil
like,
drillers.
how hard can it be? You point it at the ground and turn it on.
And even he would admit there's more to it than that, but really...
He's like, shut up, Ben, you don't know what... Yeah, but
Michael Bay.
Michael Bay. I am no longer mad at Michael Bay, as our old friend would say.
Yeah. General thoughts on Roland Emmerich as far as what he even means or represents. I mean, he's mostly known for a lot of these big disaster movies, like Day After Tomorrow,
2012, and I mean, because he did direct that, right?
Yeah,
I think. I mean.
He also didn't he do that Moonfall recently?
Yeah, we've got enough to deal with these airport movies. Like, I don't feel like we need to do a whole dance of death with that Roland Emmerich crap.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean,
there's a man for every moment, and he was the man for this
I
moment.
Think so.
Really,
I mean, and like. But honestly, Independence Day is the only of his movies that really lives with me in any way. It was a movie
he did that Stargate, I think, too, which came out before
we watched this movie a ton on TV. And, like, you know, back in the 2000s, it was like a holy text.
I mean, it still airs every July 4th.
I mean, why wasn't I told about this place? I mean, just such a big deal in every way, so...
And the whole, like, going to Area 51 and that. I mean, this was the era of the X-Files, too, which was huge with a lot of that stuff. So,
also Godzilla, I forgot, is a big thing.
I saw that a bunch growing up, so,
and The Patriot, oh, God.
Yeah, I don't like that movie.
He made some trash, I gotta tell you. Woo! That's the sound you make after you go to the bathroom, and you're like, I can't take it. Woo! Do you know he made a movie about Stonewall?
Yeah. He's gay.
I thought he was gay, but yeah, I wasn't sure.
Do you remember that scene at all in The Day After Tomorrow where I think it's Jake Gyllenhaal outruns cold air? Like cold air is manifested as a thing he has to outrun.
So stupid. See, because I never saw all of Day After Tomorrow, but I always heard how you always told me how bad it was.
I hated it for a period of my life. I've not seen it in so long.
But I know that's a movie a lot of people love and are like, oh yeah, Day After Tomorrow. Well,
that was a classic. In the 2000s, Hudson Middle School. Let's throw on a movie, and that was one I remember seeing several times.
Like movies like that is literally like Lynn Barry, who I love deeply and still work with.
Yeah.
But movies like that, Red Planet,
I never did see
Independence Day. I didn't see it, but she had it. And like K-19 The Widowmaker. I remember we used to watch every so often. So like which by the way, I want to tell a story about that before we let you go finally.
This has been a long episode.
Yeah.
But one I'm quite proud of.
Yeah, I mean it's been all over the place, but you know.
We started at the Grimace Meal and here we are.
Yeah. Well, here we are at the DVD of K-19 The Widowmaker. I was talking with Tammy Knight, who just retired, and congratulations, Tammy Knight, kind of a work mom to me. One of many work moms. There are other work moms out there that I don't want to step on their toes. But she was cleaning out a bunch of stuff, and she had a DVD of K-19 The Widowmaker there, and I was like, where did you get that? And she was like, oh, I don't remember. I think somebody gave it to me. And I was like, I guarantee you that's the DVD that Lynn Barry showed me all those years ago.
Yeah.
And I picked it up and I was like, Catherine Bigelow made this, and Tammy was just nodding like, yeah, like,
I don't care.
I don't care. Like, and I don't know. I don't remember if I took it or she just kept it or just gave it back to the library. But yeah, K-19 The Widowmaker's out there somewhere. But you know what's funny about that too is you look on the back of it and it's like that picture of Liam Neeson smiling like, this is K-19 The Widowmaker moment. It's like... And I remember we specifically watched that movie because it was like, look, this is what radiation poisoning does to people. And they have to like, have you seen that movie?
No, I haven't.
There's a part at the end where they have to go into the nuclear reactor of the sub and basically turn it off or something.
It's a pressure valve.
Yeah,
it only opens
basically.
with tremendous pressure.
And they like basically die pretty soon after.
Yeah.
But it's like, this is what happens. And I was like, we watched this whole movie for that? It's all right enough movie. That was actually the first Catherine Bigelow movie I would have seen.
Harrison Ford's leading that, right?
Yeah, it's like him and Liam Neeson. Because I always got it confused, that movie, for a long time, in The Hunt for Red October, which is Sean Connery and Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, right.
But, and also has Sam Neill sprinkled in there in the mix.
So, again, we're going to actually drop this for sure on July 3rd.
This will actually come out before The Kids and GoldenEye Pod.
Yeah.
It would honestly make more sense to have it like in between those since it's 96.
But we
don't care.
But we gotta celebrate.
We just gotta get into that Blue Plate special.
Hi, Audrey. Norma, have a cup of coffee, please. Sure.
I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wanted a large pepperoni? Coming up!
All right, for our second Blue Plate special. Oh wait, this is our wrap up.
Apologies to Matt Damon, we're all out of time.
Yeah.
But again, this is going to be dropping July 3rd, so right before Independence Day. So
that was when it came out, right?
I think, it came out on July 3rd specifically, and so it came out on July 3rd. So as you're grilling the hot dogs and having you a slaw dog on the side,
It's like a
and
Monday.
grilling the burgers.
Mondays,
like,
am I right? But it's Independence Day.
So we're going to be doing a commentary of Independence Day, which we'll probably do a little bit of discussion of just slightly
we'll
before,
mostly just
and then
do it.
mostly be watching the movie, though.
We talked enough about it now that I think it's all right. But oh my God, we're done, Kyle. We're finished.
Last thing, though. Actually,
By the way, last thing. Let's go through all of Henry James's work. Let's just do that real quick.
To honor Cormac McCarthy, we thought we would drop a little clip of, again, it's very strange that somebody that was as reclusive as him talked to like Oprah Winfrey in a big nationally broadcast television interview. As we said earlier, I think around the time The Road had came out in the afterglow of that. Here he is talking about kind of the concept of subconscious and language, which I think is a very fascinating...
Kind of all those things we talked about earlier a little bit that he had been fascinated by.
About him and Oprah talking about that. So this is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Well, when you were in the process of... how do you know when it's time to let it go? How do you know when the book has said you're done? How do you know?
Well, you just know. I mean, you told the story and that's it. I think it's just part of the whole enterprise. The same way, you know, the same thing that tells you what to write tells you when to stop writing it.
It does.
I think so, yeah. I was going to say a while ago about, we were talking about this thing about the sense of taking dictation. When Henry Miller was working on his second book in Paris after he'd published Tropic of Cancer, he said he would get up every morning and would go in and sit down at the typewriter and poise his hands over the key, and he would call out in French, "J'écoute," I'm listening, and and here it would come, and he'd say, "Slow down," you know.
Wow.
He said you couldn't even go to the bathroom.
Wow.
And he wrote an entire book like that. That was just all dictated every
Do you
word
do
of it.
some form of that, really?
Some form, yeah. Because, you know...
Don't let your scientist friends know.
Well, they know about the unconscious, and, you know, even if you're... the unconscious is always with us, even as I'm talking to you. I'm very busy talking, and I'm watching you to see what your reactions are, and I'm saying these words. But somewhere in my head, someone's making up the next thing I'm going to say, which I don't even know what it is yet. Yeah. But you can't do two things at the same time. Yeah. And it may be that the subconscious is really a committee, and they may have meetings and say, "What do you think we should tell him? Should we tell him that? No, he's not ready for that." Well, it's a way of putting things, but it's very, sometimes the sense of the subconscious. The sense of the subconscious and its role in your life is just something you can't ignore.
No, you can't.
In science, a lot of times, the people work on problems and just hit a wall and can't solve them, and they'll be the most famous one will be solved in dreams. The most famous one is Kekulé's benzene ring. He couldn't figure out what benzene looked like. He couldn't figure out the shape of the molecules and everything. And he fell asleep in front of his fire, and he dreamt of the hoop snake, the Ouroboros, the snake with its tail in its mouth. And when he woke up, he realized, oh, it's a ring. Well, that raises
his dream. Yeah, the dream, and the dream is the subconscious. Yeah.
But that raises the question as to why, if your subconscious has solved this problem and is ready to tell you, why wouldn't it just say, "Hey, Kekule, it's a ring"?
Yeah. Why wouldn't it do it that way?
We don't know, but it may have to do.
It's that brain thing again.
It may have to do with the subconscious being older than language, and maybe it's more comfortable creating little dramas and telling you things. But it has to understand language.
I love that thought.
Yeah.
I love the thought of that. The subconscious being older than language. I hadn't thought of it that way before.
Yeah. So maybe language is pretty. We have a linguistic program here at SFI. We meet occasionally and have linguists from all over the world. A lot of them are from Russia. But language is probably no more than about 70,000 years old. Well, compared to the 3 or 4 million years that we've been here, that's very recent. But it understands language because it understands the problems that you're working on, and then when you're sleeping, it will work on them for you.
And that's why the rings came when he went to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes, sometimes it will be quite specific. There was some years ago a mathematician at MIT, and he was working on a problem that was really very important to him. It was a major problem, and he just could not get it. And he absolutely had hit a wall. And his friends were worried about him. His wife was worried about him.
Mm-hmm.
He was very depressed. And then one night he went to sleep, and he dreamt he was having dinner with John Nash.
With John Nash?
Yeah, and everybody knows John Nash because there was a film made about him, A Beautiful Mind. And so they're chatting, and in the course of this conversation, he explained the problem to Nash. And Nash said, I think I see something. Let me borrow your pencil. And he wrote some equations on the napkin and explained what he'd done, and then the guy woke up. And he turned on the lamp, and he had his little pad by the table there, and he scribbled down the equations and scribbled down a couple of notes to himself and went back to sleep. Well, the next morning he woke up, and the first thing he thought was, God, what a strange dream. I wonder what kind of gibberish I've written on my little pad. And when he looked on the pad, here was this really elegant solution to the problem.
Whoa.
So he wrote up the paper and he cited Nash as co-author.
Fuck you, punk! I'll fuck you! I'll fuck your sister, but not your wife, because I respect your wife.